One. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this episode of Galactic Nerd Outpost. I am your host, Joey McGee, aka Gojin the Makai Phantom, and joining me today is Lupin Illard.
Illard? What the fuck's that mean?
How the fuck do you pronounce his last name?
The third! The third!
Wait, you're not Lupin the third. That's not. How that? He's not. There's another Lupin, and he's not named after that one.
Right. I'm gonna fucking commit seppuku. What the fuck am I hearing?
Well, aren't you named after like the second Lupin?
I'm named after the first, you dunce.
Okay, Lupin the first. And Zimzil99.
Skibbly Bibbly, my fellow Gigans.
And Minecraft World. Sea Monster.
I have joined the game, and I am ready to strike.
And Sea Monster Essays.
Kristen Milioti, can you write to me, please?
And what we're going to be talking about today is something that's often debated about, and that is the topic of objectivity in art.
Yay.
Art.
Wow.
Oh, objectivity. We meet again, my friend.
I has things to say.
Yeah, nobody here like Anthony Grammelia.
Yeah, you saw the meme that I posted, right? In the Discord.
Which one?
That me whenever I see Mr. Gramuguila open his mouth.
Yeah, I saw that. Get the lion meme. Like, we need to have that on screen.
Oh, get
Yes.
Minecraft. Tag me and we can put it on screen.
Oh, the lion?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's Rooney's stream, actually. Let me find it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tag. It should be in your server, Zem. So
It is. Just tag me on it.
yeah.
Give me 1 second too. I'm gonna just change one of the settings on my AC real quick.
Oh, I'm too loud, eh? Okay. Zim Minecraft, speak a little. You probably got to speak a little louder, cause
we're just looking. Well, I'm looking right now. I don't know what Zem's doing. God,
Committing
it
tax
should
fraud.
be here.
Joey, I think you should be able to change the settings on my mic. That, or I might just increase the gain on it just to see if that's better.
Okay, I might be limited because I'm using a mobile device.
What about now? How do I sound?
I think you sound fairly loud.
Yeah, like you all sound fine. Everyone sounds fine to me, but I always know with like streams and stuff, it's a little bit different. But,
I'll be right back.
Yeah.
After these messages.
It's the wrong chat. Sorry, sorry, folks.
Maybe that's better. Oh, I'm changing mine myself, so we'll see. If anyone says that I am too soft, just let me know.
Oh, is mine too low?
That's pretty gay.
Rooney's is saying that mine is way too low. 1 sec. Test. Maybe. Probably. I don't know. Okay, I'm just gonna leave and come back.
Let's try this. Is this a lot better? I literally just unplugged
No, we lost Joey. So once wait, no, we didn't lose Joey. We lost Minecraft World. I was about to say free real estate. I now claim another stream in the name of the Zim.
Yeah.
In the name of Allah, I claim the stream.
In the name of Zimla, I claim another stream. I just said it Indian instead of like Arabic.
Fuck, that's good.
The other thing too is that I also have like a arm now attached to
Your
my
body?
desk.
Everyone does.
To my desk. I severed someone's arm and then I strapped it to my desk so it could hold my mic for me.
This sounds kind of cool. Sounds fun. Pretty hard to articulate, probably, with all the... I'm just picturing a decaying arm on your desk now.
No, well, see, like we have to pump a bunch of juices into it to keep it fresh, and then like I just put a little jolt in it, and it tingles the muscle, so then I can move the arm around, so I can adjust where my mic is.
That sounds actually pretty funny, not gonna lie.
I was like zap.
Yeah, just have a button. Zap.
Minecraft's back, but I think Joey's back too. Let him back in.
Okay, I'm back. Okay, had to get some stuff done.
I sound
Lupin
too
apparently.
low.
Yeah, you
All
sound
right.
fine to me.
Is this
Okay.
do I sound louder?
Is this better?
You definitely sound way louder now, Minecraft.
Is
which
this better?
Okay.
Allah. Lupin.
yeah, we should be fine now.
I'm
That's
probably just gonna lower my my camera volume a little bit more. Like I think is that good? Or my sound volume?
It's okay.
All right. I'll just set it at like on.
Okay. Let me go get the lion meme. I'll be sitting at the Zim.
Yeah, it
It's
was
the-
in Zim's server. I know Rooney posted it. Yeah. Frick. I just can't remember which chat. It was either in the meme chat or in the main general when Kasaibu dropped one of the videos. It wasn't for this one. It was for... I think it was for the Last Jedi one that he did.
See,
That
if you were a billionaire, like
related.
Zim, you could afford to buy good sound. No, Rooney, you forget to understand. I'm not a billionaire. I'm a Zimillionaire.
As a millionaire.
A Zim $1 million.
Damn it.
Oh, we got two Joeys. Wait, two Joeys now. What does it mean?
Oh no.
Yes.
I get it. What now?
Nothing.
Oh, we lost them both. I get it now. The one that came out of Lupin's ass is a cyborg. It is made out of the space metal. You could call it a sex toy.
What is happening right now?
No, it's from the year 2029, and it came back in time to kill Joey, the original Joey.
Joey versus what's it called? The hit movie Joey versus Mecha Joey, followed by Terror of Mecha Joey, then remade into Joey versus Mecha Joey 2. Then the Millennium Update as Joey against Mecha Joey, and then Joey Ohio SOS Skibbity Riz.
Oh, and Zim, I sent you the meme.
Don't forget
And then
Shin Joey.
Shin Joey.
No, Mecha Joey would finally make his return in Joey versus Lupin.
Joey versus
Aw.
no. Well, actually, no, because originally, if you actually know your proper Joey lore, you fake fan, because Lupin came out first in the hit movie Lupin, then it was Lupin versus Joey, in which some people say in the Japanese version Lupin won, but in the American version Joey won. But actually, it's the other way around, and in both cases, Lupin won. And then afterwards, you finally got Joey versus Lupin.
Do I really sound that low?
No, you sound fine. And if anything, we'll
Blackarooni
just
says I'm saying I sound way too low. Is that just my voice? Do I sound way too low?
in that case, you just sound gay.
I mean, he literally likes penis. So that's pretty. You can't get any gayer than that.
There you go. What's it called? Joey, I have the other
Oh,
meme for you
you're
right
talking
there.
about that definition of gay. I thought you were referring to the older definition.
And
Oh, you found it.
what we have here, the lion does not concern himself with the opinions of Anthony Gramuguila.
No, we have to do another one where it says,
Unluckily for you, none of us here are lions.
well, what's it called? Even better. It's like the Zim does not concern himself with the opinions of Italians.
Or jerseys.
Oh, that's the fucking funny.
My favorite moment was when Lupin went, "It's Lupin time," and did a loop-de-loop.
Sit you Godzilla on Discord. You mean that Shin Godzilla trailer by the G Kids, I think the company's called, that's bringing it over in 4K? Yeah, I saw that. I even responded to you, bro.
Yeah,
Why are
and
they called
then-
G Kids? Are they
I
like a
have
bunch of
no
nerds?
fucking clue.
It'd be funny if the whole company's a bunch of children.
Yeah. Also, side note, apparently Adam does movies as live, so
Wait, is he? Is he?
he is.
Bruh!
No, I'm
No,
dead serious. Because
I
I
can't-
just dropped a video.
I
Because I
can't-
dropped a video about him. He's talking about like a new studio reveal, like a new studio for his and his move to Minnesota. So there's that.
Well, he's going to Minnesota. That makes him even more insufferable.
I do not said time to rate his stream. Damn right.
Wait, no.
Yeah!
Well, we can rate Adam the next time he talks about Godzilla, but we need to definitely. You need to if Hack the Movies ever is if ever see him live, you just need to like go to the chat and just spam meat and then ride, not in the same not in the same comments, but you
No,
just
it's
gotta.
No, it's like
No.
chanting.
Yes,
You're just
actually,
chanting.
that was super funny. If he actually comments on it, some people just like randomly, sporadically, just type Zim in the chat and see whoever like respond to it. Just Zim.
Well,
It can't be me. Like I
but-
can't do it because they'll be like, oh, it's obviously it's Zimzilla. But like, no, if it's just
Zim
random
or
people-
Gojin, because he seemed even more upset about my video when he watched your stream.
Oh,
Yeah, well, that's the
yeah.
thing is that he would
Also
have to.
spam my name because I covered his Nosferatu takes as well. So. He knows that I did him too.
yeah.
We all took our turns with him. One could say.
Gross.
Talk about a Zim invasion. Call him Invader Zim.
Yeah.
I like the sound of that.
Literally.
God.
Yeah.
But anyway, shall we get to the first video?
Yeah, we should be able to.
Review.
So this is already up.
This is a warm-up, just like when I'm going in on Zim's mother before Minecraft's.
It's really funny because he wouldn't be able to take her.
Joey, for real, don't touch my mom.
That's fine.
What's it called, Joey? You wouldn't even be able to handle her.
Well,
But let's see how this looks, because I'm actually doing it like this, where I'm streaming it via Google Chrome. So,
I'm Jack in Tunes.
Also,
Blocker, yeah.
huh? What was that?
Why don't you have a fucking ad blocker?
Because I'm poor.
No, I'm the only poor one here.
Well, Joey, you're from Ohio. That goes hand in hand.
The death of subjectivity. Oh, no.
You can't get mad at me, Blackarooni. I'm the one, not the one sharing my screen. I'm using a phone due to my computer's broke.
Oof.
So am I using Google Chrome? Well, yeah, that's the thing is that like I can switch, but the reason why I'm using Chrome is because the extensions you can use with Chrome and StreamYard makes it easier for me to switch between the
Bruh,
backstage and the video,
You
and
can
it
use
allows me
Chrome-
to do it that way.
You can use Chrome extensions on Brave. I'm doing that right now.
Oh, really? Can you?
Yeah.
DM me Brave, and I'll probably use it for future streams in that case.
I'm reading this title already. It's like as if subjectivity or objectivity, like those concepts, like they weren't invented like until like some point late in the human existence. It's like, God, what is this?
Criticism has been a thing for a long time. Why do you think people have been fighting over various different
Since the
stories?
dawn of man.
Toku Punk said, I thought this was going to be at 6. It was, but Zim decided it would be at 5, so it's like we pushed it to 5:30 instead. So, yeah. And I will say this, here's my philosophy. I think if something can be debated, there's a balance. That means there must inherently be a balance of subjectivity and objectivity in for that debate to exist. Because if it's just like a 100% provable fact that you can 100% know, you wouldn't need to debate it. But if it's completely subjective, you can't debate it because it's just all about individual feelings that cannot be disputed or changed. There has to be like some type of balance in order for it to be discussed. And I think many people forget that there's a spectrum.
Joey, Grug says his stick better than Doug, therefore Grug's stick objectively better. That's The first great subjectivity objectivity debate. It was Grug and Doug fighting over shtick.
I was about to say,
No,
I'll be
stick
honest.
big.
I'll
Me
be
shtick
honest.
bigger.
My
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. There's some people in the world who need to shut the fuck up and not be able to talk because they're fucking morons.
I will say this: I've watched both of these videos before because he does one on the Death of Subjectivity and the one on Objectivity, and I'm curious to see what everyone says when we all look at them together.
Yeah,
But
I mean, I have my own philosophy with I have my own philosophy with subjectivity and objectivity, but I'll probably get to that on another point, like later. So.
yeah.
All right.
All right, so we ready, guys?
Yep.
Yeah.
And
Really like your
even though it's
mom,
not my channel, we'll do it at 1.5 times speed because YouTubers on speed.
I'm ready
Yeah.
just like your mom was last night before I did her from behind.
Again, you want to be able to take her. She'd destroy you.
Is she into
talking about art turned into
BDSM?
trying to win an argument. It's not enough just to like something anymore. You've got to be able to defend it in a courtroom debate on X or Discord or whatever other social platform. Oh, you liked that game? Cue a cross-examination about frame rates, lore continuity, and whether the studio tweeted something weird or not in 2016. The internet turned media into a courtroom discussion,
Okay, pause
and the
it.
goal isn't to connect it.
It's only been 24
Okay,
minutes.
here's the thing. Look, here's the thing. While that last one is an objective thing that's occurred, you know, the weird thing that was tweeted back in 2016, it's pretty irrelevant to the quality of something. That's why even with objectivity, sometimes you have to specify what you mean by that as the general understanding by how it's crafted. Sometimes people will bring up things completely separate from that, which causes things to get confusing. Yeah, if the studio tweeted something weird, that's exactly weird. The action can be criticized, but if you're letting it bother you, you're being biased from an outside source, which is super subjective in of itself. And before some retard from the future is like, ha, Gojin, you're a hypocrite. You use interviews and stuff to form your arguments. That is irrelevant because what I cite actually relates to the work and can lead to a better objective understanding of what I'm talking about. Sure, the guy who made Rurouni Kenshin is a disgusting pedophile who deserves the absolute worst. However, pedophilia has nothing to do with the brand, and anybody who brings it up are using a fallacy.
I will forever point to the works of Howard Phillips Lovecraft
Yeah.
as the prime example. In fact, we actually had this
Give me one
exact
sec. I just
discussion.
realized
By
my
we,
thing
I
is
mean
dead.
me and my classmates in high school, not high school, in college. In my history of art class, we were talking about like one specific work of art and whether or not it should be forgotten or its history should be forgotten. I responded no, because for an equivalent example, the works of Howard Phillips Lovecraft. Lovecraft himself was one of the most influential authors in terms of science fiction, whether it be directly or indirectly. The man was also notoriously racist, even for the time. Like, there
That's
is no getting around
kind of
that.
a misnomer, especially if you actually look at his, like, if you look at all of Lovecraft's like letters and stuff, since the man was also a prolific letter writer, people like to play that up specifically because they realize they have to talk about Lovecraft's racism rather than actually being like, wow, he actually was really, really racist for the time.
Yeah.
By the way, you guys can hear me, right? Because
I can hear you fine, yeah.
But yeah,
Okay.
All here is
yeah, we can hear you. But yeah, I'd still stand by that point.
Kaiju Dot said, "Who the hell is Howard Phillip?" That was Lovecraft's real name, Howard Philip Lovecraft.
I was about to make a joke being Howard and Philip are bootleg Terrence and Philip from Mexico.
No, Howard Phillip is the American version of Terrence and Phillip.
I was going to say the Hispanic, but that works too.
Blackarooni said, "I love Lovecraft's cat."
Oh boy.
Oh God.
Oh boy.
I've heard a lot of people talking about the cat, but I don't know the story behind the cat.
I will tell you later when you're older.
Hey, Toku Puck.
Hi.
What up?
Oh,
But
What
do
up?
we want to keep going or
Let's continue.
Yeah, let's continue.
I'm in. Oh, hello.
Now I can use someone else as my punching bag besides everyone else.
so you finally find
No!
someone who you?
No.
Your Kong
Oh,
Run
this
for your
Your
love,
Kong
your
has
girl has been
arrived.
punching me enough. Life's been pushing me enough in the gut lately. I can take it.
Good. Just like you could take Lupin's dick.
Also,
Yeah,
right now I'm just setting up a profile.
I
Also, right now I'm just setting up a profile pic for when we get to Gramuguila's stream, like a change of profile pic for when we get to Gramuguila's video.
I'm setting up a very nice profile for me.
I'm dead.
Oh,
Let's keep
And you
going,
never
guys.
get your mind out of the gutter, my dude.
Hey, Blackarooni said Gojin referring to his meat as a punching bag. Hey, I beat that shit enough.
Let's keep going, guys.
oh boy.
Oh man, I can already tell this stream is gonna be amazing.
Oh.
Anymore. It's to be right. A new show drops and within 5 minutes, people are already composing 10 Twitter threads on why it's a masterpiece or an insult to humanity. Words like objectively great, undeniably trash, and the ever-mysterious mid get tossed around like they're part of some sacred critic dialect. Like if you use the right language, you win. But chasing that kind of certainty and
another
objectivity
problem.
kills the one thing that makes art meaningful. How it made you feel.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, well, I won't deny sometimes folks can win an argument from shoveling shit, but that's why you analyze what they're saying. When you're going into a debate, you should arrive with the mindset of
Get
three
ready
possible outcomes.
Get ready, boys.
You should arrive with the mindset of three outcomes when you're getting ready to debate. 1, teach the other person something you learned and grow their perspective. 2, gain an understanding for each other and nobody wins or loses. 3, maybe you'll be the one learning. That's the only way to approach in good faith. Though I'll admit, many people just go in with the sole purpose of being proven right, which is very bad faith. But if you're debating that person, just make them look like the idiots they are by laying down the evidence if they don't want to approach you in good faith.
Let's see.
Yeah, no. Like for me, the thing is that the only reason why people take issue with things like objectivity or subjectivity or things like that is because they probably ran into one person who was obnoxious and therefore they dismiss everything else, like essentially throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
Yep. I know, because I used to be like that.
Yeah, it's like here's the thing. If we go, like many people when they talk about objectivity and art, they'll go, "Oh, it's still your opinion" when talking about like someone's conclusion on a work. But here's the thing: we use objectivity to discuss philosophy, politics, and all that, and we consider certain opinions more objective than others in that regard. And someone could go, "But Gojin, those are serious issues. The weight of something is irrelevant to how objective it is. Because guess what? If we're using how serious something is to define how objective something is, the sky's not blue. The sky is whatever you want it to be. 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4. It equals whatever you want it to be. The weight of
the sky's piss yellow, highlighter green.
The weight of how serious something is completely irrelevant.
Yeah.
The thing too to consider is that when you're making statements about media and someone says everything in media or everything in art is subjective, the easiest thing to say is that that's not true. And if someone says no, that is true, then simply state a event that happens within a movie, because from a baseline level, there are objective things that occur within a movie, a logical series of events. And if you are then able to take interviews, behind the scenes footage, or just contextual clues of what you see in the film, you can then come to more objective understandings of a piece of art due to having a greater understanding of it. And
Black already said take a shot every time Gojin says objective and subjective. Well, guess what? You're going to die from this stream. I'm going to be saying that a lot.
That's gonna be fun.
Like, for example, the easiest one would
What
probably
did he say?
me or someone else.
You.
Oh,
What everyone's laughing at.
okay. To rephrase it, then essentially, if someone says everything in art is subjective, especially movies, then just state that, or just state a fact that happens in a movie, because that is something objective that does occur. You cannot objectively say otherwise. But
Agreed.
People
will talk about death of the author because it'll go about how subjective everything is by going, oh, the author's intent doesn't matter. Here's the thing. If you want to look at a work for what it's only what it means to you and not what the intent is, that's fine. I'm not going to stop you. Have fun, consume media your way. But don't be like your view of it is on par with the person who looks at it for what it objectively is. What an art was made to be is what it objectively is. When we analyze statements, for example, some people, like, we can hear someone say something and someone's words can be interpreted differently, but there is an objective meaning that person is trying to get across. Your interpretation is not right. Now, I heard some people say in contrast to this that, oh, but someone's statement isn't art. That's not an argument. Someone's statement, just like art, both your statements and a work come from a person's mind, and it can be interpreted right or wrong.
Or just a better example too, I think everyone's watched The Last Jedi, and during the Praetorian fight in the throne room, you literally see one of the Praetorian's knives just disappear from his hand.
Yes.
You can, like, objectively that happens, and you can also say that, like, they never state anywhere in, like, the behind the scenes or in the novelization that he drops the knife or does anything to remove it from his hands to explain why he doesn't just use it to stab Rey.
Yeah.
And therefore it is an objective error.
Yeah, exactly. It was digitally removed because if it wasn't, then we would be begging the question of why isn't the Praetorian Guard stabbing Rey in the back?
Yeah.
You know what that reminds me of? There's this one fucking episode of The Simpsons where they're like trying to interview Lucy Liu on Xena Princess Warrior, like a bunch of continuity errors on the show. And that reminds me of.
Huh.
Like, another thing to consider too is that if
flawless, that's what I mean.
Like, if there's a objective flaw in something you like, my question is then, because the flaw is pointed out, do you feel the art is lesser in your mind as someone who enjoys it? Because I think that even if there is a flaw, that should never change whether you enjoy something or not, because then the question stops becoming whether you like the piece of media or not, and more, do you enjoy this piece of media because you think it is well constructed? Or do you like media in general because it's well constructed?
Yeah, like, here's the thing. For me, critical analysis actually does more for my enjoyment than it takes away. Granted, there's sometimes a flaw will bother me when I know of it, but a lot of the times when I know a flaw exists, it doesn't have any effect on my enjoyment. I'll just acknowledge it. Like in Doom of the Dark Ages, amazing game. But, like, while Ackman's video was overall not good on Doom of the Dark Ages, he did point out some flaws.
He's the fraud. Let's go.
He did point out some flaws that did change some he did point out some objective flaws I didn't notice at first, like the life sigil. Like, when you have it, you don't get a death animation. You don't feel like you've died before getting revived. However, even knowing this flaw, it doesn't bother me. I know it's there. Meanwhile, when I acknowledge how well crafted something is, there's a great chance I'm gonna just like it even more than I already did.
Yeah, I'm in a similar boat, though. Also, there's a reason things like guilty pleasures or just enjoying a bad film exist. They're like, for me, I think there is necessary. I think the way to put it would be art is always going to be contentious. It always has been. Every single piece of art is going to have its detractors and its admirers, no matter what kind of piece it is. This has been the case since, I would like to say, prehistory, maybe. But like, but for in the discussion of movies, and Rudy asked earlier, someone please ask me why I should care about what other people say in regards to how art makes them feel. Maybe you individually shouldn't, but I think for me, I find the especially in discussion of movies, considering what the film as a medium was made as, interesting in regards to someone. And I think Godzilla Kong the New Empire is a prime example of this, because and I've been thinking recently a lot about the Up from the Depths stream, and specifically how Vic was like bringing his point. The fact that two very different people can come to very different conclusions about the same piece of work. I find it fascinating just how different emotional reactions on movies can be. So
I would say in terms of an analysis structure, you should care why a piece of media affects a person a certain way, because that will then lead you to form better arguments as to why something does or does not work. I think that helps in certain cases. And I also think that it will then help you inform how someone else critiques art, analyzes it, and therefore it can provide more effective dialogue as a result of that. I don't think that necessarily someone needs to emotionally invest when someone says, should I care? You don't have to emotionally invest into the other person in terms of how the art makes them feel, but mechanically understanding why they are invested in something subjectively, I think is important.
Yeah, like for example, something I will say, and again, in the case of Doom: The Dark Ages and Quake, Doom: The Dark Ages is a fantastic game, by the way. I may have pointed out an objective flaw earlier, but play that fucking game. But recently, like, I'll admit, like, this year hasn't been the best for me. There's been a lot going on, some of what you guys know, and hasn't been great. But playing Doom: The Dark Ages and the Quake games just have really lifted my mood, and I do enjoy sharing how it makes me feel, as it just makes life so much easier, and it can also highlight how important escapism is in general. Even though even though me telling you how much fun and how much Quake and Doom has lifted my mood isn't gonna teach you anything, it still can have like value.
I think that generally too, because Minecraft brought it up earlier, that I don't like the term guilty pleasure because it implies that there's something wrong with you liking something. I think that for the most part, there's nothing wrong with anyone liking anything. I think that you should be you should be fine with whatever movies. Oh yeah, except in that case, of course. Thank you.
Yes,
but overall, like, it shouldn't matter. I think it also just has to do with people's general aversion to like authenticity and sincerity nowadays, where if someone does like something that is considered quote unquote bad objectively, then okay, it doesn't really matter. Like, you can still like it regardless.
Why is Blackarooni on his knees? That sounds pretty gay.
Because I'm about to. I have this on the screen. Blackarooni said, I am on my knees. Yeah, that's what you said. That you were on your knees at Zim's house getting ready to suck his cock last night, too.
Joey, I know how much you fantasize about me, but maybe you need to see a therapist for those levels of goonery, my friend.
Hey, I give everyone shit. Like, everyone on this stream.
No, I'm just saying. You think about my nuts a lot. Like, they're never gonna go in your mouth, so don't worry. Like,
yeah, it's too busy. It's too busy. Yeah, you'd have to take it out of blacks first.
That's correct.
Yeah. Yeah, I am correct. You have to take it out of blacks first.
I mean, hey, what's it called? You're the twink here, my friend. Don't worry.
Anyways, before you degenerates start rambling even further, I want to highlight Saito Kuraku's comment. The idea that art is subjective, to me at least, almost screams that most people have zero to no standards. Yes, that said, I would argue there is a subjective, or at least a criteria level to art. For example, the kind of artwork that something is trying to be. I'm not going to say The Lion King is bad. The Lion King 2019 is bad because it doesn't have swear words, because it's not cussing or gory or anything. Whereas I'm not bad remake. It's bad because it's completely because it's a completely hollow and botching mess of a film that, in its own way, soldierizes and sands down the original film to its detriment.
I disagree, Minecraft World. The only curse words that are in The Lion King 2019 are the curse words that someone like me or you would be saying towards the film about like, what have you done?
Me with that version's take on Be Prepared. Why did you do that?
That shit.
Blackarooni said the Lion King doesn't have hot, steamy lesbian lion sex, therefore it's. And you just said I think about sex a lot.
Oh dear. Not another furry. Oh,
Objectively.
no.
Objectively.
Oh, dear.
In my opinion.
Let's keep going, guys.
Yes.
The way we express that isn't through bullet points or comparison charts, it's through subjectivity. Let's be real, objectivity has its place. Great camera work, smart writing, polished mechanics, these are things that we can analyze. But when the entire conversation stops at technically good, it becomes cold, mechanical, and sterile. Saying Elden Ring is a good game is fine, but it tells me nothing about why it mattered to you. The story is strong as a Yelp review, the story stayed with me is a conversation. It's the difference between reading the back of the box and hearing your friend light up as they talk about the weird game that changed how they see the world or themselves. One is information.
I would say, well, actually, I want him to keep going.
And the other is connection. Let's look at someone.
So, in that case, since I was just playing Night Rain 2, and there's a lot of discussion about Night Rain, but I can focus on Elden Ring, at least for my comparison. Night Rain, or Elden Ring, is objectively good for this, and that reason, like he says, bullet points. And because of those reasons, you are then able to have the subjective experience that is so impactful to you. So even if people are saying that subjectivity matters because it's a story and you like sharing the experience, the underlying quality of something and being able to mechanically explain why those things work and allow for those experiences is ultimately, I would say, more valuable because of that. Because if the movie isn't, or the game, the show, the book isn't doing what it is setting out to do, then you aren't going to have the subjective good experience to then share with people. And I think that for a lot of people, they want to have deeper conversations about media. And as a result, there's going to need to be some grounding that occurs so that people can understand why something does or does not work.
I'll let you go, Sea Monster.
Okay. Well, like when this person like asked this, I all I could do is just think in my head, like, what if your subjective experience and the objective sort of like merits or lack thereof in a piece of media, what if those are like intertwined? What if it's like, oh, I absolutely, for example, like I love Nosferatu 2024 because of how excellently done the film is from a writing standpoint and from a technical standpoint, like things that can be measured in, you know, by an objective standard, or even just like.
Okay, I have something to throw in. What happens? The person is talking about something that is terrible in quality. For example, they're talking about the original dub of Dragon Ball Z compared to the saying that they hate the fucking Japanese subversion, but they like the really, really shit dub that is totally inaccurate, and they praise it up and down. And
oh, you have stories about that.
Oh yes, I do.
Stories talking about those people. I don't think you can say it on YouTube though, but it's it's entertaining.
Goji would be kicked off because of me dropping racial slurs.
It's like it's pretty much like this person here on who made this video. What's their name? What's the name of the YouTuber?
His name is Phil Zemeck.
Phil Zemeck. Okay, it's pretty much as if like Phil Zemeck is like saying like we should pretty much like just say the word like, oh, and I like it, you know, just like at the end of like an objective statement, you know, where it's just like, oh, this thing is so, where we talk about like, oh, it's so meticulously and, you know, really well crafted, and how the gameplay mechanics are done, and how it's how the graphics look good, and the story is like, it's like, oh my god, it's like, wow, such fully realized and, you know, just very well intertwined sort of thematics and characters and blah 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 blah. You know, like it's as if, and he was like, yes, but how did it make you feel? Like that's what it just seems like. It's like, why do I have to tell you how it made me feel? These are two different conversations.
Yeah, like here's the thing. Like, I think when it comes to subjectivity and objectivity, I think everybody cares about objectivity to some degree. They might not think about it. They might not be buffs about it as much as us here, but we all care. Everyone cares to some extent. That's why some movies like Godzilla -1, the original trilogy of Star Wars, and all those other pieces of media got so big because they were well crafted. Granted, there's other reasons people like stuff. Like, for example, they might like the aesthetic alone. They might like the atmosphere alone. They might just like the concept. But objectivity is very important because how it's crafted is important to how it plays a role into our enjoyment, into how we connect with it. Like why Quake works, why Quake and Doom work so well. Like, they managed to push boundaries with tech of the time. They're very fast paced. The gun designs are very well detailed and efficient. You have a variety of different enemies that do different things and require different strategies. You have a variety of different soundtracks that convey different emotions, different tones of what Doom is trying to convey. It's well made, and that's why it's considered one of the best games ever made, because it's a objectively well crafted work.
Or like I said, people will have subjective experiences because of a piece of media, and therefore to explain in detail why the subjective experience impacted them the way they did, they will have to explain in objective ways why these details that add up into a whole made them feel a certain way. Because ultimately, if you're coming down to just purely subjective experiences, no one is ever going to relate to another person on the exact same level, because since everyone has had their own subjective experiences, you will have to explain it in some way that can be broken down to another person. Because you're not gonna, if someone says, "Oh, I liked Elden Ring because it made me feel powerful," and you're saying it to another person and they've been nothing but shat on the entire time they've been playing the game because they don't know how to play a Souls game, their experience is not going to be the same at all. They're going to have to explain to that person why they're able to feel powerful by saying, "I was able to collect runes in this way, upgraded as a result like this, by understanding boss movements, playing in a strategic way, I was able to have this subjective experience." Which, and explaining all those things is objective.
I'd actually like to give a personal example here. The original Lion King is a comfort movie for me, and the reason why is because I find the songs to be catchy. I find the animation to just be one of the most pleasant things to look at the film, and I find the story itself to just be an easy but still well crafted watch, but still well crafted, and an easy, simple but still well crafted watch along that I can just pop on whenever I'm feeling dour, upset, or just interested in watching something. Alice,
finish.
Alice, shut up.
Well, a big reason you're able to get that comfort, while you might like the concept and stuff like that alone, a big reason it's able to bring those subjective comfort feelings to you is because The Lion King sets out to be a wholesome movie, and it objectively executes all that very well with the character development, how it tells its story with its wholesome messaging, its positive conclusion. It intends to be a wholesome movie, and it does that by executing its qualities.
As well as what I would say one of the most memorable and genuinely fun to watch Disney villains of all time.
Yeah, and it does that because of its objective qualities.
Jeremy Irons. I really want to meet Jeremy Irons in person.
Jafar's fight me.
Yeah.
And you guys, I was about to say beforehand, when you talk about like experiencing a movie differently could change your view drastically. Imagine like going up to a person, they just watched a movie, right? So how does this movie make you feel? Plot twist, they're blind. They're like, I don't know. I didn't see fucking jack shit. I just heard shit. Like, I didn't see shit.
Yeah, or even better, like, what if you just like ask someone, "So, how did this movie make you feel?" I would just be like, I'm nothing really. Like, I feel like that just came in one ear and out the other, pretty much. Mm-hmm. Like your average MCU movie these days.
Okay, fair enough, Black. Fair enough. It's kind of difficult when you don't have a script, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unlike Video Game Dunkey, whether you agree with him or not, when he talks about a game, it's his voice. You know when he's excited, you know when he's let down, and you know when he's just enjoying himself. That makes his videos stick, not because he's listing features or anything purely observable, but because you're seeing a real human reaction. Now compare that to your standard IGN or GameSpot review. You get the usual graphics, performance, gameplay loop, 7 out of 10 review. All helpful, but completely interchangeable. You could replace the reviewer with a robot that read the press release for a game, or a GameFAQs article from 2005, and you'd barely notice. This also extends into content creators. Moistcritical, who I genuinely like, sometimes falls into the safe opinion territory. His moist meter often sounds like he's trying to average out
wait.
instead of just saying how he felt. And when a review is shaped by consensus instead of experience, it turns into noise. And when a critic's voice is rooted in what he thinks the public will agree with, he's not a critic, he's a thermometer. Subjectivity.
I was gonna say, especially with Dunkey has taken an issue, especially when people like call him out for things that are clearly wrong in his reviews. He gets really anal about it. So like Dunkey is a really bad comparison. But like I would say that it's an unfair comparison to compare Dunkey to someone like compared to like IGN. A more fair comparison would be comparing him to comparing Dunkey's Elden Ring video to a Elden Ring or a Souls content creator's review on Elden Ring, because as a result, the person who's more of a Souls player will probably be more biased, truthfully, because they are Souls fans. Possibly they may hate Elden Ring because of this, that, or whatever reason, but ultimately because they are more experienced with the game, even if they are less entertaining, they may provide better information than what Dunkey can provide. Dunkey may have like flashier edits, things like that, but that doesn't necessarily mean that his opinion or even the product that he puts out is necessarily better.
It'd be like watching a video of a Boomer Shooter reviewed by Civi11, and then having that same game reviewed by some random ass gaming YouTuber who doesn't touch Boomer Shooters that much.
Or it'd be like watching a review on Godzilla -1 by a movie fan.
Exactly.
And then watching another one watching OmniViewer's, and then watching OmniViewer's spoiler-free review or spoiler-filled review.
Exactly.
One of them is far more experienced with the material. The other one is a movie fan.
Movie fan.
Yeah.
Look. I had to.
But something I will say, as a fan of Charlie, aka Moistcritical, he's not the biggest critical thinker when it comes to reviewers. But a big appeal of his content is he's just some guy giving his impressions. And honestly, if he is trying to parrot, and honestly, even if he is trying to parrot the general consensus, that's not looking at the art through a critical lens at all. In fact, it's the opposite. When people bring up the stats and shit on and shit in a debate about the quality, they're using an appeal to authority tactic. So I don't think this was a great example. I can see why you believe he's not giving his true opinions, but it doesn't have a place in this discussion.
I probably would believe Moistcritical, is pretty much more honest about his perspectives than someone on IGN, IGN is essentially like a company that could just shill a product and only would shill something, and when they actually review it, they don't want to be too harsh towards reviewing it because that's how they want to get paid. Moistcritical is a guy on his own accord. Now, granted, I'm not super familiar with his content. Like, I'm not like super like dived right into him all that much. But I mean, I've seen some of his stuff. But I get the impression he's a little more authentic than something like IGN.
Yeah, like it's a really weird comparison to make, to compare Dunkey to IGN. And even then, the people who do stuff for IGN are very subjective with their comparisons as well. Like, I think everyone remembers their Oros Pokemon reviews, like the too much water meme, or was it Dean? It was Dean Takahashi that worked for IGN with the Cuphead issues with the tutorial.
Oh yes, yeah, that.
Or
I haven't seen that in years. Damn.
Sonic Unleashed review that was
the Silent Hill review. That was a laugh.
I've never seen. Oh, Alien Isolation. That one's a classic. That one's so bad.
That was a shit review. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I remember when that video dropped.
We could bring up a lot. We could bring up a lot of examples for IGN specifically. Those guys are
hacks.
I
Can't
could
spell
see myself
figuring
doing a
without
whole.
IGN.
But yeah, no, that's the best term to find.
I could see myself doing a whole stream just covering like shit IGN takes on whatever media that I've covered as of late.
A tier list of the stupidest shit they've ever done or said.
Alice, no.
That sounds like a fun video.
Let me just respond to Alice. Minecraft World, you find Nihilist attractive. That's why you like the Lion King, you furry. Who the fuck is Nolan? Are you referring to Nala?
Funny.
Are you referring to
That's
Nala?
funny.
If so, not my type.
We have two furries in here. We have two furries, Minecraft World and Toku Punk. Let's go!
Oh, no! No, that's Trevor. That's Trevor.
Trevor's not in here, bud, so we don't have three furries.
Oh, no.
There's always going to be two, though. There's always two. No more, no less.
No, but Alice, if you're referring to Nala, not my type. I genuinely love The Lion King, like the original movie, and that just makes the remake sting.
You're into Amy from Sonic the Hedgehog. That's why.
Bruh.
Thank you. Have a good one. Have a good one, dude.
Take care, driver.
All right, ready?
Blackarooni said Minecraft World. I'm sorry.
No need to apologize. I've had shit taste since day one.
Let's keep going, guys.
Shit taste. You eat shit? That's disgusting.
Everyone eats shit.
Is what makes it awesome to love things that aren't conventionally good. Take Hazbin
Hotel. Mozart?
It is, by all means, objectively bad. It's messy, some of the jokes land like a brick through drywall, and the pacing can feel like the show is trying to set a land speed record. But it has soul. The world pops, the music is alive, the animation is beautiful, and the characters have personality. And there's an energy to it that doesn't feel like anything else. That kind of weird, chaotic charm sticks with me. It's not about being flawless. It's about being alive.
Okay, pause it.
Yeah, I was about to say, like...
He contradicts himself. He says it's objectively bad, but then he mentions good traits that are objective. I don't know what to tell you, buddy, but you literally cited traits of positivity for why you like it. Sure, it might not be a well-written show, but if you're meaning to make an example of something that's bad but entertaining, mentioning technical aspects like the music and animation contradicts your points. Those two elements you brought up highlighted why objectivity is important, because it's part of the experience. Even people who don't think about it that much do care to some degree. I do agree something doesn't have to be good to be enjoyed. Sometimes the aesthetic can be enough. Sometimes you can just like the style and energy. Sometimes you can just be nostalgic for it, or maybe why you like it can't be put into words, which is fine. This can also apply to negativity, of course, which in that case, that's where things get problematic, because people think because they don't vibe with something or the work isn't their cup of tea, that it's the movie, show, or video game's fault, when really you should just move on and turn on a piece of media that does scratch that itch you're looking for.
Another thing I was thinking of is that he sets up a false dichotomy by saying that Hazbin Hotel is objectively bad, proceeds to not really explain in too much detail how these things are objectively bad. And if someone were to actually look at every single claim that he makes and have watched the show in its entirety, they could probably point out the claims as not being completely true, which would then defeat the point of him saying that it's objectively bad. But then he sets it up by saying that the subjective things are that it has soul and stuff like that, which I don't really understand either.
Okay, Blackarooni said, okay, Gojin, to play devil's advocate, how do you measure heart objectivity? I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about, he mentioned music and animation being good when those are objective traits. Heart, that added to his point of his subjectivity, because that cannot be objectively measured. But he mentioned music and animation. Those are objective things.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I think I know why he said he didn't like the show. He didn't want to be seen like a giant faggot to all.
I was also gonna say
Wow.
I'm not a big fan of Hazbin Hotel. I think there's a lot of things wrong with the show. But yeah, there's a lot that you could objectively say that, at least from a technical standpoint, are very well made.
Yeah, but if you're looking to talk about it being not well made, but you enjoy it, it really doesn't make sense to mention those qualities in a conversation, in an example of it being something that you can enjoy, because you just mentioned stuff that it does right.
Another thing to consider too is that he's like saying like, oh, the show has heart. A show can objectively be good and have heart as well. Like it's almost like he's saying that like a film, show, anything, whatever, that to someone that could be quote unquote objectively good wouldn't necessarily have heart, which I think comes into play when a lot of people have issues with like the idea of objectivity, because they assume that if everyone had objective opinions about things that there would be no like artistic variation, which isn't true, because there are proper examples to criticize something against and there's improper examples to criticize something against, and as a result, when you compare things within the proper context and against things that are good for comparisons, that's where you come to objective criticisms.
Yeah, and even then, these people, you don't hear these people like say like, "Oh, Jurassic Park" or something like that is pretty much just as good as The Room because objectivity is not that big a deal. It's like, well, no.
Or like Jurassic Park is just as good as Jurassic World Dominion. Like most people on their face who are like subjective folks probably wouldn't say that, or even in the Godzilla community, where there are many people who say like objectivity doesn't matter, isn't really real. But if you compare a Godzilla movie they like against a Godzilla movie they don't like, then there's like, well, what about this? What about that? It almost feels like it's less about actual objectivity and subjectivity and more about the ability that saying everything subjective has as a shield from criticism of their sacred cows.
Yeah, and Kaijimot said, I'd say you might be able to measure heart by how well crafted a certain aspect of art is. Yeah, I'd agree with that, but again, in that case, if in the discussion he's using it in, he's saying Hazbin Hotel is a poorly crafted show. So it's like if that's how he's using the term heart, then again, he made a poor example.
Yeah, and even then, like saying something has heart, it's like it's not really all that. It's a very, how do I even put it? It's like it's not very concrete, the most concrete of like concepts to measure in terms of like how something is done to determine whether or not something was good, or was able to pull it off. Like it doesn't like say like, oh, this movie is well crafted or it's good because it's got heart. It's like, well, okay, what exactly does that mean really? Like if you were to say this movie's good because it has like really top-notch writing, essentially. Like it had like the people who crafted it, they really put some thought into how they were going to have the movie shot, and they put thought into how the script was going to be done. Like for example, Everything Everywhere All at Once, or Godzilla -1, or or Nosferatu. There's just to name a couple examples, or Jurassic Park, the original. Like they pretty much had an idea, and they pretty much had the gumption, the talent to pull it off, and they did it. And it's like, you don't have to like say like, oh, this film has hearts, therefore good. It's like,
yeah. Oh, and Black, you're gonna hate me for this, cause I like to suck on my girl's subjectivities. Here's the thing. Here's how I read this at first. I'm dyslexic. I read this as I like to suck on my cat's subjectivity.
Wait,
no!
Why did you do that?
Joey!
That's what my mind read at first.
No! Oh, you didn't have to say that,
That's how I read it at first.
You really didn't.
You know what? Here's my opinion. Keep that shit to yourself.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, this podcast is chaotic.
In there.
This podcast is chaotic. You hear every foul word that comes to my mind here.
Now that we can. That we're able to say.
Xenodrome said, I've actually heard a YouTuber say The Godfather and The Room aren't that different because objectivity doesn't exist. This is okay. Here's on one hand, I'll give him credit for consistency because something people do with the whole objectivity and subjectivity thing, they'll say objectivity doesn't exist, but we'll call movies like The Room so bad it's good. So credit there, but still, that is a dumb fucking take, and that is why I do not like that discussion.
Zeno, could you find and link the video in like Zim's Discord? Because I'm genuinely curious.
Yes.
He wouldn't have bombed that guy. Anywho, I'm gonna dip. I'm fucking tired, man.
Sleep well, man.
Just, keep your pants wet, your dreams moist, kiddos.
Goodbye, Canadian man.
Wait, he's Canadian?
Yeah.
Blackarooni said, you misread my joke, you ruined it, and I'm leaving.
You ruined it.
Come on here, man!
Get the hell out of here, dude!
Soiled it!
You want to take Goja's head off? Do it in person.
Aren't
Black? You just gotta be like your namesake. Go over to him, pull it out, and have him take it like a man.
No. Go to Toku Punk's house, and when you do it, once Toku Punk hears you at the door being like, "Hey, I'm looking for your son Toku," Toku would just be in bed under his blanket going, "No, oh no."
No. He would not do that. No. I got protection. I got stuff that I don't know if I should say.
STDs confirmed. No. Toku Punk has STDs.
No. I was gonna say I got some rubs somewhere, but nah.
Got the whole rubber
going, gents.
One of the most lovingly crafted indie games of all time. Also one of the most unfairly judged. Not because of the game itself, but because of the fan base. People dismissed it because of memes, cringy fans, or awkward convention moments. Yeah. Like you're supposed to evaluate a game based on its Tumblr presence. But none of that changes what Undertale actually is. An emotionally layered, mechanically inventive game that did more with a 2D RPG format than most AAA studios do with a multi-million-dollar budget. If anything,
okay, pause it again.
Wait, let him go through his points real quick.
Than most AAA studios do with a multi-million-dollar budget. If anything, the passionate fan base just proves how much it resonated with people. When you filter every game through...
Okay, here's the thing. Again, this doesn't have place in this video. Yeah, those criticizing Undertale for the community aren't examining Undertale itself. This point only makes subjective viewing look worse because you're bringing up how it's criticized for something not within its control. If these people were being fair, they'd put aside their beef with the fans and they'd think about the content in the game and about the point it's trying to serve.
Yeah, like it's a total non sequitur because he's saying, "Oh, people are saying that Undertale is bad because of the fans." Okay, if you were to then like present, even though again this would also be, it would be a bad argument as well because it'd be extremely anecdotal. But if someone was to say Undertale is objectively bad, the fans are cringy. I've had terrible convention moments, and all the cringy shipping AU stuff is also bad. That would therefore be a bad argument. That would still also not be an objective argument. That would also be like someone making a poor argument from a point of subjectivity. Like, yeah, exactly. The entire point is a non sequitur.
Yeah, exactly. Because again, like Five Nights at Freddy's, for example, little kids in its cringy community. Its community made me almost hate Five Nights at Freddy's for a while, and I don't know if I'd even be able to enjoy it now because of how awful the community is. But it is objectively a well-made game for the small, extremely limited resources Scott had.
Yeah.
It's like saying like, I can't watch LA Confidential or Usual Suspects anymore because Kevin Spacey is in them. It's like, well, that's not the movie's fault though. Like, it's mainly they have like they didn't know, like the movies had nothing to do with Kevin Spacey being who he is.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what happened with Kevin Spacey?
Predator.
Predator.
You didn't know about what happened with Kevin Spacey?
I really wish, and I hope someone does a stream clip of that where it's like Minecraft's like, wait, what happened to Captain Spacey? Captain Spacey, Kevin Spacey, and a picture of the Predator just appears on screen, and then it goes like it's a different Predator when I and C say it's like the first Predator, the super Predator.
Yeah. I mean, like, yeah. It's like you got Predator versus Predator, and just like you got the Yautja who's scared of Kevin Spacey, who's like, no.
Well, no, if a Predator fights Kevin Spacey, then it is literally an alien versus a Predator.
There it is. Awesome.
Okay, Xenodrum said, everyone who makes videos like this always do it as a preemptive setup before they get ready to make a video about their most retarded opinions. Yeah.
Well, no, here's the other thing too, is that one, it's preemptive, not preemptive, Joey.
Can I say preemptive?
You said preemptive.
Okay, well here's the thing. I'm talking very fast, and that's not the only word I mispronounced during this whole stream, because I'm talking very fast and I'm trying to get shit.
That's Joey, that's not the reason. You're just dumb.
Fuck you.
You thought word girl was called cat. Okay, come on.
That's dyslexic problem. Because my mind read like cat's titties.
They'd be very upset right now. Let's keep going.
Through the lens of, is it cool to like, or will I get flamed for this online? You're not playing the game anymore, you're playing it safe. And here's the real problem. Once you get into that headspace, it starts bleeding into how you consume media. You don't just sit down and watch a movie, you're already writing the letterboxd review in your head before the second act. You don't just play a game, you're tracking dialogue and performance and pacing, mentally scoring it like a bad reality show judge. I'm guilty of this. I've watched things purely to form an opinion on them, gone into shows not with curiosity or intrigue, but with a checklist. I stopped asking, did I enjoy this, and started asking, can I defend my take on this in a comment section? And surprise, it sucked the joy out of everything. What snapped me out of it wasn't some high-minded media theory or 6-hour YouTube video essay. It's actually a Minecraft world. We all get the 2-week Minecraft.
I was getting like, the one problem with this too is that like, if you as a reviewer, a person, anything, are going into a piece of media with the idea that you are gonna have to probably defend it from other people online, then you should honestly take a social media or an internet detox and just get offline, do what you need to do in your real life, and then you can go back to the internet. Because as someone who very much values objective analysis, my thought isn't that I'm going to have to defend this from people online 24/7, even for things I like that I know people in my spheres don't like.
Yeah, exactly. Like that. Who's that going?
See.
Okay, so can you fix that?
I have to refresh. Hold on, this does that. Give me a second.
Okay. But something I will say, that really depends on who you ask. Personally, I love looking to understand what I consume. I don't always go out of my way to deep dive and shit when I'm not working on a video or whatnot, but it can be a great tool to understand media you originally didn't and make you appreciate the work a lot more. On my first viewing, I didn't like how we didn't see the fight between the 3 writers at the end of Amazon Season 2. But after having an educated perspective brought my way, I've come to like it. It wasn't about the spectacle. It was about the tragedy of Jin Takayama having to kill his own flesh and blood, which was the last he had. After finding out something is a flaw, doesn't instantly kill the joy, as I already said. I can smile at what's essentially soulless fan service, like Godzilla x Kong: The New Empire in many ways. I just have the maturity to point out it doesn't work in a functional sense.
Yeah. Whereas for me, I would say I'm kind of the opposite. To use Shin Godzilla as an example, Hideaki Anno stated, and this is according to Big Action Bill's video, Hideaki Anno stated that he deliberately did not want to focus on a lot of the civilian casualties, and to me that feels like a detriment because in comparison to something like the original Gojira, which did go as far as to do just that and was able to take and was willing to take backlash for it, which it did receive, that to me makes Shin come across as somewhat safe and to its detriment. that makes it feel like Anno's holding back, kind of held the film back thematically, especially in comparison to, again, Gojira and other kaiju movies both before and after.
So I watched that Big Action Build video. I think what Anno was saying wasn't to really play it safe, but more so he thought it would be more appropriate that you'd be following politicians in the case of how the film's literally about politicians fucking up and not thinking clearly.
I would still stand by my argument because I keep saying this, Project Nemesis did it better. They're pretty much the exact same story from the exact same perspective, and yet I would still argue Project Nemesis was able to make the story work. Albeit, yes, they're both different mediums, so I would have to contest that, but even then, Project Nemesis was still able to make the civilian casualty angle work by, one, having civilian focused scene sequences, and two, having two civilians be prominent in the story, something that I feel like holds Shin back a lot.
Blackarooni said, don't we see the actual destruction itself, and it's implied that these people are in the rubble? Yeah, we do. I don't think that people need to be lead characters, personally. I think a lot of the time, like, we see people, like, getting crushed by Godzilla's buildings, people in the middle of the destruction, and things of that nature. I think that's enough, especially since for what the story Shin Godzilla is trying to tell is a almost documentary-like approach to the politician angle, which, again, when you compare that to Gojira, where politicians wasn't as much of a focus with the themes it was trying to tackle, I think it was appropriate, personally, to focus on them. I think that's a vision sort of thing. Like, that was the story Anno wanted to tell, and the aesthetic he was trying to get across. Like, for example, both films, even the original has like a documentary approach, but the original Gojira was more like an examination of those in the middle of post-war Japan, and of course the nuclear bomb, while Shin Godzilla was more of an examination of the government, how the government handled it, the government failing to make a good idea for how to handle the tsunamis and nuclear issues. And of course, putting in between that was the younger misfit cast who wanted to lead a better future for Japan. So Anna, I think that is a story, a type of vision thing, more than doing it better.
I mean, I get that that's the vision they was going. Like, and if Anna were to say that, I would just be like, hey, that's cool that that's your vision, that's what you had in mind for your vision but the story and characters are still shit though. So
we'll have a Shin Godzilla debate one day. We're gonna have one.
Wait.
Soon, very soon.
And one more thing. Blackarooni said, I'd say the implication of civilian casualty is just as terrifying. Don't show the horror. I'd agree with that, especially since it is very Lovecraft inspired, and that's kind of like, I've been listening to a lot of Lovecraft books recently, and that is a big thing of his stories.
Yeah.
Or 6-hour YouTube video essay. It's actually a Minecraft one. We all get the 2-week Minecraft phase, and it just so happened to strike me a couple months ago, and I made a new world. This time, though, I went in with 0 plans, no Pinterest board, and no YouTube tutorials. Just me and the game. I built pixel art and towers out of blocks I don't normally use, and roller coasters with no practical use. But I loved it. It wasn't pretty, it wasn't impressive, but it was mine, and for the first time in forever, I was coming home excited to play Minecraft. I wasn't just making something to show off. I was making something just because I wanted to. That's subjectivity. That's the spark. So here's a challenge for you.
So another problem with this too, again, another non sequitur, because of the objective quality that Minecraft has, you are then able to have the wonderful experience that you were able to have in this case. So this is something else that also helps the point about objectivity, because was Minecraft not made in the way that it was, then you probably wouldn't have that same magical experience, and therefore you subjectively wouldn't have a good time. Objectively, you wouldn't think the game's that good. So once again, objective quality lays the foundation for people to have the magical subjective experiences that people and the guy in this video is saying are so valuable.
Yeah,
I think it's a compliment.
Yeah, and I mean, if you prefer consuming media by face value, I won't stop you. In fact, keep doing what works for you, bro. But it's disingenuous to act like objectivity can't spark subjective feelings when that's why it's fucking important. Because that's a part of our subjective enjoyment that can't actually be measured. It just depends on who you ask, and many of us are passionate about the crafting of art and how interested we and how our interest. Oh fuck, my brain's blowing up. About the crafting of art and how our interest in diving deep about it, especially since it can be helpful when recommending, as there's stuff to actually point to, opposed to being like, okay, I like this, you should watch it. Don't get me wrong, that person's reaction is always gonna be up in the air, but you can get more of an idea of how they see it if you've got reasons that exist outside of your feelings.
Also, Zim, I want to say thank you for the compliment.
I will pimp slap you. Do not test me, boy. Maybe an open hand, because that sounded like you were going to enjoy that one.
Xenodrum said, I subjectively like Apocalypse now because it's objectively good. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's a lot of things that I originally didn't care for that I like a lot more after looking at it from a technical standpoint.
Mm-hmm. Any other things anyone wants to say before we just finish this one off and move on to the next video?
Not really.
Alrighty.
One more thing. Alice said, see ya, you're wrong about versus Geigen, and you need to go fuck yourself for that.
Ooh.
What?
That was getting feisty.
Well,
Yeah.
wait, who is that for?
Sea Monster.
Where did I say about versus Geigen?
Oh, wait. Oh, no, bro. It's like feeling an attack. It's like, wait, I didn't do anything.
He's ready to fight. He's loading his guns.
Versus Geigen isn't good, but where did I say that here?
You just confirmed what he was saying. You affirmed his point.
What's it called? I was watching another video where this was like, I will not take
I never mentioned Godzilla versus Geigen in this stream. Where?
Yeah, no, he's talking about any other place. What's it called? This is a run back of epic proportions right here.
I'm bringing it up now because you brought up the chat.
Oh, a glorious run back, my friend.
Because I wanted to. That's subjectivity. That's the spark. So here's a challenge for you. Next time you experience a piece of media, try not to reach for the safest take or even a take at all. Don't ask what you're supposed to say. Ask what it meant to you. Did it move you? Did it surprise you? Did it make you smile? That's enough. That's everything. You don't have to win the argument, you just have to be real. And if that means loving something dumb or ignoring a flaw, great! That's what keeps media alive. People bringing their weird, messy, passionate, authentic selves to the table. Subjectivity matters. Let it. Thank you so much for watching.
I mean, that's why we like Vic. So
Subjectively,
yeah,
this video brought me deep pain.
I thought we liked Vic because he pisses off Blackarooni.
Well, that too, yeah.
That's one reason. He pisses off Rooney and Zim, but also he's just fun.
He is.
Love you, Vic.
Yeah.
All right, let me start the next one up. The Death of Objectivity. Understanding matters.
Wait. Blackarooni said, "Stop telling me to feel stuff when I don't feel stuff, you moron." Is that what you said when Zim put his hand in your pants? Is that what you said when Zim put his hand in your pants?
I don't care in the military.
Yeah, it's like one of those things where it's like you can feel something that still doesn't impact any of the quality of the film itself.
Yeah, you could feel something, you could not feel something. That doesn't. Yeah, it's really it's separate conversation from the craft.
Xenodrum said, "I love Mega." Let me read it because my glasses are blurry. Megaopolis. I read that right? Because my glasses are blurry right now.
Yes.
No one's saying. I was about to say no one's saying anything, so we completely gaslight him into thinking he's just saying anything wrong.
But my opinions don't mean dick if I can't prove why it's good.
Like
yeah, exactly.
I think another thing is that people. It would be a nice trend if people were big on objective criticism, reviewed things that they personally did not like, but explained how they were still objectively good films. Like, I'm not super big on gangster films or mafia films, and The Godfather is a really good film. I just I don't really feel too much about it.
It insists upon itself, Zim. You can admit that.
It insists upon itself.
Yeah, I mean,
Brad said nerds. Yep.
Here's the thing. I actually like more gangster films and mafia films than probably Zim does, but yeah, I am kind of like that with The Godfather. I recognize that it's a really well-made film in a lot of areas, but it just didn't connect with me, And
or Citizen Kane. I think Citizen Kane's a good film. I don't particularly like it all that much.
Me with Napoleon Dynamite, I recognize its quality. I recognize a lot of its attributes. I just find the
Napoleon Dynamite's a masterpiece. What are you talking about?
Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, The Sopranos. I think The Sopranos is good. I think The Sopranos is really good. I don't it doesn't hit me the same way it's hit so many other people when it comes to saying how amazing it is. I think Deadwood's better than The Sopranos, but Sopranos is still a very well-made show.
Yeah, and here's the thing, in terms of objectivity, oh shit, I said it again. Xenodrum's gonna have a not Xenodrum. Blackarooni's gonna have a fucking spasm. But when it comes to stuff like this, I don't like The Wizard of Oz. I don't really like musicals in general. They're just not for me. Wizard of Oz is a great movie. It did a lot of stuff very impressive for 1930s. Being in color alone was already impressive, but it had this really wonderful creative world with all these colors and details, with these so many different costumes and makeup that, definitely aged, pushed so much boundaries, and is an amazingly made film, but I just don't like it. I think it makes me cringe. Now, I can't measure why it makes me cringe. It's just not my thing, but for the audience that it's aiming to please, I would 100% recommend Wizard of Oz.
Or another thing too, when it comes to objectivity and subjectivity, objectively, King Kong is a very well-made film, but people who are big on the idea that there's no such thing as objectivity, this is a big one too, where people think that old movies can't be considered objectively good because from an objective standard nowadays, they aren't as technically impressive, which also is a fallacy in and of itself too.
Well, yeah, because here's the thing. It's not about looking real. It's about pushing boundaries with what you got. That's what makes something good. If you want to be fair and all that, you have to take into account the time, the limitations, and all that. And that's why I like Tokusatsu. A big reason I like Toku, there's other reasons, but that's a big reason I love Tokusatsu, is I'd love to see the limitations they have that's below Hollywood and see how they pull off to the best of their abilities. It might not look as real, but there's an aesthetic to it that I like, and I can measure how they pulled something off with such limitations.
Yeah, and there's also the fact that there's people who just don't like those older movies, like the original King Kong or the old Universal monster films, just because they're black and white, which is just I can't get into this because it's not in color. It's why does it have to be though?
That's also interesting. Yeah, that in a way makes subjectivity a worse standpoint to judge anything from, because if you
exactly. I could say I could say back to them, I was I think they look great in black and white because of the fact it adds to the atmosphere of the whole all the thing, all the shades of dark color and what have you, adding to the shadowy environments with Dracula or with the Mummy, Frankenstein, anything like that. It just looked. Those movies look more appealing in black and white than in color, essentially.
Yeah,
and the reason why. Yeah,
I would say another thing too is that you then have to move away from the actual argument or the point that the person's making when they say I can't get into black and white movies for the discussion. You have to move into the meta discussion, which is then asking why can you not get into black and white movies? Because ultimately, if you're just especially if you want to talk about older films, someone just says I can't get into them, then from a subjective standpoint, they're probably not going to watch it. They're probably not going to like it or have really good reasons as to why they don't like something. Subjectivity if pushed to the logical conclusion that most people want it to in these cases nowadays, it stops all discussion because ultimately you're just saying, I like film, I don't like film, crickets, or I like film because of XY reason. I like film because XY reason. Crickets.
Yeah, and here's the thing, it's not very helpful.
And at that point, it just gets us to an Adam Does Movies tier discussion.
Literally.
Yeah.
No, I will say this. I do respect. No, I will say this one more thing I will say. I will say is in terms of Adam, I still don't like his videos, and he got some shit that's unexcusable. But I do respect him acknowledging his style is subjective over someone who just says subjective shit, and then they're like, "Oh, I'm right."
No.
But those people are just as incorrect as...
You snooze, you lose. Looks like you snossed, and you lost. Oh, Xavier Renegade Angel. My second child.
But why is him like those people are just as incorrect as Adam, only unlike Adam, they think they're right.
It's a different kind of snobbery that I dislike because it's like there's a snobbery where it's like I am right regardless of any reason. And then there is, I'm right, but I'm not gonna act like I'm right. Like I'm just above it all. You see, like I'm not trying to tell you guys what to think. I'm just a guy, you know. But then continually makes like super opinionated videos and try to explain if something is good or not.
Yeah. Sorry, it's not a Marvel movie, fucker. God,
I mean, whether it's someone like that or EFAP's take on Godzilla King of the Monsters, it's just like, you know, like regardless of like whichever, whether it's the Adam Does Movies type where they're just like, look, it's just my opinion, my opinion's no better than yours, you know, or vice versa, blah blah blah, or the whole or EFAP having a terrible take on King of the Monsters, you know, like just being
subjectivity fans becoming pure objectivists the moment you say something that they like is bad or just as good as something they don't like.
Yeah.
Let's get into this next one right here as well.
Okay, let me add it to the screen.
Yeah, let's see. You say you wanted to say something before we started this one.
I'm good.
No,
I don't think I.
No, I think I'm good. I think I was about to go on like some tangent there, but never mind. Go ahead.
Okay. I wasn't sure because I didn't want to cut off a train of thought.
People love to argue about media, what's good, what's bad, and what's objective truth. But the idea of objectivity and criticism isn't just complicated, it's been twisted, misunderstood, and in a lot of ways, abandoned. Talking about art now feels less like a conversation and more like a fight over who's right. And that says a lot about where media discourse is headed. So, we need to figure out what objectivity is. To clarify, objectivity is the practice of evaluating or presenting something based on observable facts, measurable data, and verifiable evidence, not on personal feelings, preferences, or opinions. In media discussions,
okay, something I want to say, this isn't anything to do with him, but something about many people misconstrued about the opinions aspect, the absence of opinions in objectivity. So for clarification, I've seen so many people with their heads up their ass, like, see, it's not objective, opinions are subjective. Here's what the definition means. By absence of opinions, it's saying you make a judgment/observation without letting previous opinions cloud it. Opinions don't make objectivity because objectivity is a method that's about aligning with facts while acknowledging subjective limitations. But opinions can still be formed off a foundation. In fact, that's what we all do all the goddamn time. Anything that's not a basic bitch statement by like, I like the color of your mom's asshole is an opinion. Like I can say communism, and racism are bad. This is based off overwhelming evidence, but it's still an opinion. And while most people can agree with it due to the verifiable history, I guarantee everyone holds the degree of how bad they are differently because it has to run through your mind first.
As well as like he brings up that nowadays everything kind of feels like a fight. In a lot of cases, a lot of the people having arguments about media aren't the people talking about objectivity. They're usually a lot of people who are far more on the opinionated side or, oh, everything's just an opinion, bro. But they'll still argue that so-and-so is correct or objective because of this or that reason.
Yeah.
It's just really weird. But
evidence, not on personal feelings, preferences, or opinions. In media discussions, objectivity means assessing elements like technical execution, examples like sound mixing, animation quality, and camera focus, internal consistency, examples like plot holes and continuity errors, and functionality, examples like whether a game crashes or if your controller inputs are lagging. Saying this audio is poorly mixed and the dialogue is hard to hear is an objective observation. Saying I don't like how the scene sounded is a subjective one. Both are valid, but they're different tools used for different parts of the conversation.
Yes, but then also, I want to stop on the actual sentences he says.
I don't like how the scene sounded is a subject.
That on its own is indeed a subjective opinion. But if they say, I don't like how the scene sounded because of these technical reasons, therefore it becomes an objective statement.
Yeah, though sometimes an individual stating this is hard to hear may or may not miss the point. Though I will say this, if someone's saying this scene is hard to hear, that may or may not miss the point depending on the context of the scene. If you want to judge a work fairly, you need to consider what exactly is being conveyed. Like Nier Automata, when you're injured, it's clunky to control, but citing that as a flaw when it's very much the point would be incorrect because the whole point is you're injured, you're damaged, you're not moving properly. But yes, in a general sense, if you have trouble hearing a scene that isn't what's intended / doesn't have a deeper meaning behind it, then yeah, if it's hard to hear, that's a problem.
Anyone else got anything to quickly say?
Not really.
Nope.
Not really.
Joey's kind of saying everything I would wish to. So.
Great minds think alike.
Yeah, I mean, all I can really...
valid, but they're...
We all have the tism, so...
Yeah.
Tis
I mean,
That's why I talk so fast.
Yeah, the only thing that I pretty much would have added is like kind of use an example like Tenet, like a scene from like Tenet as an example where like they're like out in the boats and all that, like the sound mixing in that scene for instance, it's like the dialogue is supposed to be like important, but it's like really hard to hear because the sound mixing was just like ugh.
Yeah, like Ride to Hell Retribution, there's this part where you're riding a motorcycle. The motorcycle's so fucking loud, you can't it's supposed to be a dramatic scene. You and your brother or something are like having this dramatic moment, but the motorcycles are so loud in that fucking game, you can't hear what's being goddamn said.
Yeah, you need to put subtitles on which unless you have it at home, with the Tenet example, like if you were seeing it in a theater and they don't have subtitles on, like some screeners do, I mean, well, they did. I mean, and even then, we're talking about Tenet, which was released during the pandemic anyway. So, so you may not even have had the subtitle the closed captions thing in mind. So it's like, you pretty much may have missed like some information that could have been key to understanding, bits of the plot going forward. Something like that.
Okay. Blackarooni said, Vic, I will intellectually spank you. If there's any Rule 34 artists in the audience, draw that. Draw that and spam their inboxes with it.
Vic will just draw it himself.
Do it.
But moving on.
Do it.
They're different tools used for different parts of the conversation. The confusion starts when people try to use objectivity to make grand sweeping claims about a work's overall value. I've seen some argue that objectivity is just a collection of shared opinions, a group consensus masquerading as a fact. But that's not how it works. Consensus can reflect trends or popular opinion, but objectivity is grounded in evidence, not how many people agree with you. When I say that the animation in Akira is objectively on model, fluid, and technically masterful, that is a fact. You can measure it. You can study it. Whether or not you like that animation style, however, is where subjectivity steps in, and that distinction matters. So, where's the problem? It's in how we talk to each other. In online media spaces, two extremes have risen up. One, people who treat their opinions as objective truth, weaponizing taste and belittling dissent. And two, people who believe that liking something means its flaws don't matter and that any criticism is hate. Before anybody gets mad at me, though, make sure you watch my video on subjectivity because more of my points are clarified and I'm not going to be repeating myself much.
So I want to say, I feel like he's contradicting himself here because he is right. He is correct about saying that, like, going by popularity and all of that is nothing to do with objectivity, but he was basically saying all of that in his last video, like using Moistcritical and all of them as examples.
Like overall I agree with from what he's saying for the most part. I think that consensus, it can be spawned from objective discussion, but objectivity does not mean consensus.
Oh, I know, but I'm saying he's right.
Will say that taste can be essentially blinders on for people when it comes to looking at something objectively. And I think that that's, again, why I think it is important for people who are more focused on objective criticism do look at things they don't particularly like taste-wise and still explain how they are objectively good, because as a result, the conversation will stop being about, oh, everyone is like saying that this is objectively bad because of this that reason. They never talk about anything good, or even the illusion that people who like the idea of objectivity only talk about things that they particularly like.
Oh, I know. I'm saying he's right on that, but I feel like saying that, objectivity is grounded in evidence, not how many people agreed with you. That's objective. I don't want to say it again. That is a factually correct statement, but here's the thing again. Okay, Black, go fuck yourself. Here's the thing. But wasn't in his last video, he was kind of saying it was by using examples of popularity in terms of why subjectivity matters. Like, I think that's a contradiction of his last video, even though he is right this time.
Meaningful conversation. They treat discussion like a battle instead of a dialogue. And when the goal becomes defending or tearing down art at all costs, we lose the nuance that made criticism valuable in the first place. Let's take a step back. Why are people getting so defensive? Because media is inherently personal. Good stories resonate on a deeply human level. They reflect our hopes, our fears, our relationships, and values. In a world that feels more disconnected than ever, it's not surprising that people turn to media as a source of identity and comfort. Fandoms form, friendships are built, and for some, characters feel like family. But when that bond becomes too strong, it can cloud our ability to see critique as anything other than a personal attack. And I've been on both sides of this. Criticizing something and being met with hostility, and being the person who is overly harsh in their delivery. From experience, that's never productive. Criticism should be about the work, not the person who enjoys it. If someone dislikes something you love, it's not a threat, it's a perspective. And yes, the reverse is true as well. If someone loves a work with visible flaws, that doesn't make them ignorant or stupid. Every piece of media is flawed, and everyone is allowed to love flawed things. Being aware of those flaws doesn't make...
Okay, he is right. Everyone has a right to love flawed things. And on one hand, I agree you're allowed to love flawed to even straight up poorly made media. However, I don't like the everything is flawed argument. Yes, it is true, no matter where you go, you'll find minor nitpicks at the very least. And the same goes for positivity. But I've seen so many people try to say all media is on equal scale, and you can rip into essentially everything like Mauler did The Last Jedi. But that's bullshit. I've watched so many deep dive videos that were attempting to shed light on flaws in that way. And I don't know, and guess what? Their criticisms usually miss. They can be misconstrued. A lot of their criticisms are straight up missing the point. So yeah, anybody can make a deep dive on anything, but doesn't mean their deep dive is going to be fair, accurate, and grounded in verifiable facts.
I will forever point to GSTE's Hazy Gamera video. Well, not forever, but like I just pointed to that one because no hate to the guy, but like, wow, you missed a lot of things here.
Yeah, very much. Like Actman's video on Doom the Dark Ages. I like the Actman, and his video wasn't terrible as there was some accurate points in there. But as a whole, he missed many things, like wanting the cosmic realm explained, when the whole point of cosmic horror is it's not fucking explained.
Make your enjoyment any less valid. Now, to illustrate this better, let's look at Hell of a Boss. Objectively, the show has great voice acting on most of its cast, and the use of lighting and framing is incredible. The writing also has a lot of character inconsistencies and holes in it. The public consensus says that Hell of a Boss is a mediocre show, riddled with flaws, and generally has bad writing, but has a lot of potential as well. Subjectively, I like Hell of a Boss. I love Octavia's character arc. I think Stolas is poorly written and a bad person within the story, but is still my favorite character. You see the difference? Those are three separate perspectives: factual analysis, public opinion, and personal feeling, and each has its place. That's the heart of this discussion. Objectivity doesn't invalidate passion, and passion doesn't erase objectivity. The healthiest media discussions happen when we balance both. So how do we move forward? Start by being curious instead of combative. If you feel yourself getting heated, step away. Go outside, touch grass, talk to someone face to face. The internet will still be here when you're ready to come back with a clearer head. And when someone is being unreasonable or cruel, block them, mute them, and walk away. You don't have to win every argument. Sometimes the best response is no response at all. And most importantly, remember, empathy goes a long way. Everyone's carrying something you can't see, and giving grace costs you nothing. If a critique feels personal, ask yourself why. If a conversation gets toxic, disengage. And most of all, don't confuse critique with cruelty or praise with perfection. To wrap all this up, you're allowed to love broken things, and you're allowed to be critical, beautiful ones. Objectivity isn't the enemy of passion, and passion is not a shield from criticism. Media is meant to be discussed, not worshipped or destroyed. So let's stop treating every disagreement like a war and start treating it like an opportunity to learn, connect, and maybe understand each other a little bit better. Be honest, be curious, be kind, and let people like things. Thank you so much for watching.
No, don't let people like things, but I agree. Like, there's very little I disagree with there, but like,
yeah,
overall, almost all the criticisms presented apply way more to the people who are super big on subjectivity than it does for like people who really take and want to consider things objective.
Yeah, because here's the thing. Okay, I said it again. Shut up, Black. Leave me alone. While I still find that video to be flawed, it wasn't that bad and did clear up many things the last one fell short on. I do think he's got a basic understanding for the objectivity and subjectivity conversation, but he's got a lot to learn, I think. There's definitely potential for a better grasp in the future, but it's not something that can be done in 2 to 5 minute videos.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, these sort of conversations about objectivity and subjectivity, they definitely like require those will like require like a whole essay in and of themselves in order to like unpack like the layers to it all, and like to really fully like explore the concepts and like how certain folks out there kind of could potentially misconstrue them,
Yeah. Here's the thing. It's a very deep philosophical conversation, and if it wasn't, like, every single one of our views on how it works is limited, more limited than we think. But the thing is, it's so complicated because it requires longer than that because it is a very complicated discussion, and no matter who we are, we don't understand it as much as we think. But the whole goal is to try to understand it, and that's why there's a debate that's been going on for years of what qualifies as objectivity, rather than objectivity even exists. Or hell, there's people who say subjectivity doesn't even exist. All this shit is very complicated, and that's why there's been so many conversations around it, and everyone you ask is going to have somewhat of a difference. Like, we all agree for the most part on how this discussion works, but I'm sure we all have somewhat differences to our philosophy on it.
The interesting thing is that the video that was talking about the room not being bad came from Jack Saint. I'm just talking about the one thing that's in general for my Discord. That's not surprising that Jack Saint made that video, but that's a non sequitur. Let me share the Italian video.
Why you look so familiar.
Be right back. I need my second dose of coffee. My caffeine's wearing off.
Dun dun dun.
I'm eating pasta right now.
I'm probably going to go eat a burrito after.
And by the way,
that's what I had.
It's actually not just pasta. It's sort of like a pasta hodgepodge mix. It's pasta, scrambled eggs, and ham mix.
And Blackarooni, I'm not leaving. Like, I just have to go for a few. Blackarooni, I'm not leaving. I just have to go for like a few minutes to make a cup of coffee. That's it.
I don't know what to do with pasta and scrambled eggs.
Yeah, no, that's literally just a
Before anyone accuses me of being Italian, my dad made it, and he's German. So no.
And your dad should be ashamed of himself for making pasta.
Scheiße!
Shut the hell up.
Hey, my dad's German too, so I have the right.
Okay, fine. But my dad's a genuinely nice guy.
There's a reason Zim is our local Adolf Hitler.
Adolf
So that's Skipler.
Yeah, Adolf Skipler. Was is los? As you must know, we must understand that Godzilla is public domain in America.
I haven't heard. I don't think we've ever heard from him since. Maybe he is hiding in a bunker somewhere.
Quick, somebody go to Antarctica and check.
No, it's Argentina, dude. Come on.
Hey, why not? Let's check both just in case.
In the meantime, just to fill the dead air, I actually went and saw Ballerina earlier today, the John Wick spinoff.
I was going to ask about something, but that's it is kind of spoilery, so I probably won't be able to ask that. Probably another time.
Generally, how did it go?
It's not great by any stretch, but I had a hell of a good time seeing it. I would say, like, it's a action, really entertaining. Ana de Armas definitely pretty kick ass. I would say she definitely did her stuff pretty well. There's some tisms in the plot, but it's not, but not so much to where it's like catastrophically broken. Really, it's functional. It's just there isn't much to write about. Really,
does it take place after the last John Wick movie?
No, it takes place between 3 and 4.
Okay, interesting.
I mean, if the spoiler is that John Wick is in it, it's not really a spoiler because Like,
but no, he was in all the trailers, so like, I always knew that he was in it.
Yeah, I mean,
Are there any continuity errors?
Mainly just kind of some questions in terms of like without really going into it, like the way sort of John Wick does show up, like he shows up only a couple times in the film, like one at the beginning, and it is kind of during while chapter 3 is happening anyways, so it kind of more or less lines up. And then like the second time he shows up and a bit more prominently, there's kind of like some questions in terms of like how he's able to like get there, mainly pertaining to like the fact that that by this point he's kind of just public enemy number 1 to like the assassin world at that point, like chapter 3, like since the ending of chapter 2 and all the way throughout chapters 3 and 4. So it's just like, so how did he not have any trouble getting to this part of the world? I'd say, there's some questions, and I will say there.
I'm happy that it does take place between 3 and 4 because my big concern was that they essentially spoiled the end of 4 or like confirmed theories about what happened in 4 by him being alive. So
this movie, Ballerina doesn't do anything like that. It's a mid-quel, I guess you could call it that.
Well, I wouldn't even use it's an in-universe. It's an in-universe film. It's a film.
It's a spin-off. Honestly, I'd much rather have these sort of in-universe spin-off type of movies than a John Wick Chapter 5 at this point, because I really don't want them to undo Chapter 4 being like the end, essentially, warts and all with that film for sure. But
honestly, I'd be interested in seeing a film about John Wick's successor, like if they continue following 4.
My problem, I do not want a John Wick successor purely because there is like. I think a lot of people like to say that the John Wick films are mindless action, but I think that I still think the first film's my favorite, but there's such a wonderful underlying tragedy to Wick's character from the first film moving forward that I really don't think you could have a character be his successor. Like, I think following just other characters doing stuff in the Continental but not giving them the same reverence as John Wick.
That's what I mean. Not like someone who like just following other characters and how
not like someone. What Minecraft World means is not so much like a Terry McGinnis to Bruce Wayne's Batman sort of thing, but kind of more like someone who someone who's like someone who's unrelated to John Wick, but they are just kind of like a main character. They could be focused on as a main character in the same world.
I think that like you could do that with a bunch of characters, but like I guess I take issue with the verbiage of being a successor to Wick because I feel that Wick was built up so much in universe that I wouldn't want to see another character have a similar reputation to Wick, because if there's one thing the films taught us, it was that everyone knew who John Wick was. So if there was to ever be another film or like another character to follow outside of like the Ballerina, I wouldn't want there to be another character with that same level of gravitas, because I think only Wick could do that well. And I think if they did, it would diminish Wick as a character, because you just have more and more assassins with these like illustrious titles and reputations that at a certain point it would make Wick feel less like impactful, important.
Yeah, it's like saying like we don't need like a new Iron Man in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, because we just what we just need is like these like the other characters in this universe, that aren't as that don't have as much gravitas as Iron Man, especially post Endgame, to be developed well. Essentially, like you just kind of like we don't need them to be like an immediate successor to him, where it's just like, this character is just as big of a deal as Tony Stark. It's like no one could be as big of a deal as Tony Stark. Come on.
Well, I think
Let's
also
not kid
too, like
ourselves.
another thing is that
that's why Ironheart is rubbing a lot of people the wrong way. Well,
that as
doesn't
well
even
as her
work that
character
way.
is like a literal sociopath too. That's another problem.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Like the entire ethos for her character is that she wanted her teacher to tell her something she couldn't do so that she could do it. As like a small child, it has the like for a child to do that, it just comes across as super odd. Like I understand like the child's a genius, but it feels like something that would be set for like a villain origin story rather than a hero, because it doesn't even feel like they were like being Iron Man for altruistic reasons.
It sounds more like Syndrome than anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
But
yeah.
like even in the case of like superheroes, I think that like I take less issue to that, although there's certain cases where I think it is an issue. But like I think Rhodey would be good as a successor to Iron Man as like War Machine, or taking up the actual mantle of Iron Man.
Or a scroll
going to
pretending to be
fundamentally
Rhodey,
different.
according to Secret
Don't
Invasion.
remind me. Do not remind me. I will slap your nuts.
Wasn't Peter
Here's the thing, I'm trying to pretend it doesn't exist too, but I'm just saying it as a joke,
Wasn't Peter Parker set to be a spiritual successor to Tony in a lot of ways?
Yeah, and then I think that's another problem too, because I think that diminishes Spider-Man's character.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think you could try making it work, though the MCU didn't. No Way Home has problems.
I just think like after Endgame, like Marvel, Disney, or even like Sony to a certain extent, like they have no idea what the fuck to do. They don't know. They really don't.
They plan in quotes, and then like 3 months later, everything's scrapped and they're shuffling movies around.
Just a heads up, Black, since Joey is still AFK, that does mean when you do join, just put it in private chat and Joey should see you, because none of us can grab you and bring you to the front until he's back.
Yeah. You'll be trapped in the Shadow Realm.
You'll be trapped in the Black Realm for a little bit. Well, he'll be surrounded by his fellow Black.
Alice, Avengers Endgame isn't the best crafted film, but
no.
I'm back. Have my coffee.
Okay, perfect. Joey, Black said he's home. It's going to give him 10 minutes. While y'all are doing that, I'm going to step out real quick to get myself a burrito. And
why didn't you get the burrito while I was making coffee, son?
Oh, now
because I didn't want there to be dead air.
Man, okay.
Okay, fair.
We were talking about Ballerina.
I haven't seen it yet, but I'm sure it's good. I have to see the last John Wick film because I love the first three.
Yeah. Ballerina's good. It's not great, but it's I don't know if it'll be your. I doubt it'll be like your favorite entry in the series, but it's good.
All right,
that's good enough for me.
By the way, before we start ripping this motherfucker to shreds
again
for a third time, how many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
I love the young people.
Yeah, no, I'm switching my PFP to Nemesis this time.
Nice.
I have explained I have the context in Zim server. I made a meme about it, and I also I
remember when you first.
And also for those who don't know, but I explained it to Zim servers. You'll know where I'm going with this. Nemesis stops a raping in the original book. If you know about Gramuguila, you know about that.
Yeah.
So I've never seen this video that we're pulling up here, because it's apparently really long. Never had the time. If he mentions Godzilla in this, I'm probably going to threaten to leave the stream. I can't deal with this man's Godzilla takes. I can't.
The second we hear the word kaiju, not even just Godzilla, kaiju, it's done.
I will slap his nuts.
There will be bomb threats.
He could talk about Gogala for all I care, and I would kill him.
Which I remember I remember when you joined my server and you were so enthusiastic to meet Zach since he worked on Nemesis.
Yeah. No, but like, dude's a genuinely good guy. Like, I love talking to him.
I will beat this man's nuts in while singing Rocky Road to Dublin like the bad guy from Sinners if he mentions Kaiju or Godzilla.
I've seen a good share of the video, but I haven't seen the whole thing. I've got a lot of notes wrote down. I've seen like half. The rest is gonna be completely raw.
Whoa!
Vic, that's gonna make Vic. If he talks about Neas, that's gonna make it even worse. Don't you touch my girl! She's my daughter. You're not touching her.
Oh man, you can tell by just looking at this guy that he's a fucking dork. Looks like he's getting shoved into some fucking locker by bullies.
It's weird.
I mean, Celtic Phoenix said he literally is a nerd. Like, he literally looks like the stereotypical nerd.
He does. He has the nose. He has the fucking hairdo. The most fucking I don't like saying beta male because a bunch of red pill retards say that shit. But it screams the whole beta male, actually type mentality with a big fucking nose. His mouth is almost the fucking snout of the lizard from the Amazing Spider-Man 2. I mean, Amazing Spider-Man 1.
Amazing Spider-Man 1. The lizard.
Yeah. It's like just turn him fucking green and then you have the fucking lizard.
You need to. His thing. The lizard doesn't have a nose, so you have to like just remove.
Cut his nose off. Hold him down. Cut his nose off. He gets to keep the clothes. He can keep that difference from the lizard.
Oh God. This poor man.
We're taking the pills and beta back from Tate. We better take them back from Tate. He's giving them women. He's giving them the women to molest them.
Oh God, no! Oh Lord. Oh. Mm-hmm. I'll be curious, like, if he ever mentions like anyone here.
I would too.
That would be the cream of the crop right there.
It definitely would. You know, I love how this circle basically has its own variety of different podcasts. Like all of these podcasts, Galactic Nerd Outpost, Sea Monster Live, Black Screen, and Zimcast. All of these casts are intertwined with the majority of the same co-hosts.
Yeah, yeah, it pretty much is like a shared universe in a sense.
Now all I need is my spinoff.
Yeah, the cinematic nerd universe.
No, but like I've genuinely been considering doing live streams of my own.
Oh yeah, have you mentioned Vic as well? Like he has his own.
Oh yeah,
stream.
Vic has his own.
Yeah, it's like there's a whole, as you said, Sea Monster. There's a whole cinematic universe of this shit.
You think you're the only nerd streamer in this world? You're only just part of a bigger universe. You just don't know it.
And now Toku Punk's a part of the Avengers now.
And that's excluding the spin-off. That's excluding the spin-offs of the villains, because Adam, like the people we've covered, because Gramuguila streams, Adam does movies streams, EFAP streams, all of them.
It's a part of the cinematic universe.
Exactly.
I just heard some very unfortunate news that made me totally changed my mood, but I just clicked and seen this creature again, and this is gonna bring me this is gonna make things so much better, destroying this creature.
I'm gonna get a refill of
the fun begins.
You know what? I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna take this still of Anthony Gramuguila. I'm gonna fucking put it through like a AI, turn it fucking green, and then I'm making it an emoji in my Discord server and calling it the lizard from the Amazing Spider-Man.
Wait,
The lizard is cool.
See, I have a question for
Compare
you.
this creature to that. The lizard is cool.
See, I have a question for you. Would this be protein in urine face?
I don't think so. His face has to look. His eyes need to look a little bit more fucked up.
Okay.
We're not quite. You know, maybe if we stumble upon like here's the thing, like protein in urine. You don't actively seek out protein in urine. Protein in urine comes to you.
Okay. Good to know.
Yeah, you have to stumble into it. You know, like.
Right. I'm gonna get a drink. Like, I'm gonna refill my drink, so I'll be back.
Okay.
Yeah.
My goodness, I hate this creature.
We all do. Nobody likes this fucker.
Yeah.
Like, here's the thing. I feel like you can tell a lot by looking at someone's profile picture, and his profile picture gives all the signs of a pretentious political hack of a supposed critical analysis.
Yes.
Yeah. It's like, look, I may be a virgin, but you will never see me have a profile pic like that, ever.
Yeah, my profile pics are all edgy.
I'm just a crazy guy. I'm a real weirdo. I'm
A crazy guy who likes futa and furry.
Nah. That's many other people I keep around, but nah, that's not me. Nah, if I see a furry, I'm gonna chop that thing's head off. That thing is a creature, not of this world.
So you could skull fuck it?
Oh, I am not Keijo the Wolf, bruh. Or whatever his name was. Oh,
I think his name was Kuro the Wolf.
It doesn't matter. That creature is subhuman. It's not human.
I'll be honest. I think I'm not going to say something that could get the stream taken down, but Kuro deserves things that I cannot say on this platform. Do you know who he is? Do you know who he is, guys?
Toku Punk. You're not the black man.
That sounds very familiar. Where did I
remember?
Oh, Kuro the Wolf. Okay, I'll tell you who Kuro the Wolf is. Minecraft. I'll tell you some of the stuff. First, look up the Turkey Tom video. I mean, look at that later. But Kuro the Wolf is known for.
Where I heard it from. Oh, the Turkey Tom video.
Yeah, Kuro the Wolf is just the way he was like, I know him. Kuro the Wolf taken roadkill, fucked it, and he also finger fucked a pet of his dog, and eventually that dog died, and he got away with it.
Yeah, that guy's definitely a creature.
Now I definitely need to watch that Turkey Tom video.
I actually got a little bit hearing that.
He's a horrible, horrible human being, and like I said, while I can't say what Kuro the Wolf deserves on YouTube, words cannot describe what he deserves.
Yeah.
You did what you fucking deserve.
Same here. Same
also, where's Black?
Same here as Crazy's like. What?
Where's Black?
Oh shit!
Is he in the chat?
He's not.
Hey,
here.
Black, where are you, buddy?
He said give him 10. Wait.
It's been like 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's been like.
At least.
No, it's been more. It has been more.
15
I said
minutes.
I say at least 10 minutes, so which implies that there could be more minutes.
No, you're right. I'm just saying that, like, yeah, it's been the amount of minutes he said he'd be. I guess we can start. He'll join when he joins.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Gramuguila, let's have words.
All right, Italian. Let's go. And I did put him at 2 times speed because it is a literal hour 41.
Good.
Of course.
Let's let his points play.
Are we gonna watch the whole thing? Are we
Yeah.
gonna? This might be the longest stream. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, you know what we should do is that let's have the Because if he has them all timestamped like this, then we might do it as like, we'll stop at the timestamp, and then if we think we can keep going, make a point and then let it go, let it run. Because like from here to here is one whole point in of itself, and same for this right here. So I'll probably let it go by quicker. All right, ready? Let's go.
That they're right. But what better way to do that than to argue that they're objectively correct? Not just correct that they have the right opinion, but that their opinion is objective.
Anyone is welcome to generate an objective opinion based solely on the measurable elements of the content, or they can generate a personal subjective opinion based on how they felt, but they are completely different conversations.
Objective criticism is when someone tries to remove their own emotional biases from criticism, to analyze the functionality of a narrative, cinematography, acting, etc., to determine if a film works. Now, on paper, that does sound reasonable. I would say straight away that objectivity is typically a good tool when trying to examine the functionality of media. However, the problem is a lot of critics who say they're objective use objectivity as a crutch. They analyze media in a way where they can argue that the film is objectively good or bad.
Mauler's infamous assertion that The Last Jedi is an objectively bad film was a declaration that launched 1,000 ships. This may shock you, but Star Wars The Last Jedi is objectively bad content. It is provable. This is factual. You may enjoy the film, and you may love the film, that's absolutely fine, but it is a poorly written film that stands as an objective insult to intelligence.
Now, mind you, these are subjective terms, good and bad.
Blackarooni
If good and bad are
the
opinions,
lion?
then how can we objectively reach the conclusion that something is good or bad? If saying something is
Then,
worse
he's
than something
saying,
else is,
let me
again,
in.
an opinion.
Yeah, he's
How
back.
can we objectively say something is
Whoa!
You didn't wait for me. You didn't wait for me.
Let me in.
You said give us 10 minutes.
Oh my
Okay. Well, so far, everything, I couldn't hear anything. I literally just got home like a few minutes ago. Okay.
Okay, sentence pause. I'll say something right now. He's using Mauler's things about objective opinions. How does he not understand what Mauler's getting at? He is simply stating that you can form an objective opinion. This may sound contradictory, but it's really not if we're to use the term objective within 95% of context. Yes, opinions are subjective in of themselves because they're processed through our mindsets and experiences. However, to make an objective observation is acknowledging our biases to the best of our ability and filtering them out as much as possible and being consistent with the standards we find to make the most sense. For example, we can like something, but acknowledging the shortcomings that damage its execution, I can be pleased by surface level fan service while pointing out it doesn't make any fucking sense. And if we're to be absolute about the term subjective of opinions, this also applies to politics and morals too, as I said before, as we think critically about what we believe is right, but how some people comes to their conclusions will all differ in certain ways. No person has the same views on those one-to-one. Doesn't make them entirely subjective. The best opinions are grounded in truth.
Before I say anything, I would like to ask, what did he say so far? I want to know. Because I wanted to experience this video raw.
Essentially, he said that the idea of objectivity is good, but that people like Mauler and Literature Devil use it as a crutch, and he hasn't explained how they use it as a crutch yet.
Well, he has an hour to explain it. So before I begin, firstly, number one, the reason, specifically Gojin and Sea Monster, the reason why I'm so anal about, how y'all talk is mainly because I just value language. Like, language is the railroad by which the train of thoughts reaches station A and station B. That is the mind. The moment the railroad becomes derailed, it becomes chaos. That's why I'm so hyper fixated on that. I value language a lot. The precision of language. I think one ought to be precise with how they're speaking to communicate their ideas effectively. Another thing too is just so that we can all lay out the playing field, because I feel like I know where Gramuguila. I'm not even gonna name him. He doesn't deserve to be named. I'm not even gonna.
The lizard. It's been decided. He's the lizard from the Amazing Spider-Man.
This thing talking in front of us right now. This thing. I think it is a moral, not just a moral, but just an overall relativist. And just so that, because he did say that good is an inherently subjective statement. So just so that we can all lay out the playing field before I absolutely nuke this thing. We all agree that truth is not relative, right? Are we all in agreement that truth is not relative?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Right.
Truth can be worded in a different way, but it is not. But in the end, it would mean the same thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And we all agree that the world, existence, creation itself, we agree that it makes sense, right?
Yes.
Correct.
For the most part.
Yeah.
For the most part, there are things that we don't understand that doesn't make sense, but That doesn't make sense.
But that's not a limitation of the world. That's a limitation of our understanding to understand the world. But we do agree that the world is knowable, right?
Hell yeah, yes, 100%.
And that our brain is constructed in a way that perpetuates and facilitates knowledgeability, right?
Yeah.
Yes, this is what I've been preaching.
We may not know what is we may not know what is inside of a black hole, but we know that black holes do exist and they do act in a very specific manner.
And we know we don't want to go inside one.
But you want to go inside a black hole? Just pull Blackarooni's pants down.
Joey, I'm paying the over.
If you do that, I will fart in reverse and suck you all up. Like that Cyanide and Happiness animation where he just it's pull my finger. Okay. It's a pull my finger, but he pushes and then the fart goes inwards and just sucks the entire building.
Oh God.
Like C would just be pull his pants down, look at bending him over, and then looking in the black hole and be like, damn, most people don't get to see this.
And then I turn around and whack him. Just so I can make my point. So we are all in agreement, right? We can recognize logical patterns thanks to the laws of causality, cause and effect. My approach to the whole objectivity versus subjectivity discourse is that when assessing stories, we are assessing the shadows of reality being casted by the minds that understand it the most, the human mind. We apply causal relations and logic and coherence in storytelling because it's how we are able to comprehend chronology and events that take place in it and understand why each event is happening and the weight of each line of dialogue, every action, every musical beat, everything. We are objective observers. We are not interpreting what's happening, because then that would presuppose that reality is relative, right? Everything about reality is relative. Storytelling is not some abstract blob that forms a face thanks to pareidolia. The writers of stories rely on the human ability to recognize feelings and comprehend events and manipulate causality in the universe they create to form a story that is meant to teach something or to reflect an aspect of reality we may or may not want to see. Analyzing how well this was executed is not subjective, because we are reliant on causality, not emotionality. Unless you say that we interpret reality all the time, which would then mean everything is relative, because we'd have to take that thought process to its most logical conclusion, then the ability to make truth or false claims just is not possible.
Here's something I want to say, Black. I think when it comes to interpretation, I think interpretation is a tool to try to understand what the objective reality is. Like, we're still interpreting it, but our interpretation might not align with the truth. That's why we think critically to try aligning with the truth.
It's the whole 6 versus 9 debate. You see one person fighting for, this is a 6. The other person from the other side, it's a 9. That's not proof that reality is relative or that truth is relative. That's proof that somebody drew the number and therefore they know what it is. Therefore, truth exists. And here's I'm gonna end with this. At that point, I can convince. If truth really is relative because he's operating under that lens, then I could claim that Anthony is a pedophile and his defense would be just as valid as my claim. Courtrooms would not reasonably form a meaningful verdict because of this. Numbers in mathematics, science, and technology fall apart if every single thing becomes relative. You can't build a blueprint for a building and say it was just a hunch or instinct. The very meaning of mechanism would be thrown out the window. Everything is relative. So saying that art can only be interpreted subjectively would be absurd. Stories are echoes of truth, and if truth is relative, then I could just kill you and not go to jail.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the thing is, like, I think when it comes to interpretation, it's not about everyone being valid. It's about trying to find the truth that is, is too complex for our limited minds to fully grasp. Or
even
something
then,
that
interpretations could just also be flat out wrong. So the fact that we can even make that distinction, is alone proof enough that somebody knows what the truth is. Specifically the creator of said world, said piece of art. They know what they were trying to do, and therefore truth must exist necessarily.
Well, yeah, like in the case of Godzilla -1, for example, like there was two very different interpretations of how that film ended. One of them was Noriko had radiation poisoning, and there was weight to this interpretation because, well, black rain, the realistic tone, and of course the thing on her neck. But then there was the interpretation that I and other people had, and that was she regenerated, and that was because, again, Yamazaki made the comparison to the Cursed Gods and Princess Mononoke. You had the framing of how the end shot ended, going off from Noriko's neck to going to Godzilla, almost saying, hey, Godzilla can regenerate too. And of course, the novelization mentioning G cells. Both of these interpretations were able to coexist because both of them were built off evidence. However, Yamazaki came out and confirmed my interpretation was correct. So that other interpretation, well, there's no weight to it anymore.
Yeah, so the reason when Gramuguila says, "Oh, good is an inherently subjective claim," it completely removes the ability to distinguish between truth or false claims. So everything he says up until just by saying that, how far are we into the video?
Very early.
No, not very early. We are literally 1 minute and 48 seconds into this video.
Okay, so he just destroyed his entire argument, which is what, 1 hour and 40 minutes long, just by saying that good is just a subjective thing. That good is subjective.
Yeah, I mean, good is subjective. That's literally a thing that Palpatine says. Good is a point of view, Anakin. It's like that's a thing. It's
interesting that the villain said that. The villain.
Yeah, someone who's essentially space Satan.
Evil. A nihilistic primordial evil said truth is what good is your point of view.
Good is just an opinion, bro.
Think about that. Think about that.
But guys, that's political and it costs lives. We're just talking about art here. Like that.
You think like that can't apply in real life.
Yeah, it's like the thing is, I hate when people use that argument because the thing is that implies that the color of the sky isn't objective because it's not serious. Someone getting the color of the sky wrong doesn't hurt anybody.
I would say it's a more metaphysical. Sorry to cut you off, but I think it's a more metaphysical problem as well. Just the complete obliteration of the ability to know truth. It's harmful. It's harmful in that sense.
I mean, no one's getting literally hurt by hearing someone say that the color of the sky is like up to interpretation, but you are gonna still look like an idiot. Like,
exactly.
Somebody's gonna have a heart attack every time that phrase is uttered.
Vic in chat says we don't know what the blue crystal is, but we know it exists on Skarking. Vic, that's not what I was. Stop! Don't do that. That's not.
Just
Vic,
stop.
No,
he got you there.
Listen.
He got you there for a quick one.
He did not.
He did actually.
That's a no.
Not actually, but he got you in the word.
We do know what the blue crystal is, though. We know that it controls Shimo.
We know it's on a whip.
Its origin is.
Xenodrome said truth is what I
origin.
Truth is what I make it to be. Yeah, that is what their mindset is, because they basically decide what they want to consider truth, and they can't be consistent with it because they will agree 2 + 2 = 4 and all that. But then they will say movies and all that can't be objective as like serious events because they're not as serious as someone being killed or having their rights taken away.
2 + 2 = 4. Source? What's your source, bro?
I disagree.
I disagree. No, you know that's actually something Gramuguila once said in one of his videos. That somebody make like an actual factual claim, and he just goes, "I disagree."
Did he actually say that about 2 + 2 = 4?
No, he didn't say that about 2 + 2 = 4. But I don't remember what he said. I think it was in an EFAP stream. I don't remember. But he did.
It might have been the EFAP stream responding to this video.
Probably, but yeah, I just remember him saying, I don't remember what it was that he said, but the moment that he said, I disagree, in that tone and the inflection of his voice when he said that, like, I disagree, like he has something to say, and then he just says a whole bunch of nothing afterwards. It's so funny.
You just want to throw him into a dumpster like a little clown boy after that.
Yeah. 1 minute, 49 minutes in, he completely destroyed his own video, so I don't think I really need to do much anymore.
Yeah, but we might as well
Yeah,
just
like I
dissect the
said-
corpse already. So
Let's go.
Yeah,
That is
so
true.
What we're doing,
Dissection
Black, is
kits
that
at the ready.
essentially
Dissection kits at the ready, fellas.
we're having it be that with this, we're doing it by the chapters, and I'm thinking that as we go through the chapters, if we think we can have more to add by the next chapter, we'll just add it, because I'm thinking that from here to here is that one big chapter would respond at the end of that. Same thing for this, so we don't go
I
too
expect
long.
to be very upset with this video, but we'll see.
Same. No, trust me, same.
Oh, yeah. It's Gramuguila,
in a
of
series.
course.
The problem is people conflate an objective conclusion with irrefutable proof. And also, sometimes people who review media objectively are doing it either very poorly or using tangential evidence to make broad, sweeping declarations. All of these are cases where objectivity doesn't really help all that much. You can say you're objective all you want, but the moment that you either fail to use objective reasoning correctly or your objectivity is clearly subjective opinion, it undermines your entire stance. And yet, critics constantly call themselves objective, and they remove their biases when reviewing media in order to give you the truth, whatever that might mean. The style
Are
of
you
popular reviewers
stupid?
like EFAP and Mauler who believe that by going through a movie scene by scene, second by second, frame by frame, they could analyze the shortcomings of
Chewie has delightful creations.
Are you
Love
fucking
it.
stupid?
Fucking
Like, are
true.
you seriously suggesting that if someone fails to use their own framework correctly, the entire framework is wrong? What?
Yeah.
who believe that by going through a movie scene by scene, second by second, frame by frame, they could analyze the shortcomings of any narrative. I kind of see it like examining a painting made in the pointillism style with a magnifying glass. Sure, you get a good look at how each dot looks next to each other, but you get a poor idea of how the big picture looks when you back away and see how those thousands of individual dots you were judging look together. You may miss the individual flaws of each dot, maybe one's misaligned or one's slightly misshapen, but from the further big picture perspective, the dots come together to create a perfect whole, seemingly. Despite the small mistakes and imperfections, the whole still works. And then other critics would copy Mauler's style to worse effects, but we'll get there gradually. Trust me, we have a lot to get through this video. And here's the thing, unlike a lot of Mauler's other critics, I think there is a nugget of truth to what he's saying. While I'm ultimately negative on Mauler's critical style, I'm not going to pretend that there isn't some reason to it, some logic. Nor am I going to pretend that nothing Mauler says can sometimes touch upon authentic criticism. But I have a few objections, naturally, otherwise we wouldn't make a video about this topic. Mainly because, well, even if you call your criticism objective, that doesn't necessarily make your statement compelling or convincing. Keep in mind, and it's something to come back to, just because something is objective does not mean it's correct. Compelling.
So real quick.
Yes, yes.
the
Just
problem
because
too,
it uses
like-
objective information doesn't automatically make it correct. Objective means you observe stuff. You're looking at stuff. You're analyzing it. Doesn't mean it's irrefutable. He said this before.
Yeah, and also
Like
he
another
says
thing
about
as
the,
well is that like the problem is that he's saying that Mauler's style is looking at a picture like by brushstroke, when Mauler does do that, but then also looks at the thing from the whole and understands where the small imperfections are that lead to a fault in the whole, but will comment on whether something like a small imperfection does or does not overall affect the entirety of the work. Like,
okay, I'll say
kind of dishonest
Magnitude
with
is
his
very
framing.
important. Yeah, magnitude
something I
is
will
also
say-
very important.
Something I will say, I'm a fan of Mauler. He is one of my many influences. But I will say, he can nitpick here and there. He does with his long content. I don't personally go out of my way to tag. Yeah, and Alien Romulus was good, by the way. And personally, I don't go out of my way to tackle every single detail, but I don't think there's anything wrong with EFAP's philosophy to grab even the tiniest things, as they mainly focus on stuff that have significant effect on the narrative. But I can understand someone not wanting to go sit through hours of that much information, as it can be viewed as unnecessary. This can apply to insignificant good qualities too, by the way. Hell, I've been playing the fuck out of Nier Automata, trying to 100% it for my upcoming review. While that video is going to be super long, there's still tiny things I almost wrote down in my notes thinking, oh, that's cool. But then I realized it's not really important enough to write down. But still, again, while that's not my style, I try to be a little bit more concise than someone like Mauler. I do think it's perfectly fine to put those into a longer video, especially as long as he's focusing mainly on the stuff that have a significant impact.
I just noticed in his background he has the 2 novels of Berserk. I think we should call the police and issue.
We should call the police. He had an unwrapped copy during the Godzilla retrospective. I think he finally unwrapped.
We need to call the police to have a fire and rescue team be sent to those poor books. He doesn't deserve.
We need to call Berserk Protective Services.
I want to confiscate the Conan book as well as the Barsoon books here. As
He is the type of guy who would say he is the type of guy who would said Griffith did nothing wrong, unironically. The God Hand are misunderstood.
What are you talking about?
Blackarooni
Dom?
like
What are
Griffith.
you talking about,
That's
dude?
the most-
Casca obviously enjoyed it. She was blushing.
Damn it, Black!
What the hell?
Oh,
What do you? Is this
Oh,
from
man, I
the
thought I was the one that's
that's
gonna get myself canceled.
That's a popular rage bait tactic. Like people will say either Griffith did nothing wrong or Casca was blushing, so she enjoyed it, as if they have absolutely no knowledge on how the human body works.
What the fuck are we talking about right now?
Oh wait, have you not watched Berserk? Wait, you not watched Berserk? No. Okay, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Oh, he doesn't.
Shh, my sweet summer child. Don't worry about it.
Also,
He doesn't know.
If he actually read the Berserk book, we wouldn't have to deal with none of his shit ass opinions.
Oh, no.
Yep.
Joey's talking
No,
about
it
the
says storybook.
This one right here.
Wait, didn't I say that?
You said
No,
Berserk.
no, you said
Story.
Berserk book. It says
Okay,
if you actually
Joey,
read that
you're not dyslexic.
storybook.
You're just
Yeah,
dumb.
He had a
Joey.
the Berserk novels right next to the book called Story.
What Minecraft?
You said Alien Romulus was good. Lau's gonna
Yeah.
kill you for that.
Oh,
Who is?
Lautaro.
You don't know.
Yeah.
Lau?
Blackarooni.
These streams before.
It's like it is good. Xenodrum said, "Bruh, LMAO, dyslexic." I am, and you know what? I wear that on my I wear it as a badge.
You wear
No,
dick,
you wear it on your
dick
back
as
like
a
a
badge?
tramp stamp.
Wait, no, Gojin. You wear dick as a badge? That's kind of gay.
Yeah, maybe I'd shove it in your black hole.
Joey being dyslexic is all.
My girl's not gonna like that. She kind of likes using that hole a lot.
Oh god. Dang.
But all right, let's
My
keep going.
priest is gonna my priest is gonna kill me.
He's literally gonna smite you.
Yeah.
We're gonna go.
He's
from
gonna be
here
like, "No
to-
gays allowed in
yeah.
the church."
oh my god.
Keep going.
Arguments
but it's
are
all-
based on the idea that you can convince someone else of your opinion and perspective. That's it right there. Even by divorcing your subjective opinion from your evidence collection, this does not necessarily make your argument convincing. It's also important to bring up my personal biases from the start. Last year, EFAP and Mauler did respond to one of my videos on their stream and tore it apart. As of this writing, their stream has 194,000 views on their main 7-hour stream, and just short of 50,000 on their highlights. It's their fourth most widely watched stream on their channel in the last year, and yet my original still has more than twice the views, so I can't be too mad about it. In fact, I kind of appreciate the free publicity they gave the video.
Oh, there's such a smart
Some
ton
of
of
their
that.
criticisms did help.
I
My
will
style-
smack you,
I also think a lot of it
dude.
was a complete waste of time. I genuinely think Mauler's style of criticism is extremely repetitive by its nature, and I will be addressing this in the video to follow in more specific detail.
A man who works
It's
hard.
repetitive. It's repetitive, so it's bad. Doesn't that just mean it's consistent, therefore it works?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I
So
could
like,
call...
what's the criticism then? Like, are you saying, oh, it's not as popular, it's not as engaging? That has no bearing on the truth or falsity of the statement whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
Wait,
I do intend to be
Vermilia,
unbiased as a
I
result of
could
this.
call
Unless
you-
absolutely
I
relevant,
could
I will be
call
avoiding
you
mentioning my initial video in this
Wait,
discussion.
let him
It
talk.
will be
Let-
mentioned,
let
but only where I feel
MCWorld,
it was necessary to assist
talk.
in augmenting my core arguments. Mauler is in many ways the poster child for objective criticism on YouTube, with many people citing him as a key inspiration on how to effectively, objectively criticize film. But the problem is, many critics have already criticized Mauler, pushing against his idea that you can objectively judge a film. And in response to this, Mauler isolated a section of another video in order to devote to criticizing these critics. I would say this is the same thing I did with my original video, except the key difference is here, he has a lot of receipts of tons of people criticizing him in this, whereas at the time, I had very few of those.
Now, in relation to those who find my channel frustrating, there is an ongoing conversation about objectivity versus subjectivity. I have been made an example of by a handful of people as the channel who thinks his opinions are facts.
Or to put it like he likes to, his opinions are objective, and the opinions of people who disagree with him, well, those are just subjective.
Isn't it so strange that people can't seem to get a quote from my videos that would even remotely resemble that statement?
Look, Mauler, I don't know how to tell you this, but like lines like this kind of sound like that to the average person.
This may shock you, but Star Wars The Last Jedi is objectively bad content.
Okay,
It is provable.
I
This is
need
factual.
to talk. This is so bad.
The average person.
This may shock you, but Star Wars The Last Jedi is objectively bad content. It is provable. This is factual.
I know it's not literally what you're saying, but it sounds close enough.
So it seems impossible to watch movies wrong, but you're watching movies wrong.
Oh dear, that seems contradictory, doesn't it?
I'm not coming here to tell you that you're wrong.
6 months later.
You're watching movies wrong. You're kind of watching movies wrong.
This is what I end up hearing from the same people who believe they have more authority to speak on the subject of film analysis than others.
While this video is about 6 years old, it does offer a blueprint as to Mauler's perspective on objective criticism versus the subjective criticism of his peers. In the video, he criticizes video essayists on how.
So real quick, I want to see because he pulled more. He literally is taking that quote out of context because he pulled it earlier. I think it's right
Okay,
here.
Something else is again an opinion. How can we objectively say something is the worst film in a series? The problem is people conflate saying.
Of the film, that's absolutely fine, but it is may shock you. But Star Wars The Last Jedi is objectively bad content. It is provable. This is factual. You may enjoy
He
the
stopped it right there before Mauler finishes his sentence. Says
film, and you love the film, that's absolutely fine, but it is a poorly written film that stands as an objective insult to intelligence.
Now, mind you, these are subjective.
it's really weird that at that point he doesn't include the rest of that clip, as if Mauler is trying to speak with some authority, saying that his opinions are facts.
Yeah, like can I say something now?
Yeah.
Because he says to
Before you
most
say
people,
anything, I just want to say that he has a very punchable face. I don't know.
he does.
I mean,
He has a big fucking nose too.
Very actually.
We all came to that agreement before the video even started, so yeah.
Yeah.
But,
I don't-
okay,
I don't-
but here's the thing. He says, okay, and that's their problem, as they mainly stems from people not wanting to be able to distinguish quality from personal resonance. Him telling you you can like it isn't even close to claiming his opinions are objective, with everyone else being below him. Turok Evolution is my favorite game of the Turok series. That's entirely subjective, but the best in functionality is Seeds of Evil, as it doesn't carry any of that game's lack of polish from its rushed production cycle, and it pushed boundaries of the hardware it ran on. And while it's a little tougher to make a sweeping statement, as things become more subjective when we go that far, it's not incorrect to say a movie's objectively good or bad. Objective isn't interchangeable with absolute truth. It refers to an observation based on at least somewhat measurable data. So this doesn't leave the discourse as a mere echo chamber. Different takeaways based on criteria that are suitable are welcomed and possible. It's not a matter of I'm always right. It's a matter of trying to align our views with how things factually are outside our perceptions. Oh, and just because you interpret something as we established doesn't mean you're valid. This applies to both art and shit we say.
I'd say validity just comes with the criteria that, it must align with truth, because truth is like, we know what truth is. We experience it all the time. We're living in truth constantly all the time, and we recognize patterns of truth. So whenever something deviates from that pattern, we can recognize that as an untruth. Whenever there's an inconsistency, we can recognize that also as an untruth. And I wouldn't even say it's somewhat measurable. I'd say it's absolutely measurable. It's entirely measurable. I mean, film is a measurable art medium because it relies on audio-visual communication. It's the entire point of film. It's an audio-visual experience. So you kind of need to have the skill to be able to understand what you're seeing and also understand what you're hearing to create that form of... It's a marriage, basically, between the audio and the visual. It's a marriage between both that provides the viewer with the necessary information to understand what the truth that the piece of content is trying to convey. That's not subjective.
Oh, I agree with you, but what I meant by at least somewhat measurable data is, like, for example, basically what I'm saying is when we call our opinions objective, we're not saying our opinion is absolute truth, because saying absolute truth implies we know for sure we're correct. But what I mean by that, like, for example, like when we talk about things that are less describable, less measurable than film, that still can be looked at as an objective opinion if there's still some measurable criteria in your analysis of it.
I'd say it could become absolute truth if throughout all of time it just remains irrefutable.
Yeah, but, it becomes absolute truth when the whole thing is 100% confirmed, like the ending of -1.
Like, of course, that would entirely depend. That would entirely depend on just like what it is, what truth are you trying to convey, and how long would it take for you, every single possible argument, good argument, to be made against it or in favor of it. That would entirely depend on all of them being hashed out, and that could take an amount of time that is not precisely measurable because it'll be entirely dependent on multiple factors that I actually don't really care to name, but I feel like you could probably, figure it out yourself.
Oh yeah, definitely. And when it comes to that, I do feel like Judge making a sweeping statement. Like, I do believe in making sweeping statements, but I think it's much harder to say absolute truth when we're talking about the overall quality, as that would require us to know every single frame of intent each artist was going for when making it. That's why I prefer to say objective other than just saying, oh yeah, I'm absolutely right. That's why we have debates, because our views are inherently limited. Our understanding is limited.
I wouldn't say inherently limited. I'd say I would say what's the word? Not coincidentally, but they're incidentally limited, because the information will always be there. It will ultimately depend on both our ability and our what's it called? Not predisposition, but actually no, our disposition to want to seek it.
Yeah, exactly. But it is true. Minecraft.
Oh, you finish.
Yeah, I finished.
I was going to highlight Zeno's comment because I think that's a perfect summary for this entire discussion.
Okay, what I was saying is again, sweeping statements, like you could say a certain aspect is absolute truth, but I think saying absolute truth regarding like the entirety of a work, I think that's a lot more difficult, as it would require us to know like every single frame of intent from each artist, which is not possible. That's why I just say objective. Like I'll say Godzilla -1 is objectively a masterpiece, but I won't say it's factually absolute truth, because I don't know every single, like, I can't prove every single intent that verifies my interpretation and why I believe that.
I mean, but even then, you probably already have enough magnitudinal, is that a word? Evidence. I mean, evidence of enough magnitude to support the conclusion anyway. Like, you don't even need to like reach 100%. As long as you're like in the 90 or the 80%, that would be enough justification, because there's also the case of like epistemics, right? How do you know what you know? How do you know that that is indeed a true masterpiece? And then you get to the evidence. Well, how much evidence do you have, and is it enough? Now, how do you know that it's enough? That would be another question that you would need to ask yourself. But yeah, no, overall it is not it's not a subjective thing, because you are relying on the idea of causality being applied to the work as well.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I agree with you. I'm just saying that's why I say objective over absolute truth, because objective implies that it can be debated on. Well, absolute truth is something like, again, 2 + 2 =
you cannot you cannot debate it. It's pointless to debate. I get it. It's just that whenever I try to avoid it, and I would urge more and more people to just avoid saying it in every single time, especially you, because I mean, I get why you would say it's, to clear the air, to clear the pathway, to make the conversation more clear for people that wouldn't understand, trying to create the framework in the mind by which to operate. The thing is, it kind of stifles the argument a little bit, because it's like I said, you don't want to keep saying gravity exists every time you take a step. It becomes redundant, right? So just saying it once or twice, or maybe even 3 times would be enough, I think. And I want to highlight a before Minecraft World says anything, because he said he did want to say something. I just want to highlight a point. Vic says magnitudinal versus stoicism. Vic, I don't think you know what those words mean.
Stoicism.
Black speaking non-English too. Let's go.
No, but I think the perfect summary to this was Zeno's comment above Vic's. Making films is a science, and critique of film is the analysis of that science. Yeah, critique is sort of like writing a paper. Hell, I wouldn't even just say movies. I would say media.
Yeah, similar to how. Yeah, I agree. And also, I'm building off of your point, Minecraft World. It's the same principle that a lot of Christians have in regards to science, philosophy, and epistemics, whereas science, philosophy, and epistemics are the study of creation itself, from the scientific down to the philosophical, down to like the existential, the ontological, the epistemic. How do we know this is true? How can we determine truth or false? The truth claims or false claims to be true. How do we know what we know? How can we and the fact of the matter is that, like, if this guy truly is a relativist, which I do believe he is, then it is impossible for us to really like listen to him. He cannot make a single claim, like, because it relies on, because he did say that he does value Mauler's approach with logic, coherence, consistency. I would replace consistency with causality. In this case, I think that's a much better evolution, because what people would typically go, oh, logic, and instead of logic, oh, that's too rigid. Oh, because it's related to like objectivity. So how about consistency? He's been saying objective less and less. So, and he's been using like internal consistency more and more, which I think it's a suitable word. I think it serves its purpose.
It's two words.
But I think causality is a lot. I think it's the end goal, the telos of the overall idea, because causality we know what causality is, cause and effect, logical cause and effect. It's an amalgamation of everything. So I think that if Gramuguila here, the Italian punchable nerd guy in front of us, if he doesn't actually believe in the concept of truth as an objective thing, something that is not relative, I was gonna say something. It was at the tip of my tongue. It's not something I repeated. It's God, what was it? So somebody say something while I try to gather my thoughts.
Well, let me just say, like, there's a reason why the phrase "this guy's science is tight" is a thing, because when you say this man's that science is tight, it's kind of it's a sense of like that someone made a hypothesis and they were able to properly substantiate that hypothesis to where it's like you could come to the conclusion like, see, well, there it is. There's the correct answer right then and there. We've just proved it's been proven. Like when you pretty much prove that, when you have like the hypothesis or a thesis statement about something about like, oh, The Last Jedi is objectively bad because of its poor writing, and you cite all the examples of that poor writing in the film, then among not just poor writing but also like other elements in it that are poorly done, and like bad, like the bad choreography during the Praetorian scene, like the Battle of Crate, making zero sense essentially, especially in terms of like the good guys and bad guys, like the bad guys not shooting the good guys, when it's convenient for the plot for whatever reason, Luke being assassinated as a character. Like when you have the evidence like put forth and you bring it to the table, then that's how your thesis statement of The Last Jedi being a bad film has been proven, and you come to reach that conclusion, and it would be understood. Now, of course, depending on case by case, viewer by viewer, like someone could either interpret that information and be like, and accept it and just like, yep, all right, that makes sense, and they'll just do with it what they will, in terms of the subjective basis, whether or not it changes their minds on from liking the movie to not liking the movie or not, or someone would just try their damnedest to be like, no, actually you're wrong because blah 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 blah, or they just be like, what is but objectivity, man, you can't just use objectivity like that, or it's so like what Just Right sort of did when he was debating Mauler and Wolf that one time about The Last Jedi, and they just shut, and then the conversation just kind of goes nowhere. It's more or less like when the person like provides the information to back up their claims, then it's just sort of like up to the second party to take that information and do it as they will. So, and like, and I guess that's ultimately just kind of whether or not, I guess it all just boils down to like whether or not they just sort of accept the reality of things when it's proven to them.
Yeah, and the way I see it is like, if you can't provide a substantial rebuttal to that person's critique, then either don't engage.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. But either don't engage in these types of philosophical, critical type of conversations, or you accept what that person has told you. And even if it doesn't resonate with you, you can accept what they said about the quality and still hold your personal feelings towards that thing. Now, again, if you hold a good rebuttal that can either match that person's or just straight up refute it, go ahead and say it. But if you got nothing, either accept what they're saying. You don't have to like what they're saying, but you can overall understand what they're saying holds more weight than what you have. Then simply fix your perspective and still enjoy the work, or don't enjoy it. Like, it doesn't have to change how you personally see it.
Yeah, it's like Yeah, like when someone like me makes a GXK video, it's not to say like it's not in an attempt to like say to just get me to say you people need to stop enjoying GXK because of it's objectively bad, in a lot of areas. Like the point is essentially like think about like maybe just sort of think about why you actually enjoy it as opposed to when I pretty much put forth when the examples are put forth that this like when they try to defend the film's writing and they say like it's well written, but then and then someone comes in and be like no actually because of I'll insert this whole nearly 3-hour video going over at least a good number of I know maybe I haven't really covered every single thing that's wrong with the movie, but at least I strive to at least cover the pretty much like the biggest example, like the most sort of like the best sort of like forms of attack essentially, in terms of not even I don't know if that's the right phrasing for it, but it's like essentially like the most substantial points of critique towards the film essentially to back up the conclusion that the film was bad, and the people who enjoy the film but they pretty much are kind of like they can just do with the information as they will, like they can either still enjoy the film while still acknowledging the flaws that are in it, or they can just be like, well, now I don't like it as much now. And it's like, well, I mean, it's like I don't wish to take the enjoyment away from people, but it's like that's just kind of like that's just kind of more on you essentially, rather than because like I'm not trying to take those emotions away, but if it's something that happens, then that's just it.
Yeah, exactly.
I zoned out. I'm sorry.
You need a coffee.
I will not drink coffee. That does not work. I tried it many times. I broke my vow to drink coffee just to see if it would keep me awake. It did not.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I have a grudge against coffee.
Yeah, I've had the same problem, though I also just don't like the taste. So
yeah.
Skill issue.
Yes, very much so.
All right, let's keep going, guys.
Yeah. The subject of his peers. In the video, he criticizes video essayists on how they parade their opinion as fact, or how to convince you without using objectivity in their stances. And to go over what this means in its entirety, let's go through the segment of the video discussing other critics, their critical analysis, and how Mauler feels his technique differs from their own.
I don't know why he thinks that the compellingness, the compellility of the art, I don't know how to call it, but how compelling an argument is, I have no idea what that has to do with whether the claim is true or false. But I think we've already established that he doesn't believe in true or false, so I guess,
We'll
that's
go
compelling nature is subjective.
And here, so...
Plot holes people complain about, they don't actually matter. The actual problems are that many of the central characters are totally static and
What's that
and the one major moment of growth is caused by a ridiculous plot contrivance.
So plot holes in favor of payoffs don't matter, but plot contrivances in favor of payoffs do? Patrick, you realize that a plot hole is a plot contrivance, but worse, right? At least with a contrivance, it could happen. A plot hole, by definition, is a strict contradiction. It should not happen. You seem to be contradicting yourself quite a lot.
Mauler's video starts with a criticism of Patrick Willems for being incorrect about plot holes. Specifically, Willems compares plot contrivances to plot holes, saying that most people who watch movies complain more about contrivances than holes necessarily. Mauler says a contrivance and a plot hole are basically the same thing, so plot holes possibly worse. Let's analyze that for a second. As defined by Merriam-Webster, a contrivance is an artificial arrangement or development. In regards to the plot of a film, that's anything that feels fake in a narrative, anything that draws attention to the artificiality of the storytelling. Now, in this sense, all plot holes are contrivances, but not all contrivances are plot holes. Let me elaborate here more. An example would be if in the final act of a film, the main characters found a super weapon conveniently just lying on the floor. There's no build-up, there's no foreshadowing, it just materializes when the plot needs it. This is a contrivance. On the other hand, a plot hole would be if the standard weapon they've used the whole movie suddenly gains a massive boost in power for no explainable reason. It doesn't make any sense, it contradicts what comes before, it is a hole in the logic of a narrative. You would criticize both differently. A plot hole and a plot contrivance both will deflate the tension of the scene and remove any sense of concrete reality you're watching. It takes you out of the movie and forces you to question what you're seeing. The end result is ultimately the same. So is Mauler right here? Is it fair for Willems to make this statement? Is Mauler objectively the one in the right in this argument? Well, here's the problem. Only one of these feels contradictory to the elements previously presented. So yeah, the inconsistency of a plot hole is a problem, but ultimately speaking, both do have the same end result for the audience. In both cases, the viewer is taken out of the moment if it draws attention to itself. The problem is, how seriously does the contrivance or plot hole take the viewer out of the moment? And does it really impact the core point of a given scene? That's something that depends on the movie, on the scene, on everything. The problem is both Mauler and Willems are being pedantic about nomenclature. The problems between contrivance and plot hole.
Wait.
The real issue is that these instances take the audiences out of the films. It deconstructs the reality constructed unintentionally by the creator, and it impedes the idea that they're trying to immerse you in an experience. It takes you out of immersion, and therefore it is wrong. Whether it's a plot hole or a plot contrivance is particular, sure, but it's ultimately secondary to the impact it has on the audience. Also, Mauler, I need to question your logic here for a second, because you point out that Patrick Willems is inconsistent, right? But you see, you seem to think that Willems saying film critics being paid off won't impact general trends in audiences is inconsistent with how Willems, or personally the reviews critics that he trusts in order to gain insight to see if he wants to see a film.
These people write scripts with more inconsistencies than the films I'm trying to criticize, and these videos that they make are only 10 minutes long.
Critics are not bought or bribed. Disney does not pay off critics to trash DC movies. It's not like bad reviews hurt Suicide Squad's box office, so why would studios waste money on that?
A few moments later.
Before seeing a movie, I'll skim reactions from critics I trust on Twitter, or glance briefly at the reviews, and if enough of them seem to dig it, I'll see the movie. Why would studios waste money on that?
How do you write that in the same video?
You act as a contradiction, but it really isn't, Mauler. Patrick Willems is not indicative of the average moviegoer experience. After all, he knows critics by name. That already makes him not an average moviegoer. Most people can't name critics. Even Roger Ebert, someone obvious like that. So the average person is already different from Patrick Willems in this sense. But also, him discussing his personal feelings is not contradictory to the general trends of audiences. Objectively, Mauler's stance here is incorrect. Mauler, I wouldn't even care about these small details, by the way, but you make such a big deal when anyone else slips up, and you act so confident about this. Like, this is a big deal, but it doesn't make any sense logically. It sounds like you think you totally got Patrick Willems here, but you really didn't. It's more your tone that makes it sound like you got him, but when you look at the words you're saying, it doesn't make much sense. Now, I do have issues with Willems' video on plot holes. I don't think it's flawless, but these are ultimately arguments about the specific examples Willem uses rather than the core points that he makes. I feel like these examples do distract from the core of what Willems is saying, that we should watch movies more for the experience and less about the logic of individual scenes.
Movies aren't about logic. They're not equations. They're not proofs. They're not puzzles. Movies are not math. Remember that guy in your freshman dorm who would always try to guess the endings of movies so that he could prove that he was smarter than the people who made them? Well, now everyone is turning into that guy.
I agree with that core idea, but as time goes on, I do agree less and less with how he argues this point, and even in some cases, what the core argument he's making even is. In part because, actually, I do think that Batman getting to Gotham at the end of The Dark Knight is a massive plot hole.
The Dark Knight Rises, we never see how Batman gets back to Gotham City. That's a plot hole. One of the earliest cinematic developments was the concept of montage. The idea is that when two images are presented in sequence, the audience understands that they occur chronologically and will mentally fill in the time between scenes. So, for instance, if a person is in one location and the next scene they're in another location, we understand that in between scenes they traveled between the locations. Movies tend to assume that the audience is reasonably intelligent, but I guess they're wrong. If movies showed us every single second that happened during the span of the story, it would be 40 hours long and really boring.
Okay, so it's gonna span into this one right here. So,
yeah, I think those were multiple points at once. I was expecting us to tackle each individual point. Those were 2 points.
what would you say those 2 points are?
The first one is something about, so it was something that in regards to the differences between plot hole and plot contrivance, which I actually wanted to get into because I was starting to agree, but because it was Anthony that was saying it, I didn't want to. But Kasaibo in chat then says everything is in fiction is a contrivance by nature. A plot hole is a contrivance, but a contradictory one. I don't know if I agree with the definition of contrivance that you're using, because the definition that is being used is that the one that refers to something that is present in universe that should not be, something that is justified in universe but is present at a time that would seem artificial. For example, like the example that he put, like a weapon, the example that he presented, a weapon that just appeared when the main character needed it the most. We know that this world, I think he's using Free Guy as an example. We know that this weapon could exist in this world. It just so happens that he has it at that specific moment when he would need it the most. And it appears because if he didn't, then he would lose the fight that he's in with buff Ryan Reynolds. So I think that just validates the definition that Mauler is using of contrivance, an artificial construct of the narrative to perpetuate, an artificial construct of the story to perpetuate the plot in a unnatural way, but still justified by the elements provided in the story. Whereas a plot hole doesn't match any of the previous criteria of being something justified in the narrative itself.
I would say, if anything, Mauler's original point about contrivances was bolstered by Anthony's further assertion, because essentially the artificial continuing of the story then causes the story to feel fake, like the internal consistency to feel fake as a result. So I don't necessarily disagree with the point being made, and I also agree with the point that he's saying that all plot holes are plot contrivances, but not all plot contrivances are plot holes.
something I want to say.
I'll ask you though, Zim. I want to ask you something, Zim, before anybody else continues. Why is that definition, the one that we posited, why is that one the correct one as opposed to the one that Kasaiba would be using? Because I want to agree, but I need that epistemic foundation. I don't want to just
because I would assume I would need Kasaibu to explain it, but I assume he's saying that everything in fiction is a contrivance because it is a mechanical construction of the writer. So therefore, every action that occurs in a story is specifically manufactured for the benefit of the story to continue. So therefore, that it undervalues the idea that there could be like logical consistency or an actual series of events to happen based on cause and effect, and therefore that's why a plot hole is a contrivance, but a contradictory one. I guess that would be my assumption. And off of what he said here, I'd probably need more context, but I assume he's going off of the grounding that because stories are constructed entities, there can't be a contrivance to make something artificial because it is naturally just artificial by the nature of being a story.
And by the nature of the I swear I'm almost done. I'm sorry. This gets me really hyped, this conversation. It gets me excited. I'm sorry. So what makes this a story inherently artificial? Because it's not real or rooted in objective reality?
That's what I've always assumed is the case by when people say that. Again, I'm not sure if Kasaibu has a different train of logic to go off of, but every time I've heard the argument, that's generally where it's coming from. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go pee real quick.
Okay, because the thing I wanted to posit is because by that logic, well, at least not the logic that Kasaibu is using, but the one that would be the logical conclusion to what we interpret it to be Kasaibu's logic, is that wouldn't creation itself be a contrivance then? Because at least from my vantage point, creation by virtue of being creation is created. So would that make it artificial by virtue of it being created?
Yeah, and here's an issue I take with Gramuguila's statement. He's talking about how, at least this is how I interpreted what he was saying. He's saying that what matters is the weight it has, the weight the plot hole or contrivance has on the audience. I mean, sure, how it makes you feel is most important individually, but he's discussing that. But Mauler is discussing this in a critical lens. And the fact is, since a plot contrivance isn't a direct contradiction and can happen, while plot hole leaves a direct hole in the universe and the craft. Why is this important? Because while it can depend on who you ask, quality is more important to personal resonance than people think. Even, again, like I've said before on that, we already went through that tangent, but a plot hole being bigger makes it objectively a greater flaw. You can have a bigger problem with the former, but the fact is, one has a larger effect on the narrative because, as Mauler said, it literally cannot happen based on the established rules. It's like, for example, you have a figure collection. The paint scuffs on your figure might bother you more, but what's a larger hit on the product? A few fucked up paint job hits or a fucking fracture in that action figure?
And Drake Boy in the comments says, wouldn't it be more accurate to say plot holes are bad if they contradict the rule set by the story? My answer to that would be a plot hole by definition, it has to contradict the rules established by the story. That's the whole point of the word. Well, maybe I spewed a bit of word vomit there. That's actually what I was saying is plot holes have a larger hit factually on the narrative because plot holes contradict what's happening. There's a hole in it. Meanwhile, a contrivance is forced. It should have had like nuance to build up towards it. But again, the fact that it can still happen in that universe makes it less of a problem. Well, less of a flaw, because I find flaw is more factual to use than more
problem.
Clinical, more mechanical. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a bigger flaw in the work. You can have a bigger problem with plot contrivances, but they still don't have as noticeable, as big of a hit on it as the whole does, because there's literally a hole in it.
I would say that, like,
I think magnitude is a better word.
I would say to make it magnitude is one, but I would say a contrivance you could justify a contrivance to a degree in the sense of there is enough context clues to make a contrivance work in most cases, but it still overall degrades the quality of a story because of the extenuating circumstances that cause the contrivance to occur. Whereas a plot hole is a direct break within the story, and as a result, there's no clean way to fix a plot hole.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
that's why it's worse. A contrivance just needs development.
Yeah, like Batman and Superman both having a mom with the same name, both having mothers that each had the same name, first name. It's like it doesn't break. People don't criticize that because it breaks the narrative in terms of like, it's like, oh my god, how that's like that should not happen. That should
people can have the
happen.
same name. Yeah.
Yeah, people can have. That's the thing. People can have the same name, and it's a contrivance. Ultimately,
yeah, but people that have my name are inherently inferior because they're not me. So.
Yeah, let's just move away from that. But
no, especially for me, that's very true. I agree with that entirely.
Okay, well,
there can only be one.
There can only be one.
like Martha Kent and having the same first name as Martha Wayne. It's not a plot hole. It is a contrivance, mainly because like it's something that can feasibly happen in that world of the DCEU. It's just that it is kind of like, wow, that's pretty lucky that Batman's late dead mom pretty much had the same first name as Superman's mom, whom they're trying to save. That because otherwise that would have altered the narrative significantly if if Martha wasn't named Martha Kent wasn't named Martha.
I think what makes
I would
it
say
a plot
actually
hole is the fact
it's not a plot hole. It's a contrivance because if you're telling someone who you've never met before to save your mother, saying her name first instead of saying like save my mom seems awkward. And really that scene can be fixed if like he said save my mother and then Batman asks him what do you mean save, and he says like save my mom, save Martha, and then Batman freaks out. It doesn't feel as awkward, and then it doesn't feel like the initial reaction everyone thought is that Batman stopped because they have their mother share the same name, and not that like
it's a little it's pretty clunky.
I was gonna say that what makes it a plot hole is how we got there to begin with, because it relies on Superman not understanding the purpose of the English language.
Yeah, like he doesn't like the plot hole kind of comes in when Superman doesn't like try to tell Batman, like even when he like sort of like disarms Batman, like Bruce, he doesn't try to say like be like bats, Lex Luthor's kind of tricked us, so and he's got my mom who's named Martha, by the way. I don't know if that's relevant to you or not.
Or like what's it called? Really stopping where he's like, where Batman's like, or Superman's like, I don't understand. Batman just says, I understand. He could have been like, listen, my mom got kidnapped, and like, it's not even. It's weird, like how Superman is characterized in this film makes it weird that he would have like an issue with explaining something to Batman, but instead like decides he wants to fight him. But like that's an example of where there's multiple contrivances that are built upon each other that can cause a serious issue with the story.
Yeah, and also just you imagine how quickly you can communicate that information. Like whenever Superman goes, Bruce, you need to listen to me. There's no time. Lex is putting us against each other. My mother's dying. Not my mother's dying. My mother's being kidnapped. But imagine how quickly you can convey that information. It's just the English language. That's the whole purpose, to communicate information. Well, BVS will do BVS things. It's still a better movie than GVK, though.
Yeah, I think to summarize this statement, I'll just quote what you said in the first Brutally Honest stream on Sea Monsters channel and respond which was a summary to Omni viewers quote, plot holes or plot contrivances matter by magnitude. So,
I was gonna say that, because how do we measure? I was gonna ask that, like, how do we measure how bad? Do we measure a contrivance by how fixable it is internally? Do we measure its magnitude that way? Kind of like an earthquake?
Yeah, I would.
It'd be like a case by case basis.
Because I'd say like there are definitely contrivances that affect a story greater than others do. So that's why I'd say it's a case by case basis. Where with plot holes, in most cases, I would have to consider a plot hole a issue with the story that completely breaks it at a certain point, making them all pretty much the same as a result.
Xenodrome said, "Got a blast. See y'all. Have a good one, bro. Thank you for showing up."
We'll probably be talking in Discord later today, just in general.
Feel free to check out the VOD when it's up.
Goodbye, Xeno.
Measured magnitudinal. That's the word I was looking for. Magnitudinal. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Instead, you spoke non-English like me. Now you can't give me shit anymore.
Not the problem people have with that scene, though. It's established that the bridge is guarded on all sides. No one can get in, no one can get out. The military can't even get in without detonating the whole city. If Batman took out one guard, it might trigger a chain reaction, resulting in the whole city being bombed. So how did Batman get in without being noticed? Well, even then, the other problem is that Batman was established as vulnerable the whole film. He's at his weakest at the start of the film. He's recovering from a serious injury. By having Batman just effortlessly break into Gotham, what ends up happening is it dilutes the tension surrounding Batman's vulnerability as a character, thus breaking the immersion of the scenes that follow and undermining the whole conflict built up throughout the whole film. But rather than get into that infuriating example that Mauler could easily get a home run on, instead he focuses on one quick example about xenomorph blood in the original Alien.
Patrick talks about how many critics are getting facts straight wrong by not paying attention to the movie, as if he is separate from that collective, only to then, in the same video, say this.
In Alien, if acid can melt through the floor, why does it melt through the entire ship?
Patrick, acid doesn't just burn forever. It will neutralize after it eats through enough material. In fact, that is the immediate concern for the crew of the Nostromo in the film Alien.
It's gonna eat through the goddamn harpoon.
After realizing that it could potentially eat through the hull, they then find the spot where it's reaching its end and comment on it. Do you understand how many contradictions we've reached in just a few minutes?
This is the thing I gotta say. Yeah, Mauler is correct in this instance, and Willems is incorrect that it's a plot hole. However, the problem's a little more complicated than that. For one, Willems brings up the alien blood in a chapter focused on how certain plot holes have explanations in the plot.
I mean, how does Benicio del Toro know the rebels' plans? Nobody told him. That's a plot hole. At least 50% of the plot holes that I see people complain about are things that are actually explained in the movie if you just pay attention. Like that one in The Last Jedi, there's a scene where you see DJ listening as Poe tells Finn and Rose the Resistance's plan. But I guess if you're too busy live tweeting about plot holes, you can miss some stuff. If you want, you can find plot holes anywhere. They're all over your favorite movies. In Lord of the Rings, the Eagles could have just flown to the ring to Mount Doom and saved everyone all that trouble. In Toy Story, why does Buzz freeze like the other toys when he thinks he's a real person? In Ocean's 11, how did they get the flyers into the vault? In Cinderella, why does the glass slipper stay when everything else disappeared? In Alien, if acid can melt through the floor, why does it melt through the entire ship? In Gremlins, what does after midnight technically mean? Isn't it always after midnight? How does that rule making sense? In Star Wars, why does the Death Star have a trash compactor making some jettison the trash into space? Look, if you want to watch stuff this way, you can even find plot holes in this video.
One can infer based on the context that Willems might be implying this is an example of one such plot hole that has an explanation in the plot, but that this explanation is less important than your experience watching the film as a collective whole. As I mentioned before, I don't think there's really a one-size-fits-all answer here with how important individual plot contrivances are in the scheme of things. It really does depend on how much the moment breaks immersion for the audience. But here's the problem. Mauler kind of just proved Willems' point for him. All Mauler is doing is pointing out the inconsistencies without addressing the core argument of the video's chapter, that many so-called plot holes have explanations in the plot. I mean, Mauler just did Willems' core argument by nitpicking a specific example.
At least 50% of the plot holes that I see people complain about are things that are actually explained in the movie if you just pay attention.
Patrick talks about how many critics...
So I want to stop here because the problem is that no, he's not making the point for him because Anthony's already made a. There's a difference between a contrivance and a plot hole. Mauler's also made the distinction that there's a contrivance and a plot hole. So therefore, Willems calling the alien blood a plot hole wouldn't make sense. It would be a contrivance. And
yeah, and anything, again,
not to mention he said, and Anthony also said that we see plot holes get addressed in the film. No, they don't. It is a question that is raised within the film that has an answer. It's not a plot hole because the characters don't think that they're in a movie. So why would they think that's a plot hole?
Yeah, and again, like, here's the thing. Like, he's saying that this was on stuff that was explained and all of that. Like, he's saying that's Patrick Williams' point. Hey, and he's saying Mauler's missing the core point of his conversation, of his argument. What? Hey, stupid, they made an entire EFAP tackling that video. The segment of Mauler's Last Jedi analysis wasn't focused on that. He was pointing out how Patrick complained about critics getting things wrong when he himself was incorrect about the matter. Sure, the entire point was, hey, you shouldn't worry about plot holes, but he still felt like enough of an authority to say you are watching movies wrong, which is the only time that's valid to say, is if you're going into a work expecting it to be something it never wanted to be to begin with. And why he chose Alien is probably because he's passionate about that movie and wanted to bring up his incorrect example to discredit it. Mauler has already established he finds the Nolan trilogy overrated, so it makes sense why he wouldn't harp on that as much as he would correcting Patrick on something he got wrong about Alien.
Also, not to mention the fact that Anthony is also stating that it is possible that that one of the examples that Patrick bangs up is an example of a plot hole that Patrick is saying later on that you could find in his video, which I think this is me being completely like my own opinion here. So this is my entire bias here. I can't objectively prove this one way or the other, but I think if anything, Patrick is only doing that to brace himself for the criticism, and he doesn't believe any of the points that he raised could actually be refuted properly. So there's that. And then Anthony stating that this is possibly one of them is him giving him the benefit of the doubt rather than actually proving that this is the case.
Yeah,
because he's also biased against Mauler, and he is more I'm blanking on the word right now. Not ambivalence. That's definitely not the word. But he's more aligned.
Nonchalant.
Not nonchalant. He defers more to Patrick's opinion on things and his way of seeing things.
Yeah, because here's the thing, like
I kind of missed that point though, like the one that he was saying, and I also think we kind of missed another point that he made. The first one in regards to like the difference between plot holes and contrivances. The other one, because you were playing the video like run on, and so like I was trying to tackle like one specific point that he made, but I already forgot. So.
Well, and one more thing I want to say regarding this particular point. Again, like what he was saying, like he was saying Patrick was bringing up examples that some plot holes are actually explained in the movies. But no, he only did that with The Last Jedi. He was bringing up stuff like Buzz Lightyear and Alien and all that to bring up how movies are still great even with a plot hole, which a movie can still be great even with some plot holes. Gremlins has some, and Gremlins is still a damn great movie, but it's still a flaw within Gremlins. And again, while that Last Jedi thing may have been explained, he was citing Aliens as a plot hole when that was he was actually citing Alien as a plot hole with the acid blood thing when he actually did get that wrong. And that's the point Mauler was making, was he was implying that acid should just melt tilts through the entire ship.
I think another thing too is that I'm speaking like Zim now. You see, I'm copying your mannerisms. Zim. Look what you do to me. We should get married.
I already, dude. I can't get married again. Can't go through that trauma.
Not after what Brayden did.
Yeah, don't worry, I'm not Mexican, so it's fine. Yeah. So what was it that you said, Gojin? Something about some plot holes. Some movies have plot holes, but they can still be great.
Gremlins,
yeah. Okay, so that's a sentiment that Vic shared. I think it was in our black screen episode debating GXK, which you should check it out if you haven't already. But unfortunately, we only got to cover like 5% of the movie. But so he made a similar point. And again, I'm gonna have to critique my boy, because if you love someone, you gotta critique him. So one point that he made is that he said that yes, and I do agree with the overall sentiment. Movies can have some inconsistencies and plot holes and contrivances and still be good, but the magnitude is important. And I think the point of contention was the actual magnitude of the plot holes being brought up, and sometimes I might have mislabeled them as post hoc. I think some of them might have not actually been post hoc rationalizations, but there were some appeals to emotion as well in his arguments. But our point of contention was that we couldn't agree on how important the plot holes and contrivances were. For example, the whole issue with Gia, not being special, or just the lack of clarity whether she is special or not special, because it relies on basically headcanon. At least for the most part. There is some stuff that he does mention that is in the movie, but a lot of it is also headcanon. I didn't want to bring up the fact that it was headcanon. I didn't want to be rude, but we couldn't agree on the magnitude of it mainly because of that. And so I think it's important to clarify both the amount and the magnitude of plot holes are important. For example, in Dune, there is, I like to call it a contrivance because I don't know what else to call it, but if there's a better term, then I would happily be corrected, where there is a bit of a problem with the shields, because the shields, they tell us, the slow blade penetrates the shield, right? The slow blade, anything that moves slowly will penetrate the shield, and anything that moves quickly will bounce off of it, right? But we see several times, especially in the final, at least in the first movie, when we see the the Sardaukar dressed as Harkonnens attacking the Atreides, the Atreides they were attacking Arakeen, and we see the Sardaukar dressed as Harkonnens attacking the Atreides after the internal sabotage of Dr. Yue. We see that the shields, everybody is moving quickly, really quickly, in fact, and we can see whenever it's established that whenever something gets through the shields, it flashes red. Even though the blades were moving really quickly, there was still flashes of red, which would indicate that the blades were actually cutting through. And that is a problem because that would mean that the Atreides were killed off and the Arakeen was lost with relative ease when it shouldn't have. However, the reason why this doesn't ruin the entirety of the movie is because of an established rule of the shield, and that's that because of their vibrations, they cannot be used in the desert. Otherwise, they attract sandworms, and because sandworms are attracted to vibrations, and the vibrations of the shield are so erratic and randomized, it drives them to, a killing frenzy.
Well, actually, wait. I was gonna say, are you talking about the attack on Arakeen when the Atreides are kind of fighting off the Harkonnens, and then the Sardaukar jump from behind them? You're talking about that sequence in the movie, right?
I think I might be mixing the events of the book with the movie, because in the book it says that the Sardaukar.
Yeah, in the book they're dressed as Harkonnens, but in the movie they stop the Harkonnens, and then the Sardaukar drop from above and stop them. And then another thing too is that from behind the wall you could use the shields because that was something that could hold off the sandworms. I would say the one thing that is hard in the Dune movies is how they portray the fighting, in the sense that the fighters are so precise in their movements that when they can move super fast, slow their movements down to penetrate the shield. Once the shield's been penetrated, they're able to then move fast, cut, slice, etc., and then retract. So it almost looks like a fluid motion. And that's why there were like different levels of sword fighters of Geese, I think it is, for Duncan, Idaho, and like the school he was taught in.
I was about to bring that up as well, because with Duncan, Idaho, with his fight scenes, he actually does slow down the blade in some instances.
Yeah, I think that's a matter of like that whole process being really hard to portray on screen, and something that would take like a huge amount of attention to detail. And I think that like in certain cases it looks better in some cases and not as good in others.
Yeah, and I was about to say like that the rule that the sandworms are attracted by the vibrations of the shields, and therefore they can't be used. It's a naturally occurring nerf for the shields, because the shields are actually pretty, OP. But it's a naturally occurring nerf that creates and because of the situations in which the characters find themselves in, particularly in Dune Part 2, they are forced to not use the shields, which is a logical, I guess, compromise to the shields. And it's a logical explanation as to why they wouldn't use them in the desert. And we never get that that problem doesn't show up again because of the change in environment, and because the story naturally creates a justification for it.
I would say one kind of plot hole that you could actually think about in the universe as a whole is that lasguns, when they hit shields, trigger explosions, and you
nuclear explosions.
Yeah, so you'd think that during Wars of Assassins, there wouldn't be some assassin with a lasgun that would just fire on a house when they're engaged in war with another house, kill the target that they need to, weaken other houses, and essentially climb that way.
Yeah. Poisoning and hunter seekers would be the most optimal option.
Yeah.
But something I want to ask, do you guys think that he actually thinks that Patrick was just bringing up examples through this whole point of media of plot holes actually having explanations when you pay attention? Or do you think he was being bad faith and just tried to twist it that way? Because my issue, alongside the fact of him just being wrong of, why didn't you bring up the Dark Knight and not Alien? Why did you bring up Alien and not the Dark Knight? The issue is, if he was making that point, why is he bringing Alien with other films that do have established plot holes? Like the whole thing with Buzz, that is a plot hole. That's why Mauler didn't address it. The whole thing with Gremlins, That is a plot hole. That's also why he didn't address it. So do you guys think he was being purposely bad faith by framing it that way? Or do you think he genuinely think that's the point Patrick was making, that the entire thing was, oh, these all have explanations when you pay attention?
As a wise man once said, bait or mental retardation, call it.
I think that, yeah. Or mental retardation, call it. But no, I think he's giving Patrick too much of the benefit of the doubt and assuming that Patrick wouldn't be stupid enough to mess up in his video and show an example of the alien breaking through, and that he's using Patrick saying that there's probably plot holes in this video as a way to justify his belief that Patrick knew about that scene in Alien and that Mauler was incorrect, as well as also, he don't even, if I remember correctly, Mauler in the video that Mauler makes that Anthony is responding to, Mauler doesn't go over every single plot hole or point that is explained here, and I think just broadly brushes them. So I think the reason why Mauler brings up the one alien point is because there actually is a justification and that Patrick is wrong there.
Yeah.
So I think that Anthony's being bad faith and biased.
Yeah, I agree with
just
that.
don't, like, if you're defending Patrick Willems at any capacity, he does try to be quote unquote nuanced, but yeah, like the fact that he's defending Patrick Willems at any capacity automatically makes you wrong from the outset.
Yeah.
So
Great Boy said, what is your opinion on power scaling and how important it is in a story?
It's very important. It's extremely important. Don't let the anime the weeaboos lie to you. Don't let the Dragon Ball fans intimidate you. It's extremely important.
Power scaling is important, and I think that anyone who uses the Stan Lee quote to dismiss power scaling doesn't know what they're talking about. Or
Stan Lee was wrong.
Stan Lee made a lot of great things. That does not mean everything he says had value.
Well, here's the thing. I think when it comes to power scaling, here's an issue I have. Like, I already said some issues I have in my server. I'm not going to get fully into that conversation. But when is it important to a story? It's important to a story when it's, like, contradictive. Like, for example, like, let's say this villain is built up to be so powerful, very big, like Scar King, for example, and then he's getting his ass fucking beat to a bloody pulp. It's like, that could be seen as an issue because, again, it's anticlimactic. That can be seen as a problem. Or, like, if a character is built to be or, for example, like, there could be this one character who beats up another person, is shown to be very strong, but then there's this already established weaker individual who beats them. That's an inconsistency in the writing. That's where power scaling comes in. Or, for example, like in the Doom games, I'll talk about why the action horror, like Doom is not action horror anymore, like it used to be from the start, but in 2016 it's not action, it's now just action. But here's why Doom is no longer horror. Again, the Slayer has killed gods. The Slayer has killed all of hell. The demons are afraid of him. He's now a god himself. So now he has no reason to be afraid of anything because he has went through enough to be so powerful. That's why power scaling is important when talking about Doom and why the games are no longer action horror, because the Slayer is so powerful, he has no reason to be afraid.
Yeah, it's kind of like, it also kind of justifies like a tonal change as well in there in stories. Like you'll see in Berserk, for example, it starts out as something insurmountably grim. Like it's so grim that people on Twitter genuinely wanted to, you know, have people arrested for reading Berserk, or just wanted to turn Berserk illegal. Thank God that did not happen. Kentaro Miura, may he rest in power. So there is a noticeable increase in power with Guts in particular, with the more apostles he kills. Spoilers for the manga, but whenever he encounters Slan, I was about to say Slanesh. I was thinking of a different what's
different lady demon.
I was trying to recant the insult that Skull Knight called her, the whore of the something of the
immediately I just wanted to say Babylon, but I know that's not correct.
It kind of
it's correct, but it's not what he said though.
It's not what he said, but it's still applicable.
It's not wrong, but it's not what he said.
Okay, fair enough. But anyway, so whenever he encounters Slanesh, Skull Knight points out, God, this Slan. Whenever he encounters Slan, in her literal Punaner. I'm not even the manga says it, not me. They are in her Punaner. And so Skull Knight tells Guts that because he has killed so many apostles with his Dragon Slayer, it's literally cursed enough to where Slon can be hurt because it cuts through the was it the interstice?
Astral plane.
Yeah, something along those lines. And because Slon is very similar to Griffith in the sense that she can manifest herself in the physical world, she can be hurt, and she was indeed hurt. Over time, because of Guts's character progression, the tone just got lighter. Not too light to where there's no horror anymore, but light enough where it's not as dour as something like Conviction or the Black Swordsman, or even like Conviction. Because I was thinking about the Lost Children arc as a separate arc, but anyway, that is and when it comes to power scaling, it's not a power creep in the sense, because I'm not entirely familiar with those terms. I'm pretty sure Minecraft World is more familiar with those terms than I am, but it's not because it's a power creep inherently bad because
it's bad because it's essentially it's like the progression of power continues to increase. As a result, characters need to continually get stronger because the story demands the stakes to continually raise. As well as when it comes to the term power scaling, like the most popular place to discuss it, which is Versus Battle, describes it as determining a character's power by comparing them to other characters in their series. I would say that in a series where conflict is involved, power scaling matters because ultimately, if you understand the limitations of the characters involved, you can make meaningful scenarios. And as the person who knows everything about these characters, you are able to give information piece by piece to the viewers to make it seem like the end result could be a toss-up. And once you explain the reasoning why and you make it like meaningful as a result, that's what can make a battle interesting. Or if the match is supposed to be a stomp, you can make it a stomp. That's really easy to do. But I would say that in speculative fiction, so fantasy or science fiction, is important to power scale because when you know the limits of the creatures and technology that exist within the world that you're creating, you can, again, make meaningful scenarios that have the required tension, but also the plausibility based on the parameters that you want to set.
Yeah, so that's why I didn't want to use like power creep when it comes to like Guts, because the progression and therefore the change in tone is completely natural. It makes sense with the world.
I will say this. I do think people I think power scaling to judge consistency of storytelling and quality is a completely different conversation than power scaling of, oh, this character will beat another character from another universe. You said this character is stronger than another? I hate the movie that other character is from. Those are the types I take issue with.
That's like power scaling versus battles. That's what I would then say. I would then
those people
use
are
that
pigs.
term specifically to refer
there's
to
power
the
scaling for narrative, and then there's power scaling for like kind of like you're talking like a WWE match, like, oh, my favorite wrestler can beat up your favorite wrestler kind of thing.
Yeah, a bunch of fucking squealing pigs.
Both of them do have some level of merit. I've done both. Like there's a reason Death Battle and such things are so popular. And hell, I did that with Titanicus Gojira versus Titanicus, which is my current favorite video. And I honestly, the entertainment factor is there for the like WWE stuff. I was gonna say on the practical end, for an opposite sort of example, the reason why something like Pacific Rim works tension-wise is because all of the Jaegers themselves are continuously static, but they have to deal with an ever-increasing threat. Every single kaiju that we meet is stronger and more dangerous than the last, and so every single character has to work around that in some way, and that's what makes the film both thematically and story-wise cathartic, because they do manage to overcome the odds and overpower every single kaiju that they face.
Yeah.
Yes,
Clever.
and
Well, I would say,
also,
like,
I think
another
that's also
problem,
a pretty
too.
genius tactic. It's a pretty genius tactic for storytelling as well. On top of the fact that we also get closer to the actual rim, which would naturally produce. Well, actually, I don't know if they would naturally produce, but it would make sense why we would be seeing Category 4 and Category 5 kaiju, because there is a noticeable pushback by the. I guess they call it the revenants. I don't know what they call them.
Precursors.
The precursors. I don't know what.
Yeah,
the
well, the reason why the kaiju kept getting stronger was they just naturally kept getting stronger, and I think it's because since the humans were resisting more, the precursors had to like make their monsters stronger, and then finally it got to a point where they finally hit the hurdle and hit the Category 5s. But I think another reason why people take an issue with power scaling is because in a lot of cases, there are many matchups that people think are fun, which actually are pretty unfair matchups. And as a result, those are the popular matchups that people like to talk about because they are contentious. In most cases, when you're power scaling a world, you are very rarely going to have characters matched up in a way where one can flick the other away with like a swipe of their fingers. So as a result, you can power scale and still make the match interesting, but also have the weaker character win because of this or that reason. Even if like they're weaker by like a smidgen or even by like a significant margin. It all depends on how you understand the limitations of your characters and where those weaknesses lie.
Well, here's what I'd say about power scaling. I'd say what separates those two types of power scaling, it's fine to do fun who will win matches, and who will win matches, again, can be based on objectivity. But even though they can be based off objective feats and all that, it's not important. It's just fun. That's really all that's for. Well, when we're talking about power scaling in terms of like narrative, that I feel like it's much more important because it affects the quality of what we're consuming and brings in consistency and all of that. So there's much more reason to get passionate about that discussion than screaming and yelling about just a fun little death battle.
Yeah, but Goku solos though, so
of course. Like for as well as for you, Drake boy. Stay tuned for the Zimcast coming out on this Thursday. But to preview one point I'm going to be making, Heisei Godzilla being stronger than Godzilla 54 does not impact the significance of Godzilla 54 as a movie. Neither does -1 being weaker than Heisei Godzilla or 54 Godzilla.
Oh, dude, you have no idea, dude. So when I was in AIT, there was this one guy. He said that he preferred the MonsterVerse movies over the old Godzilla movies because Godzilla in the MonsterVerse is stronger. And I just stared at him.
Yeah, I hate that. See, those are why I take issues with those types of power scalers.
Heisei
Well, no, because
would wreck Titanus Gojira's ass. I am unironic here.
Yeah, no.
Heisei would wreck his ass.
Well, yeah, like here's the thing.
I was actually expecting you to be lying.
Yeah, because here's the thing. Heisei cells were able to get sucked into a black hole. Like, Heisei has such a remarkable ability of absorbing things around him and regenerating. It was able to regenerate a new life form that was able to absorb others. So it's like, Heisei is that powerful.
And that's not including things like Burning Godzilla, which is leagues above what Titanus Gojira's take on Burning Godzilla was. Also, I want to bookend this power scaling segment by saying, y'all should go watch the newest Death Battle. That was awesome. Kyle Rayner versus Simon.
Oh, the wait, Kyle Rayner versus Seaman? What?
Simon the Digger. DC Comics versus Tekken Topper Duran Lagan.
Simon the what? You're not allowed to say that on YouTube.
We said a lot of things we're not allowed to say on YouTube in this podcast.
You didn't hear the D!
You want the D? Oh my god, I didn't know you roll like that.
Let's keep going, gentlemen.
Yeah.
For getting facts straight wrong by not paying attention to the movie, as if he is separate from that collective, only to then, in the same video, say this.
Alien, if acid can melt through the floor, why does it melt through the entire ship? Look, if you want to watch stuff this way, you can even hide plot holes in this video.
You understand how many contradictions we've reached in just a few minutes? Which is fascinating. The problem is Mauler has convinced his audience that this one throwaway example is the argument, that it is on its own a specific example of an inconsistency. The problem is Mauler's structure requires you to look away from the core point to make it. He nitpicks a specific example, a specific component of a moment, and hyperfocuses on this example. By doing so, he takes your attention away from what the filmmaker or essayist or what have you is trying to actually accomplish. By doing this, what he ultimately does is create a false argument. By disproving this false argument, he convinces his audience he's correct, and he never actually
what he's saying?
The full argument in its entirety. This is a core tenet of Mauler's style. Create a substitute argument based on an example. Focus on that one example, and by the time he stops criticizing an example, you, the audience, have already forgotten what the person who was arguing against was actually saying. It creates a substitute argument in the mind of the audience that Mauler can then deconstruct and break down. His video on Plotholes was so poorly constructed
Where
that
have
despite
I
the positive
seen
ratings on the
this
video itself, an
point
overwhelming
before?
proportion of top comments are in disagreement with him. Other arguments Mauler makes in this video, though, are less compelling than the Willem's one.
I ordered 2.
But ain't that what he said? I think he's just proving Mauler.
He's proving Mauler further correct because, again, he's trying to state that without a doubt, Patrick Willem's example is one of the plot holes that he's saying could be in this video.
But that's what Mauler's saying.
As well as the alien blood thing doesn't come right before he says you can find other plot holes in that video.
Mauler isn't saying Patrick Willems doesn't know alien blood. He's saying Willems doesn't understand how acid works, which the xenomorph blood functions like acid.
Do you think you can get high off of it?
Probably not.
It's a good new video, but once you have time to discuss it, videos with awful argumentation start to fall apart. I would say that one of the most accurate examples of this clear disconnect would be Joseph Anderson's attempt at explaining why horror games don't scare him, and his follow-up video. His first video was very confusing in structure, conflicting his feelings with facts while presenting that an entire genre is fundamentally broken. This served to reveal a sense of ignorance in the exploration of said genre, and I've honestly never seen such a major portion of the comment section in complete disagreement. Similarly to Patrick and Hbomberguy, these were despite the positive ratings. So I decided to watch Joseph Anderson's video, and I didn't find the argument particularly complex or difficult to follow. The core argument can be summed up simply as, because horror games have no consequence for dying, and in fact encourage you to retry levels again and again, death holds no real fear. There's no real consequence for the monsters in horror in the game, and it becomes more of a puzzle than a fearful experience.
Typically, a main character in a video game can't die. Sure, they can get ripped apart, impaled through the chest, blown up, all sorts of things, but they always come back. Sometimes it's contextualized within the game's world, sometimes it's a simple reload screen and you're good as new. Better, actually, since you've learned something to avoid that same death next time. See, it's because of the interactive nature that this doesn't work. When a character is in danger in a movie or a book, there's already a set ending for them. They very well could die in the scene that you're watching, or face lasting repercussions for mistakes. There's tension because every injury and every death is canon, whereas a death in a game is a release intention instead of cranking the pressure even higher. You hit a fail.
And again, that would also still would prove Mauler's point that he makes. I know he did this video on an EFAP years ago, but this would also prove the point that horror movies don't work because you already know that there are certain characters who are going to die. So logically it follows, why should I be scared? Because everyone's got a set ending anyway. So
Can I ask you something? Do you think that's a correct? Because for me in particular, I don't particularly like horror movies precisely because they don't scare me. So I kind of see what he's getting at, but I don't know if he's correct when it comes to video games. So
and again, that's subjective, and that's subjective. If it doesn't scare you,
the problem with Joseph Anderson is that he's mixing his subjective experience with horror games with something that he could objectively measure in terms of this is why horror movies don't scare me because they just don't work. They just don't work for this blah 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 blah. Without really either a fundamental lack of understanding or. Obviously, he made a video saying that was a follow-up saying subjectivity is implied, which means he's pretty much blaming the viewers for sort of not understanding when he's being subjective and when he's being objective, which is not a great strategy. I'm just saying, Just
I get
saying.
why, but also he makes a lot. The problem is that Anderson makes a lot of prescriptions as a whole to why video game horror doesn't work, and not just that it works for him. So saying that subjectivity is implied, then just explain your experiences. Don't make the sweeping assertions that this is why they don't work at all. And again, the other problem too, and this is why I liked doing the Zimcast more than doing the Zim responses, which I didn't call them Zim responses back in the day, but I would do similar response videos to this. And the problem is that in this case, I know for a fact Mauler did an entire EFAP making other arguments about Joseph's point. And in this case, Anthony is removing them from the context that Mauler's making them, plus does not show any links to the EFAPs or videos that he has made. So we don't know the broader context to the other arguments that he has made in response to Joseph. And because we already know that Anthony is biased against Mauler because Mauler did the EFAP on him, I am less inclined to believe what Anthony is saying is one true, or that it actually has any value.
Yeah, at this point, I'm just kind of so far, I was pretty much wondering if this video was just meant to be some sort of retaliation against EFAP covering him. And,
it really does.
So far, Gramuguila. He's kind of it's without realizing it.
Hits get progressively worse.
He's validating my
time.
assumption.
Dude, every time he opens his mouth, just some weapons grade retardation just spews out of his mouth.
Well, yeah, like the whole thing of horror games don't scare me. Like, I watched this movie in my Discord server lately called 10-Inch Mutant Ninja Turtles. That'd be like me criticizing it because turtles, 4 turtles getting up to come green ooze over fucking April O'Neil doesn't turn me on because turtle men don't exist.
What are you talking about?
I don't even want to know.
There's this porn parody called 10-Inch Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Why were you watching that out of all the things to watch?
VC when they start, I was in the voice chat when they started watching, and the second they turned it on, I left.
Why
Yes,
were
here's
you,
the
honestly,
Raphael says we're gonna show you the secret. Raphael says we're gonna show you the secret of the ooze, and the other kill says the secret of the splooge.
Oh,
honestly, you need God. You need Jesus, man. You really do.
You need help.
That shit was so cursed. It ended with them all. It ended with them all getting in a circle and them getting ready and them coming Nickelodeon green ooze all over April. There you go. Spoiler alert, by the way.
Is it really a spoiler though if it's a porno? Kind of know. What you're getting.
Yes. But let's keep going.
Fail state and restart. Suddenly that monster that killed you isn't nearly as threatening anymore since you've just experienced the reincarnation superpower of your character that you always knew was there but may have blissfully ignored until now. Imagine this happening in a movie. Death ruins horror games.
I know that Mauler directly responded to that, but again, I've already said my piece on it.
He then argues that games that have permadeath in it are actually more intense and frightening than, say, your Silent Hills, where you can die again and again and again and just reload as if nothing happened. The argument isn't particularly complicated. In fact, Mauler also mentions that the comments were against him as well, but having looked at the top comments, the ones that got the most engagement were either positive or slight pushback on some points, but not really a full rejection of his ideas, as Mauler implies. I don't know if Mauler just didn't...
I hate the fact that we're doing this because I wanted to go through the entire point. He said, oh, I looked at the top comments. Mauler said the comments. He didn't say the top comments. Of course, the top comments are going to be more positive because of the top comments, because it's going to be people responding positively to a video and people who are fans of Joseph Anderson agreeing with him.
Is it over?
No.
Is it over?
Not over. But of course, because if they said he looked at the top comments, he technically wouldn't be lying when he said he looked at the comments and they were mostly positive. Of course, because he looked at the top comments. It's almost like he's being really weaselly with what he's saying.
Yeah, so another thing.
Wait, my internet cut out. Someone catch me up.
So apparently he did a weaselly snake thing, which, wow, you're telling me Gramuguila did something disingenuous?
Wow. Okay, what weaselly snake thing happened this time?
So essentially, Mauler's saying that there was meant, like, essentially he's saying that the comments were against Joseph Anderson on his video about horror games. And then Anthony says, well, I looked at the top comments and they were mostly positive. Of course, the top comments are going to be mostly positive because the top comments are going to be filled by people who are fans who are agreeing with them. And they're going to be top comments because a lot of people like them. And the people who like them are going to like them because they're agreeing with Joseph Anderson. The person both of those two people are going to be subscribed to and like.
And not to mention, he would pin some of those comments as well.
So he's being a snake. He's being a snake. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't
Devil's
so.
advocate. I think Mauler probably hit, when he watched the video, he probably hit the recent comics comment section. Therefore, he was seeing all the people who commented recently on that. And that's where the negativity came from, because the negative comments weren't going to be at the top. They were just in the recently commented.
No, that would still wouldn't make sense because recent comments would still mean you get an influx of both positive and negative, as well as this. I'm also going off the top of my head. If I recall correctly, he did the response to Joseph Anderson's this video on EFAP first, and then the video that he also talked about Joseph Anderson came after, if I recall.
Actually, no. Hold on. He actually, during his dissection series on Amnesia, The Dark Descent, and Soma, he covered like large portions, sort of responded to large portions of Joseph Anderson's video. In fact, he says that the video was the reason why he did this series, because Joseph Anderson or at the very least, like he said, actually no, hold on, Joseph Anderson.
Because that means he would have at least mentioned it 3 different times then.
Yeah, actually, it was either this video or Joseph Anderson's review on Soma that was pretty much negative, where he said things like horror movies don't scare me, and at the same time, then shortly after, just saying that it's not scary.
No, that I know is a different video.
You think, okay, all right,
because I know that it was EFAP 11 that he did. Horror games don't scare him, and then let's
Okay,
see.
well maybe I'm just confusing the timeline of the releases of Joseph Anderson's videos themselves.
Yeah, Summer, Mauler. And no, because he did the Amnesia versus Soma videos were, let's just even say, we'll just go to the last part.
They were 2017.
8 years ago versus, yeah, so he did the Soma versus Amnesia videos first, then EFAP 11, and then there's the Subjectivity, Objectivity, Mauler video as well, which we would need to find.
Okay. Yeah. The Soma and Amnesia videos, they were 2017. EFAP started in 2018, so the stream would have been in 2018.
Yeah, so what's it called?
As far as like the Joseph
Mauler
Anderson videos
Mauler on video essays and art analysis that came out in 2018, and that was December. Yeah, so he did do the video essays and art analysis after the EFAP he did on Joseph Anderson's video. So that would further support my point that, again, Mauler had done several different videos bringing up this point, and Anthony's cherry picking from one video in this case, instead of looking at the other arguments that he's making, as well as in EFAP, as well as the ones he would have made in the Soma Amnesia videos.
Yeah.
So it feels disingenuous and nitpicky.
And this whole project just so far for what we've covered, we're not even like halfway through here, maybe not even a quarter of the way through.
That's why I wanted to go.
It really just comes off. This whole thing comes off as like a really impromptu response
to Mauler.
Not even
to
that.
Mauler, even though he had like almost a year. Hold on, even though he had like a year or so to just put this all together. It's
even if he did have planned it out, I wouldn't expect anything less, because relativists cannot make coherent claims of fact. Like, they will ultimately regurgitate their own stupidity. I do not expect Anthony Gramuguila to say anything coherent throughout his entire career if he continues to think this way. Like, this is just the natural. Like, this is just the natural. This is just the natural manifestation of his belief system, if you could even call it belief or a system. It's not a system even, because a system functions. His system does not function. Therefore,
a system has to have a structure in order to even.
But his structure is the lack thereof structure. Therefore, it's internally incoherent.
It's a paradox.
It cannot work. Therefore, he cannot make any logical claims. Therefore, he will ultimately end up saying stupid or disingenuous, downright malicious stuff. So I don't expect him to say anything coherent.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that this thing isn't malicious so far.
We've already proven that twice before on Zim's channel, so.
Yeah, but this seems even more malicious. Well. So far, this seems even more malicious than those two so far.
I found that's the thing. Like, I think we should. I don't think people that are this maliciously stupid should be allowed to even speak in public discourse, because I have to genuinely ask these kinds of people, why do you think your opinion is so valuable that it deserves to be heard? I feel like he's just abusing his right to free speech.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, if you consider that, say that, like, oh, your opinion is like no more valid than mine, and vice versa, and all that. It's like, then why the fuck should I listen to you, you absolute cuck boy, clown boy?
And the fact that it has such a big audience, it just perpetuates this cycle of incoherence, and it's a detriment. It's a genuine cancer. This thing calling itself Anthony Gramuguila is a literal cancer on discourse. Like on Twitter, like you see his fans quote unquote defending him. And he actually did respond to me at one point with the most brain dead take. I at this time, like, my account got completely deleted, so I can't recover it. But he did respond to one of my posts with the most vapid brain dead, and one of his defenders did too. I didn't want to engage anymore. Like, it was.
What was the response actually, just in particular?
If I remember correctly, it was Godzilla related, which should not come as a surprise if you know me.
Okay, so never mind. All right, I don't want to know if you know any of the particular details. Don't tell me. I don't need to know.
I don't.
If it's Godzilla related, I just no, not from him.
I don't generally trust people Because like objectivity overall, it's a recognizable pattern. If I cannot immediately recognize it, then I'm going to have a very hard time trusting someone's opinions, especially if they upend their videos with, "Oh, but that's just my opinion." Because for me, that just comes across as like cowardice in a sense, maybe not intentionally, but maybe not in the an immoral, you're being a coward on purpose, but rather like you're afraid that people might, it's a preemptive shield, basically. I think people should be stronger with their, convictions and beliefs and not just put "in my opinion," because you're using the subjective definition of opinion as opposed to like the definition that implies this is a position that you hold. So I don't. Sometimes I'll be wary of those people that just say "in my opinion" a lot, even if their claims are technically correct in an objective, measurable sense. But if I cannot detect any, correctness, then I'll have a very tough time trusting. And it's a pattern that you can recognize because our brain is wired to know when things are logical and when they're not. That's why it's easier to distinguish. That's why it's easy to distinguish these kinds of people if you pay attention. So, I don't think Anthony Gramuguila should be allowed to speak on media.
Well, yeah, that's why it's important to always consider what the point of a work is, because if you're criticizing something simply for being what it aims to put out, then what you're doing, you're basically pulling a fallacy against the person who made the work, because you're criticizing them for a criteria they weren't trying to meet.
They are not promoting. They are perpetuating incoherence in other people. That is bad. Even morally, that is bad. That is not good.
Yeah, it's like it's like trying to say, "Oh, this romantic comedy is bad because it's not a Jason Voorhees Freddy versus Jason type movie." It's like, well,
it's not going to be that.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
But
that's why it's important to, when you're recommending something, think about what the point is and then recommend it to that criteria of what it's for. That's why I hate that so many idiotic critics and filmmakers destroyed the use of "it's not made for you," because they use that to like make it about politics and gender.
Helldivers is not made for you. It's actually making fun of you. Helldivers is against you. Literally the coolest thing ever.
Yeah, like those people, I hate how they destroyed that term because it actually does apply in art analysis. Like, if you're judging a horror movie for being a horror movie, a comedy movie for not being serious or shit like that, yeah, it's not made for you.
And that's how that works. Language. It's a destruction of language and precision.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you pretty much recognize whatever bias you have and just stick to the strengths you have, whatever you have. And it just kind of and you just go from there. You just be honest with yourself, be honest with your audience, and just kind of just go from there. It's like you review what you do, whatever that, that's kind of like that pretty much will. It's essentially like
a lot of stuff with Gramuguila at this point that just makes the rape defense even worse.
By the way, before we continue, if you play Helldivers, the Illuminate are back somehow. They're back. I don't know how. They're back. They keep saying they're gone, but they're back. They keep coming back. How do they keep coming back?
All right. Let's keep going. Let's try to see if we can get through these right here, because that'll put us over the 30-minute mark.
Okay. I'll be right back. Keep going, because I have to pee. I drank 2 coffees without pissing.
Okay.
Or to make things more complicated, but the video is very simple. It's very straightforward. It's a very basic take, and it looks like Mauler is deliberately misrepresenting the comments, or over time, the comments have become kinder to this video. It's unclear which. Though, if you ask Mauler, he'd probably say his opposition creates the straw man, not himself. That his opposition makes up and misconstrues things that he says, not the other way around.
Today, we're putting Google's Gemini.
The only thing I'll say about that, because I want to keep playing, is that when does Mauler ever say that?
I want to hear
So
Joey.
willfully beyond inconsistent that their only recourse is to invent quotes from their opposition in order to make it look more ridiculous by comparison. It's a hypocritical straw man, and it's not very effective. While this backward logic is splattered across different conversational threads, my channel has been generating more and more interest from people who enjoy the central premise. People who rather clearly understand what I'm actually doing here. So no worries, folks. I'm fully aware of them trying to play the semantics game to discredit my work and the work of many other creators. Not for nothing, but it looks like Joseph Anderson's video also profoundly ratioed Mauler's original video response to him. These are the kind of videos you
What does this have to do with it?
Mauler wants to say his arguments are based.
Yeah, no. Just because something has more views doesn't mean it's better, okay?
It means people are stupider. That's why.
All that that feels like such a childhood, like a childish gotcha.
On objective reasoning, while conflating his opponent's reviews with opinions. Speaking of which, Joseph responded to the criticism with an extremely condescending video explaining that it is in fact on the viewer to figure out which statements he makes are subjective and which are objective. This absolves him of any responsibility in his own writing, placing the blame directly on the viewers. As a result, the comment section ravaged him once again. These are the kind of videos you end up with when you have a severe lack of self-awareness. Okay, let's work with that and examine the methods he uses to determine objectivity in a narrative. Many people across all debate, discussion, and discourse from the dawn of time have put in a strong effort to blur the line between subjectivity and objectivity. If not by malice or ignorance, it is a backward way to win an argument, to redefine the landscape until your feelings are considered fact, with no regard for what the very definitions of those words even are. And with more and more controversial discussions taking place, you will eventually find the word opinion is thrown around far more than references to the topic being discussed. The purpose behind it in this case is to champion the idea that there is no such thing as good or bad content, that everyone is simply sharing their perspective. You know, the mentality that everyone gets a medal no matter what.
Mauler argues the reason why people want to avoid saying things are objectively good or bad is out of some perceived everyone does a good job mentality, which, no, that's not why. They don't believe things can be objectively good or bad. That's why they don't say it. It's not they have some interior motivation. They just don't believe that's the case, because they perceive good or bad to be subjective argument.
No, that's also an ulterior motive.
And the thing is,
and even still, it's incorrect factually.
Because he just said it 5 seconds prior. Separating how they feel from the art itself is something they disagree with at the core, so of course they get upset when you point out a flaw they can't reconcile emotionally. But this is not a foreign concept for them. They are fully aware of the difference between objectivity and subjectivity, and they know when content is poorly made, it simply doesn't apply when it's their sacred cow. Thus, they end up taking criticism as a personal insult, but good lord, that is not the case.
But let's add a little bit of lack of self-awareness there in hypocrisy, shall we?
Besides, it's much easier to simply smear people who disagree with you rather than open a discussion. Isn't that right, Quentin?
To state that your opinions, which mostly come down to things like thoughts about the lore and nitpicks about dialogue, are objective facts that can never be disputed by anyone is ridiculous.
Yeah, good going there, showing him what's for by smearing him right back after you claimed he smeared you. That's not.
No, Quentin literally did that. So
Quentin was a cunt. Okay, that's
no. What's it called? That is literally what Quentin did. And then Quentin also tried to smear Mauler with "I hate everything." That's not hypocritical.
It's not.
That's retribution.
And again, he's smearing Mauler by taking his points out of context.
To convince the other side that you are correct. Rather than say something's objectively bad, they try to convince you that their opinion that something is bad is accurate. The thing is, though, with that structure, you have to have a convincing argument. You have to be able to convince the other side that you're correct. And to do this, you must use detail is compelling. To use an argument is compelling, based on evidence that the other side might find convincing. When analyzing if a film is good or bad, you can go, well, what elements are not great about it? How is it made? Is the acting realistic or unrealistic? Is it compelling? Can you feel the emotions on a scene? Is the script consistent? Which is something Mauler particularly has a thing about. But you have to then analyze those objective details and then look at the side and say, what does this mean to the audience? How does this impact the audience? How does it impact the greater narrative? And that is a little trickier. Let me give you an example right now.
That has nothing to do with the truth or falsity.
Does this mean I have objectively a bad set? Well, no. It communicates the message I want it to communicate. A casual, slightly chaotic, disorganized, well-loved bookshelf. I always hated how super organized some of the viewers are with their bookshelves. I watched Book Talk growing up, and they always had these like color-coordinated bookshelves. And I always felt like, well, do you actually read these books? Like, if you take the book out and just read it casually, or you just like disrupting the flow? You have to have is it more decoration than function? I mean, I could meet up all these books if I really wanted to, but I don't really want to, so I'm not going to. I choose not to. Not out of negligence, but out of a choice. Because I read these books, I take them off the shelves a lot, and it's gonna get disorganized in 5 seconds anyway. So might as well have a loose assembly of where they are. The only objective detail here is it's not
someone kill
him,
subjective please.
Opinion. If you find it cozy, familiar, distracting, annoying, irritating, whatever, that's your opinion. But the objective detail, bookshelf is messy. See how that works? And to expand this to a film, tons of objective details litter a shot. But it's your takeaway that makes them matter to a critic, and thus to an audience. You have to then convince the audience that your interpretation of these details is correct. It's not about participation trophies, it's about putting pressure on the critic to better convince the audience of their perspective. Saying it in my opinion can be used as a crutch by some critics, but I have to think of it more as the idea that by saying it's your opinion, you have to convince the other side that you're right. If I disagree with you, I'll be sure to disagree with you vocally. And I have. Now at this point, Mauler references both The Room and Cinemasins as being quote-unquote works of art that people generally accept are bad.
Participation is now enough to celebrate quality. Everybody who was in the race now gets a first-place medal. It's as if they no longer want to recognize how well the goal was completed or how shockingly it was failed. Of course, this doesn't apply when talking about The Room or Birdemic. Or how about Cinemasins? It is very difficult to find anyone who declares Cinemasins is a channel of quality. However, Cinemasins is a form of art. He has transformed the original content for a different purpose. Surely whether his work is bad is purely subjective. Of course, I don't see it that way. What I'm trying to show is that they do use objectivity as a scale when it suits them. But that fights their principle of everything coming down to an opinion. So you will only find it happening with the things they so desperately want beaten into the ground.
Well, first off, Mauler, you seriously overestimate the number of people who like Cinemasins, even in 2025. Especially 6 years ago when we made this video, I remember hearing stories of people putting Cinemasins on at bars and people like cheering it on. Like, hey, that's anecdotal. I've heard that.
Wait, what
did
he
person,
say?
but like, come on, like people are watching it laughing.
What the fuck?
Yeah, like I can't make it out because he's talking too fast.
Something Cinemasins on a bar.
No, he's saying that he's essentially saying that like Mauler. He's saying that Mauler thinks that Cinemasins is bad, but people
Cinemasins.
You beat me to it, Black. I want some Cinemasins. That's like a bowl of cereal.
Hey, how hard did you pee?
But then he's anecdotally stating that he's heard that people put Cinemasins on at a bar and people cheered. That has nothing to do with whether or not they think Cinemasins is good. They probably are cheering on because like, oh, haha, look at the guy do funny things, and nothing to do with, oh, I think these criticisms are actually like well-constructed criticisms. Like,
I don't watch Cinemasins because I think his criticisms are constructive, although they can sometimes accidentally be constructive. I watch Cinemasins because I like a lot of the jokes.
Yeah, that's probably why they're cheering. So like that, the point is so bad.
Getting along with drunk,
Yeah.
echoing the
Also,
opinions Cinemasins had.
also,
Also, saying the media
Toku Punk said he was
Wait,
a part of the
there's no
podcast.
contradiction in saying that some people see that as compelling. They make an argument, and people can either be convinced or unconvinced. I'm personally unconvinced by it. I think this is garbage. But
Something about the bookshelf.
Okay, as I was about to say,
The thing about the bookshelf pissed me off so much. I want to strangle him for that.
Toku Punk said, I dipped because I was mute for a long time, not saying anything, and I don't have much to add besides agreeing with y'all, so I'm gonna stick to chat. That's perfectly all right.
All right.
No, I want to make
that
out
is
with
subjective
you.
perspective on the objective
let me
context
get-
provided. But since you
Damn it!
brought
That entire section rang to me as what Adam Does Movies said about his style. If you remember from this one retrospective that you did, Zim. That's like, okay, so that still doesn't justify the messy setup. If anything. Like,
It's bad on purpose, so it's good. Minecraft World, don't you see?
Yeah,
it's actually genius.
That's what I was getting at. And
He does not deserve to own Berserk. He does not deserve to own that holy book. That book should.
I swear to God, if he has a copy of Project Nemesis, I'm going to find him.
Does he have that? Does he have that book that says story on it, just so he has like extra toilet paper around?
I think he did that to piss people off because I think people notice it. Like the thing about his bookshelf, like, do you actually read the books? I think he just did that to piss people off. And honestly,
they'll probably just be like, "Oh, of course, I read." Like it feels like branding. I don't know, but he also does have a Godzilla book in there in the background, which upsets me.
Like,
but whatever.
If he did that to piss people off, like as rage bait, honest to God, that's possibly like some of the best rage bait I've ever seen because it actually worked on me.
It's
but
subtle enough to where he doesn't bring attention to it, but when you notice it, you can't unnotice it.
Yeah, like at that point, I'll have to commend him for his rage baiting skills. I still think that book should be confiscated from him. He does not deserve to own Berserk.
Rooney,
That book
Let's
is
talk about the movie for a
gospel.
second, shall we? It's a cult classic because of how inept the film is.
I did not hit her. It's not true. It's bullshit. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark.
It's a demonstration of the incredible technical skill it takes to make even a mediocre film by showing what happens when very few of those technical skills are present in the making of a film.
Lisa.
What a story, Mark.
And yet, despite these shortcomings, the film is still widely referenced. It's more widely referenced than, say, the Academy Award-winning film Shakespeare in Love, because unlike Shakespeare in Love, people actually enjoy watching The Room. Despite both being over 20 years old, one is in the conversation while the other isn't. There's a reason why some films become so bad they're good, as opposed to others that are just so bad they're bad. Because objective details that you can cite as bad do not always add up to the same sum.
Okay, like the whole thing of why films get why it's labeled as so bad it's good, and this is why Mauler brought it up, is because they acknowledge The Room is a very badly made movie beyond the fact they like it. Like, they like it because outside of there exists a quality outside of their point of view that makes it laughable to them. So he's proving Mauler's point.
Exactly. That's
Honestly,
why do you
like,
think?
the
Why do you think
very
it's just like? What?
Sorry, you go ahead.
Why do you think? Why does Anthony think Mr. Science Theory 3000 is popular? Because they riff on bad movies, you know, and yeah, there's some bad movies that they cover that are, you know, depending on your mileage, could be like so bad that they're just like painful to get through. And MC3K is like the spoonful of sugar that would help that bullshit go down. But then there's other instances where the episodes, like their episode on Manos, or if you ask, or Space Mutiny, that are like such classics essentially because of how insanely fun, how insanely enjoyable the cast sort of like make the experience of watching the movie for the audience.
Yeah, exactly. Because here's
still well beloved to this day.
Yeah, because here's the thing. Oh, I said here's the thing
And
again.
not only
Black's
that,
gonna kill
some of
me.
the jokes in the movie that they make for the movies just sort of write themselves even.
Yeah, and again, if it's entirely subjective, let's not call The Room so bad it's good. The Room is a comedy because it's perceived as a hilarious movie. So The Room is a masterpiece. It's a fantastic comedy movie. Intention doesn't matter. What they set out to do is irrelevant. It's a funny movie, and everyone should watch it for a good laugh.
There was like a weird trailer. What are you doing? No, that's the Jack. Are you?
There was a trailer for
the Jack Saint argument. Please, God, no. Please.
There was a trailer for The Room where I think they just pulled like critics quotes, like they're probably fake, but let's just say ironic, where they say like experience this quirky new black comedy. It's a riot.
Yeah, because here's the thing.
You know the movie is not trying to be a comedy at all.
Hold on.
That's
is
their
he
argument.
actually doing the Patrick Saint? No, not Patrick Saint. The Jack Saint argument. They all blend together. Shut up.
No, I think Jack Saint and Anthony and Patrick Willems, all of them have pretty similar opinions on things, so I'm not surprised.
No.
Yeah, but again, what I'm saying is that by their logic about how what something intends to do doesn't matter, we should not be calling the room so bad it's good, because what it intends to be is irrelevant. It's a people think it's funny, therefore it must be a comedy. Nothing's objective. What are you talking about, you opinionated asshole?
I mean, I guess at that point we just have to like figure out like new terminology then, because like when people say like so bad it's good, a movie is like so bad it's good, they're trying to when you try to ask them like to define it, like then it would just be like I think they would just by that point we would just have to change like the some of the terminology there at that point.
I thought we grew past this stupid argument. Oh my.
Well, granted, this video is. Oh wow. That came out. It came out this. Yeah. Wow.
How long ago did this video come out?
A day ago.
May 30th.
Oh wait, no, that's still recent.
Very recent still. Yeah.
That is last month.
Yeah.
That is a week ago.
All right, let's keep going.
Why was that a week ago? How was that a week ago?
The first one is, I think it's trash too, but people liked it well enough as a so bad it's good film to laugh at. The second film does much the same as the first, but it's terrible. While the first one felt sincere, the second one felt staged. Even though objectively they are very similar, they do much the same things, the scenes are kind of the same, audiences rejected the second one in favor of the first. We can argue as to why, like the lack of sincerity behind the project, just repeating the last film's moments, but this I think ultimately proves that a pure objective cataloging of what happens in a film isn't enough. You need to ask, subjectively, how did this film resonate with you? For example, it's my opinion that both films, Birdemic 1 and 2, are unwatchable garbage, enjoyable only by people filtering out the best bits. But that's my opinion. And I could convince you
it's so bad it's good, it's subjective.
Riding scenes when nothing happens in the film. I won't because I don't waste your time, but I could.
Yeah, that was a good movie. An inconvenient truth. That is it. I'm getting myself a car that's environmentally friendly.
The problem I have is that Mauler conflates summary with review, as is the case when he shows a montage of critical errors and misrepresenting scenes and films and gameplay mechanics that he's done in the past.
I think I should be clear in saying that anyone, including myself, likely in this very series of videos, will eventually, in their lives, create bad pieces of content, and it can be assessed for a conclusion. There are plenty of ways to determine it. Let's start with getting facts wrong. That would be a big one. We all live in the 1970s with two characters that have a plan to share weaponry to communities surrounding the area with Wakandan technology because of the struggle that persists. No, it was set in 1992. What's wrong with you? As far as I'm concerned, plenty of these show an opportunity for a backstab to activate, and it comes across as the game falling asleep. Don't you know that the Jester rogues are immune to backstabs, you hack? We then see the Hulk has been transported directly to Kamatage. No, it was Sanctum Sanctorum. How can you call yourself a critic? Yes, these are a few moments of several in which I get things wrong. Do you know why? Because there is objective information that I failed to research correctly. I made mistakes in the art I created. My work is therefore flawed, affecting the overall objective quality. This is possible when you understand that objectivity exists in art.
These are objective errors, sure, but they're also just summation. It doesn't offer much perspective on the films or games he's talking about. It's just telling you what happened.
No, that's not summation. No, that's literally even if you're saying it's summation.
Even if it is, it's not the point. That's not even the point of the argument.
Summations that are accurate then. That's all.
It doesn't even matter if he's talking about plot holes or not. The whole point is that he made a mistake and he's acknowledging that the mistake is present.
What is wrong? Has more
self-awareness
than Gramuguila.
Gramuguila, for the love of God, watch the video. Pay attention.
Are you retarded by any chance?
Help!
Yes, he is!
And that's not enough. When you look at what Mauler counts as his personal mistakes, he counts getting a date wrong, summarizing a character standing still, and the Hulk landing in the...
No, it's not a character. No, I will say this. A character standing still is definitely the worst one because he is saying that there are cases where backstabs are wrong, and then he's showing a video and showing an example where he thinks that he should be getting a backstab, but he's not. But there's a mechanic there that he forgot about, so therefore he would be objectively wrong in this case. And if anything, to make his point better, he should have used examples, not the one with Jester Thomas. So therefore, again, Mauler is correct in pointing out the mistake, and Anthony is wrong in terms of trying to defend what Mauler is saying, but still trying to trash on Mauler. It's so bad.
Why? That's not the
point. There's nothing really to
point.
If those details were changed and if those details were different, it really wouldn't change the core arguments. He's selecting these because they're non-essential, small details. They can point to and say, look, I got things wrong too, without actually fundamentally reassessing the conclusions he made.
If he didn't make them in other videos, why would he bring it up? If he didn't make any other mistakes in other pieces of media that he's made, why would he bring it up? That makes no sense.
But it's not compelling. Does anyone else find that compelling? Because I find it boring. If I wanted to know what happens in a movie, I'll just watch the movie. And Mauler, thankfully, is better than most at summary games. A lot of people online just summarize episodes of shows or videos and movies, and they call it a day. That's the extent of their analysis, and it's boring. It's lazy. It doesn't give you perspective on the media. It's just a lazy recount of something that already exists, and it's like diminishing returns. You know, just watch the movie yourself. When I look at media analysis on YouTube, I look for media analysis.
Just because you watched it doesn't mean you understood it.
If you're gonna go by shot by shot by shot, you better offer compelling information alongside the shot by shot analysis. Mauler does attempt this, and I will give credit where credit is due. He does break free from summary typically, but his review style also incorporates summary as a major component that I think pads out his reviews with unnecessary, redundant information. It's not that his reviews are long. I have long videos. So does Hbomberguy, who he criticizes here, and really so does Quentin Reviews, who has them all beat with his length. But I think the problem is it's not compelling. And even in regard to
objectify, quantify the redundant and unnecessary information.
All the errors that Mauler makes in regards to Dark Souls 2. And while I could just play the entire video to show you what he gets wrong, he really goes by bit across the entire video to catalog every individual error Mauler makes. And this video really helped with me understanding Mauler's difficulties as a critic.
But when it comes to these people, facts are frustrating because it can force a strongly held position to face scrutiny when they would prefer to simply enjoy their perspective while letting others know they are incorrect for having theirs. This approach to analysis is novel and oftentimes very entertaining, but it will leave you completely inconsistent and outright embarrassing to listen to, especially when you begin to completely contradict your own thesis without even realizing it.
There will always be people for whom an experience just isn't for them, or who are too dumb to understand how to play something, or don't realize that something they think is good is objectively bad. Some people really like Fallout 3, and they seem to be the specific type of people who think clicking a dislike button is a decent way of expressing their feelings. In other words, objectively stupid people like Fallout 3. And there is a right way to play Souls. You can hide behind the shield a lot, die over and over trying to memorize every encounter, or use magic from a distance to avoid having to engage with the game, or wear the heaviest armor and hope that'll save you. But the reality is, it's just more fun playing it as someone who dodges, who weaves, who parries, and who uses situational awareness to assess a situation.
But speaking of Hbomberguy, the one I do find compelling, Mauler then presents Hbomberguy not responding to his dumb tweet as objective proof that Hbomberguy was angry at him after listening to a clear joke and completely misunderstanding what Hbomberguy's point was. It's kind of weird.
You guys remember Hbomberguy? He acknowledged my existence again on Twitter.
Where is the funny?
It was about my DS2 series.
If it's a joke, where's the funny?
Couldn't be bothered to watch any more than 10 minutes. He had this to say at the end of the conversation. Have you ever eaten something bad and stopped? Or realized there were 8 more courses and stopped? Because I think people who do that might still have some relevant criticism. And in response, I said, that is an interesting analogy. And had someone watch part 1 and offer criticism for it, I'm sure it would be helpful. But to eat a potato and complain that the entire meal tastes bad is simply not useful at all. He chose not to respond to me again after that exchange. You're 100% entitled to your opinion, and you noticed a bunch of genuine mistakes I made in the video. But pretending that your opinion is the only one based in facts, and people who find that approach tiresome and just scared of the truth, is a bit of an overstep. So I responded by asking why he's trying to make me look crazy by implying that I think my opinions are facts due to achieving objectivity. I don't think you're a bad person. I simply don't agree with your approach to video game criticism. It's a little immature to write if you've achieved objectivity, and I'm out to make you look crazy for it. And I'd recommend, like, chilling out. Lol.
I guess it's easy to win a fight with an opponent made of straw.
You are damn right, Harris. Pointed out a criticism of mine that was not valid as it was clearly taking a joke seriously. I responded that even if it were a joke, I provided context so that viewers would understand that and choose to ignore me or see the argumentation for how weak it was regardless. I kept getting notifications of that conversation as time went on, likely because it was featured at the end of my Last Jedi series. As a result, many had a problem with how sheepishly he responded to my criticism.
It's very oversensitive, I think, in my opinion, of Mauler to get this angry about Hbomberguy's response to him.
These
Yeah,
angry. Hbomberguy was angry at his mistake.
If you're saying that Mauler was getting angry, if you're saying that Mauler was thinking Hbomberguy was angry, when you can clearly tell that Hbomberguy is taking it as a joke and trying not to actually engage with Mauler, but then saying Mauler's getting mad about it when you have no proof otherwise, that's so weird. And again, it's exceptionally hypocritical. And it feels like he keeps saying Mauler's doing these things and then does the exact things he's criticizing Mauler for doing.
Wow, almost like he's a moron.
We literally still have an hour left. I just realized.
Oh God, my brain's getting fried.
He's just an idiot. He's an idiot.
Keep going.
Well, yeah, like
videos you end up with when you have a severe lack of self-awareness.
Ignoring how Mauler spent so much time with this video complaining about tweets Hbomberguy made, what I find so strange about all this is that Hbomberguy incorporates objective criticism into his work. I know it was made years after Mauler's vid, but Hbomberguy objectively said James Summerton plagiarized. The difference there is that Hbomberguy used this
plagiarizing
subjective claim that Summerton was a hack and should be disregarded as a critic.
As of making this motion graphic, there are 56 video essays on his YouTube channel dated after October 2018. A minimum of 22 contain some amount of plagiarized material. He also has 2 essays exclusively to his Vimeo page. According to him, YouTube flagged them not safe for work. These have a ton of plagiarism in them too. Several videos were taken down and then re-uploaded with parts removed, like Attack on Titan and a few others. I don't know how I should account for re-uploads on this list, but we should at least include videos which were deleted and never came back, like Codebreakers and Hey, Welcome Back Unrequited. He took that re-upload down too at some point. I wonder why. And let me be clear, this is just the plagiarism we know of. We could have easily missed the stuff in the other videos, or there could be more deleted ones we don't even know about. That's a minimum of 26 videos that steal stuff. Like James said, there's not 3 or 4 examples, there's hours of examples. An entire channel's worth of examples. This isn't a one-off mistake, or a misunderstanding, or a citation error. This is a pattern with no sign of stopping. There's no fixing this, and there's no undoing the damage he's done, directly and indirectly, by using so many people's work without credit for money.
How can he assess
the only thing I'll say about this is that if I remember correctly, there were also some things that he just got wrong in Hbomberguy's video. Like I
just want to ask.
I don't remember all of the drama around
wait,
that
Zim
video,
first and then Minecraft.
Yeah, if I recall, there were certain things that Hbomberguy just got wrong or lied about. So even saying like, "Oh, well, Hbomberguy puts up objectivity in his videos too," that doesn't really it doesn't cover the entire drama that's around it. And just because Bomber made a few good points does not mean, if I remember correctly, most of the video was kind of garbage, or discount the poor arguments that he made in Dark Souls 2. Or again, Mauler's point was that yes, when people are dealing with their sacred cows, they will be more subjective to protect them. Now Minecraft go, sorry.
All right. my question is, how would you know it's plagiarism instead? How would you know it's plagiarism rather than, I don't know, somebody sharing something else but trying their best to word it somewhat, but trying their
You
best to
completely
word it
roboted there.
Yeah, you roboted. All I heard was just beep boop.
How would you know it's someone sharing the same take? How would you know it's plagiarism and instead someone sharing the same take but not being able to word them sharing the same take as someone else properly?
If I remember correctly, there were some people in there who, without a doubt, were definitely plagiarizing. But in certain cases, there weren't. So
Yeah, I mean,
in this case,
plagiarism can
When
still
I
be
first started,
accidental.
when I
pretty
first
much.
started, like I started using Mauler's language a lot until I developed my own language and started finally being able to articulate what I was, seeing, observing, and feeling as well. Just overall, just learning the vocabulary of these kinds of discourse all on my own. The only reason I only used Mauler's vocabulary, and particularly EFAPs as well, is because I found it to be the most reliable one that I had at the moment, because at that point my understanding of vocabulary wasn't as developed as it should have been. That's part of the reason why my video on Godzilla vs. Kong took so long, and why the first draft I had to delete it, because on top of the fact that of the copyright restrictions were not letting me upload it, it was just overall just a very bad video. So I didn't want to put that out as like my my nuke against this movie, against GVK. I didn't want my magnum opus to be tainted by inexperience. So I waited a bit. I made more videos. I fleshed out my own vocabulary. But just having similar vocabulary to somebody that you admire and think is a good enough voice to be listened to, that's not a bad thing. I mean, it could just be an appeal to emotion because I did it, but I'm not the only one that's done it. I mean, a lot of us have done it to some extent, particularly with Mauler.
Yeah, like I've taken a lot of Leafy's vocab at times. I've taken a lot of Griffin's. I've taken a lot of Ackman's, and yeah, I've taken a lot of Mauler's as well.
Yeah.
For me, Mauler kind of inspired my Sea Monster essay sort of thing.
Yeah,
Mauler's one of my many influences, like Ackman, Griffin Gaming.
Oh,
no, you finish.
I combined the reviews of OmniViewer and Nemesis Bloodreich. He's a guy in the death battle community who reviews death battles, and a little bit of residue, a little bit of remnant from Little Platoon's voice, because I have beef.
Yeah, Little Platoon is an actual, I think Little Platoon and Mauler, I think they might be two of the best ones. I mean, say what you will about the GXK video, and we will talk about the GXK video. But
that was
I still think, yeah, I know how you feel. I know how you feel about it. I'm just saying, I don't think it's that big a deal. I don't think it's really that deep. He does miss some stuff. Yes, it's not as thorough as I think it should have been. I don't think it's as bad as it could have been. That's all I'm saying. But
what are you talking about? Little Platoon's GXK video?
Yeah,
I think people blew that out of proportion. That's my hot take. I think a lot of people blew it out of proportion.
Well, we'll see about that.
Well, the criticisms, I will say this: they insist upon themselves.
But they insist upon themselves, Lois. But yeah, Mauler and I think Little Platoon are two of my biggest inspirations. It started out as Mauler, but then when I discovered Little Platoon, I started to gravitate towards him more because he offered a more. So Mauler is Diet Coke, and Little Platoon is just straight up Coke, in a sense. Like he's for the Mauler is for the layman. He tries to speak in more practical terms that most people generally understand, whereas Little Platoon's approach, and even Random Film Talk, their approaches are more clinical. They're a lot more rooted in literature. They're a lot more surgical. I also like they're just generally just witty. They're just as witty as each other, honestly. But there's also just like the academic perspective that I just really, really appreciate. And then I started watching different content like Jay Dyer. I love Jay Dyer. And so I started watching that kind of content as well. And over time, I started to develop not even just develop, but also just because I started learning words for things that I just intuitively understood and just couldn't explain. I started, discovering the words for these kinds of things, like epistemology, telos, all of that. I learned it from Jay Dyer, as well as other sources. But yeah, like that's not a bad thing necessarily. Just having inspirations.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
but again,
Cinemassacre, James Rolfe. Yeah, James
one of
Rolfe
my
was
big
also an
inspirations.
inspiration of mine. Mainly during the early days when the passion was there, and before he said Godzilla's like champagne and all that bullshit.
I still love James.
Yeah, again, the problem too is that, and the problem always with these kinds of videos is the fact that he's pulling these clips from the videos without the proper context or supporting arguments around them. So like, I don't necessarily I haven't watched the Hbomberguy plagiarism video. I probably never would because I just don't like Hbomberguy's content. And I will just take his word that he probably is correct in this one case, but at least from the following I know around the video, that's not the case for everything there. So then trying to then say that Hbomberguy does use objective critique and then using the best possible example and ignoring the rest of it is disingenuous. Again, because we already know that he's biased against Mauler, it diminishes everything else I have to say about it.
Yeah, like the bias against Mauler and the fact that he used his first example being Patrick Williams, for defense. It's like, considering how weak the defense is for Patrick Williams and the offenses against Mauler have been so far, it's hard to really have much reason to expect him to get better going forward.
Mm-hmm. I'd also like to bring attention to something Kasaibo said in chat. EFAP and Cinemasins can both miss important details in a story. They're both just as fallible, just like any humanist, just like I am, just like Zim is.
Yeah,
just like,
any person can,
just like Vic is with GXK in particular. But
Shots
Monster is with King of the Monsters. But yeah, no.
I'm sorry. What the who the fuck?
Oh, you heard me. Say
it again, motherfucker! Come on!
Sea Monster with King of the Monsters. Sea Monster with the King of the Monsters. I'll say it 1,000 times.
We are not doing a third debate.
And Bomber Guy.
Right here.
Okay, so anybody's fallible, really. But the thing is that God damn it, not Cian. I was about to say Cianimus for some reason. The Cinemasins isn't trying to be accurate most of the time. He has a gimmick, and he's sticking to that gimmick. Whereas with EFAP, they're trying to remain as objective as possible and trying to assess the information of the movie as objectively as they can. They can get stuff wrong, sure, they have in the past, but that just because they're both equally prone to being fallible does not make them both equal in standing.
Yeah,
I'll tell you this.
EFAP at least tries, more so than not, to pretty much avoid those pitfalls. Not always successfully, but but there is more of an effort on their part. Where Cinemasins, they don't really seem to give a shit.
My favorite episodes have been recently covering the Thunderbolts and Daredevil Stillborn, particularly because I'm invested in Daredevil and I'm invested in the Sentry, and I wish they brought it up.
I keep going back and listening.
I just wish more people brought up the fact that just Sentry is he's been, what's the word? Flanderized. Yes, that's the word. They Flanderized Sentry. I was looking for a word, they turned him into a puppy-coated twink boyfriend. And I still think that's the appropriate word, but on top of the fact, I knew there was something that was missing in my argumentation. I just figured it out right now. It's Flanderization. Even if the adaptation, it doesn't need to be accurate, but please, for the love of God, do not Flanderize the characters. But that's exactly what they did with one of my favorite Marvel characters that I've loved ever since I was a kid, just as much as I did Spider-Man, Batman, Superman. Sentry was amongst one of them. My brother introduced me to Sentry. I love Sentry a lot. So
my problem too is that Mauler, EFAP, and those guys, if they're criticizing you on an EFAP and you say you want to come on, they're more than willing to have you come on to have a discussion or talk to you in private. Whereas with these guys, they won't even bother if you disagree with them. So I will take Mauler and those guys in terms of how they engage in debate and criticism far more seriously and consider it far more genuine than anything this guy or Hbomberguy or any of his ilk have to say, because they are generally some of the most ivory tower type of fucks ever. I'm sorry.
I mean, even then, like Mauler and crew, they still kind of have like some rules and stipulations of who can come on as like guests.
Just people that won't shout slurs at the top of their lungs and get them in trouble.
Yeah, or essentially like if they were just actively trying to get their attention just to come on to EFAP. But yeah, like if Anthony were to reach out to them and be like, hey, man, should we have like a little discussion, hash things out, maybe just sort of like simmer things down and leave all this bad blood behind. Like they probably would be open to it, but
me personally, I would never have someone like Gramuguila in my live stream. I would never let him contaminate my space. I do not trust anything that comes out of his mouth.
Yeah. I mean, I'm willing, I'm with you on that, Zim. I think that's a motto that I think EFAP is a flawed or not, I think they're a perfect structure when it comes to like how live streaming, how this kind of thing should go. People like Celtic Phoenix, obviously, they do this as well. Hell, Zimcast and Sea Monster Live have done this before with, like, we had the brutally honest discussion, which went really, really well. And you offered to bring Adam Does Movies on multiple times, Zim. Which he
obviously refused. Well, not really.
I don't
refused,
know.
Just like, no,
I don't know if y'all know this, but when the what's his name, Dr. Skipper thing was all going on, I actually tried to invite him on Black Screen, but he ghosted me. So
again, because like most of these people don't really care about having a conversation. They have their ideas, they have their opinions, and if
at the time,
they have
really
a conversation, they want to just essentially. But they just want to talk to their audience. They don't really care about having discussions, and the only time they'll have a discussion is if they know it's like an easy dunk, essentially.
Yeah. That's
funny. At the time, I didn't really hate Dr. Skipper. I'm mostly fascinated by him, and I actually did like the fact that he did try and rile up the Godzilla fandom. I wanted to interview him as well. But he said
I'd like to use Gramuguila himself as an example with Celtic Phoenix, and this is something that I think did actually happen. Celtic Phoenix did actually have him on the show where this was after the YouTubers are lying to you thing. They talked. The discussion was interesting, but I think that is a trap that Celtic Phoenix did fall into. I like Celtic Phoenix's stuff, don't get me wrong, but that is a trap that they did fall into, and I think something they're still trying to work with.
Phoenix also has 18,000 subscribers, so therefore there's incentive for Gramuguila to come on.
Yeah.
And like because Celtic isn't known as scary Batman, then there's no optics effect that Gramuguila has either. So yeah, let's keep going.
The question of morality or the ethical decision one should make with internet information is inherently subjective. But because the video essay was so convincing and so compelling, it felt like the only logical conclusion to draw from Hbomberguy's information.
Japan has certain laws, such as what time of night a queer-centric show can actually be aired on TV. This show was slated for an earlier time slot in the night because it's first and foremost a sports anime. In order for the quiet part to be as loud as the creator wanted, it would have to have had a much later time slot than the network wanted.
This is a common myth made up by the fans of the show to explain why it wasn't gayer. They wanted to, but it was illegal. How convenient. But that law doesn't work that way, and even if it did, Yuri on Ice aired at 2:30 a.m. in the morning, the gay witching hour. They could do whatever they wanted. But now I see people continuing to spread this lie, linking Summerson's video as proof it's true. James is helping to reinforce misinformation by not checking whatever he hears on Twitter before he spreads it, which is a bit concerning. Basically, I can't really watch James' videos because I care a lot about the stuff he talks about, and I can tell he's not really checked what he's saying, and that really gets to me.
This is also a huge difference in Hbomberguy's style versus Mauler's. Mauler basically states in videos his general opinions prior to providing evidence, then uses the objective structure of his review to provide the thesis he states at the beginning.
But permit me, if you will, to go on a rant about the state of video essays and reviews on YouTube these days. Star Wars The Last Jedi was panned quite thoroughly across much of YouTube, but since it is a part of such a popular franchise, it had plenty of fans remaining, as does anything with that kind of reach. At this juncture, however, thanks to months of discussion, most points have been brought to the logical baseline, some who apparently haven't heard a single counterargument still trailing to join the discussion. At the end of my assessment, I said that the film was overall objectively bad in terms of filmmaking. It is of poor quality.
Or, possibly worse, Mauler starts like it's a Cinemasins video.
Oh fuck, let's get this over with. Black Panther opens with a neat animation explaining the history of Wakanda.
He does this on his EFAP live streams to an extent, concluding that he will hate something, then watching it live for seeing it the first time, and lo and behold, he hates it. Hbomberguy, by contrast, will provide a shifting thesis, one that starts out with a general perspective that is adjusted as he presents more evidence to the viewer.
Okay, you know that trick video essayists use where they open on a semi-related example that sets the stage for the wider topic? It's a classic, I do it all the time. I wanted to open on a recent example of a writer winning a plagiarism lawsuit and getting their day in court. But there isn't one. This ancient case, which took place over a decade before I, and statistically you, were even born, is still the best, most recent, and almost only example. Ellison and Bova are among the few writers to ever see financial compensation for their work being stolen. This video is about James Summerton.
Now, obviously, Hbomberguy knows what conclusion he's going to make before he starts filming.
Last time I wanted to research one thing and tripped and learned too much. This time I had the breakdown and worked backwards.
But he presents it in a way where the viewer develops a perspective alongside the argument, accepting small details before providing further context to guide the audience to his perspective. Do you know who else followed the structure?
Well, let's just be priming both of them are just priming the viewer, but in different ways.
James Martin, because all the talented writers he ripped off knew how to write a convincing argument. Mauler, by contrast, starts by saying a film or story is objectively bad, and then looks for evidence to back it up. Neither structure is objectively bad necessarily, but I find Mauler's structure less convincing because it doesn't really win anyone over who wasn't already on board with his perspective from the start. If a viewer who hates
that, you can't.
That's
prove
bullshit.
That.
That's bullshit. Like I watched it.
Last Jedi because he hates what they hate.
Okay, let him say.
Dismiss the review as rage bait and live comfortably never watching it. Hbomberguy, though, starts with a small, simple statement that builds into something bigger. That makes his videos more engaging because it doesn't throw a partisan issue at you from the start. It invites you in, and by the time you get to the point, you're on his side. Also, he has jokes and doesn't take himself too seriously, something Mauler clearly struggles with. And a lot of that
that's not objective.
Is concrete, while Hbomberguy acts like it's flexible. This intrinsically changes how you engage with criticism. It's why Hbomberguy gets millions of views on his videos, while I, a channel with a fraction of the subscribers Mauler has, can ratio Mauler's review of my video. It's one of the reasons why so many people
cares?
Look at Jenny Nicholson review of Joker that EFAP responded to. Look at the vast difference of people who spent 12 hours watching EFAP complain about Jenny Nicholson versus people watching Jenny Nicholson briefly give her opinion on Joker.
There's also a difference in time. Like, I'm sorry that not 2.5 million people have all the time to watch.
I know the whole stream is 12 hours of just complaining about Jenny Nicholson. I know that, but the optics.
Yeah, and also her video was first.
Of course, since he just mentioned the term optics, I know for a fact that further not proves, but supports my own thesis that Gramuguila is not going to talk to people unless the optics are good or he has a financial incentive to do so.
Again, and said in this case, and more how it is perceived by the audience who can engage with it. After all, if no one engages with the video, no one is going to hear you at all. Okay, real talk. For the last year, people have begged me to acknowledge Mauler's response to my video, the YouTuber critics are lying to you, which I chose not to mainly because when receiving criticism, it is my opinion that I should sit down, shut up, and listen to it. I don't really like responding to criticism because I think it's the key element of it is to listen.
Yeah, it's evidence.
See what works, what doesn't, and I make better content from this feedback I receive.
That just makes you a beta cuck.
Meanwhile, Mauler responds to a tweet criticizing him. Everyone was long tired about how valuable objective criticism is and how inconsistent Hbomberguy is. Well, hell, other people pointed out that Mauler's Dark Souls 2 review, and that was a response to Hbomberguy himself, is very inconsistent. It reflects a poor understanding of the mechanics that Hbomberguy does understand.
But also more Heidi Knights in general, which is great, and something I wanted. But also they're way more aggressive. Someone get up and go for you now, and that's a really cool thing that you just don't expect if you play the original, and that's really, really fun.
This is getting ridiculous now. The High Knights were removed from several spots in the original game and placed in the highest tower of flame. There wasn't a significant increase in numbers in the entire game. Again, he shows he doesn't play his own game that thoroughly. No one points out, however, Mauler's wrong. The High Knights are actually all over the place. Mauler just ran past all of them. He missed.
No, wait a second.
He made an objective claim. What?
Wait, stop. From several spots in the original game and placed in the highest tower of flame.
And that's a really cool thing that you just don't expect if you play the original, and that's really, really fun.
This is getting ridiculous now. The High Knights were removed from several spots in the original game and placed in the highest tower of flame. There wasn't a significant increase in numbers in the entire game. And again, he shows he doesn't play his own game that thoroughly. No one points out, however, Mauler's wrong. The High Knights are actually all over the place. Mauler just ran past all of them.
Those are two different points. He's saying that they're removed from several points of the game and placed in the high towers of flame. I would say both of those are wrong because there were more spots that the High Knights would hear in later on that were put into Heights Tower of Flames when they weren't in the original. And as a result, that's why Mauler's making the point. And then trying to say that, oh, they were just put in several places. I know where these other High Knights are, and there are less of them around the game world, and there were less of them in Heights Tower of Flames than there originally were. So again, it's like essentially a nitpick, but also cherry picking, but also removing it from the greater context, and also not really understanding Dark Souls 2 all that well.
Yeah, and also something I wanted to say earlier. He said like Mauler's style isn't going to convince anybody who isn't on his side already. That is bullshit. I've watched Mauler's video. I have not seen Zack Snyder's The Justice League. I have no opinion on that film whatsoever. But I've watched Mauler's review of Zack Snyder's The Justice League, and he made a lot of good objective points that has me thinking, yeah, this movie might not be all that great. Like a lot of the unnecessary exposition and how it doesn't make sense and how it's used and stuff like that. So it's like, no, I had no opinion on Zack Snyder's The Justice League. Yeah, I left from that video being like, okay, maybe this is not a great movie.
Not to mention the fact that also, can we not forget about what's his name? Jay, like one of the earliest guests.
JXE.
Yeah. JXE. Went from someone who disagreed with Mauler to then becoming one of his most frequent guests. Or the fact that Tonald and them fixed their beef. Or Just Right when they had a conversation, but then also Quentin reviews someone. Gramuguila defends in this video, tried to sabotage that. So
yeah, like I would like to present like an opposite example to Cinemasins where I liked Justice League, but then I watched the video and then I realized, well, I mean, I still do like Justice League, Zack Snyder's Justice League. But then I watched the movie and I thought it was one of the best movies that Zack Snyder's ever made. I still thought BVS was better, and to some degree it kind of is. But I didn't know how truly bad it was, and that's when my eyes were open, and I was like, oh, this is actually not that good. But then he started talking. He opened the video by talking about one of the best parts of the movie, and that was Cyborg's story. And I thought, I never really thought about it that way. And I was informed. Because that's what the kind of content that's what his kind of content produces. It produces, what's it called? It tries to inform people. And lo and behold, I was informed.
It provokes thought rather than making you just try to agree with their opinion.
And it provided a deeper appreciation for Cyborg's story in the movie. Would you look at that? A subjective experience, thanks to objective information.
I'd like to take a similar example from one of his contemporaries. Little Platoon's Jurassic World Dominion video genuinely made the movie significantly worse for me, and I am very happy about that. Because that man was unrelenting in ripping the film apart, and not only did he do a good job at ripping the film apart in comparison to its contemporaries, he just when I first watched Jurassic World Dominion, I liked it, but there was something significantly off about it. And then when I finally got around to watching Platoon's video, it all clicked.
He put into words something that you subconsciously felt in your brain. Something that you recognize in your brain. That's the old saying. Like, you didn't notice, but your brain did.
Yeah. Or for a more positive example, for something I liked, recently a video by a channel called Jay's Reviews. I mentioned him in the J Films slop stream from a while ago. He did a retrospective on Teen Titans, the 2003 series, a show that I have been I couldn't stop thinking about for a long time why I liked, but I couldn't really piece it together beyond I like how visually stellar I like how visually unique it is, and I just generally enjoy the story. But
Robin is a menace.
Storytelling in here, but there's more to it, and that retrospective is really what put it together. The character
Robin is an absolute menace. I just needed to bring that up because Robin he dives from several feet in the air, knees first, into a guy's torso like he's gonna respawn.
Nah, man goes into hell to save Raven, quite both figuratively and literally.
Nice. But yeah, no, like that happens a lot. Like there's some times when I just I watch something, I don't think about it too much, but I like it, and then I watch a video explaining everything that makes it really well written, and then my appreciation for it grows. Like I always loved Dragon Ball, and after watching the Totally Not Mark's video on just Dragon Ball as a whole, and hearing Team 4-Star talking about Dragon Ball, I started thinking, you know what? I think Dragon Ball might be a lot better written than people give it credit for. And I still stick to that opinion. I don't think Dragon Ball is perfect. I think Dragon Ball Z in particular is at its weakest in the Buu saga. But other than that, like I still think Dragon Ball is a lot better written than people typically give it credit for.
Well, the thing is, people a lot of time will downplay stuff like that because it's over the top and doesn't like. There's some drama in it, but drama isn't the main focus. Not taking into account what it objectively strives for.
There it is again.
And that's also partially just why I like jumping. That's also partially why I like jumping on these podcasts, because we can come to an understanding on just how distinct our opinions are. And these podcasts have genuinely made a lot of the films that I watch either better or worse for a lot of reasons. There's a reason why I would consider the Cottam debate, the round one, to be the best Zimcast that we've done on from a quality standpoint, despite not being my favorite, just because it is the quintessential point POV of that mindset. Both sides went in open-minded, or as open-minded as they could be, and we genuinely have very fun and quite fruitful, albeit maybe not complete, back and forth.
Which is why we need a part 3 to complete the arc. Yes.
He wasn't paying attention to the game chase with enemies. He wasn't playing the game correctly, yet smugly declared that he knew the game better than Hbomberguy.
But of course, Mauler can't stand the idea that Hbomberguy could be right, so he just has to make something up to falsely present him as uninformed. As we've seen time and time again, Mauler is neither fair to Dark Souls 2 nor to Hbomberguy. He falsely presents himself as smart, intellectual, and competent at this game, when he clearly fails at all three of those.
This is the kind of thing that will, of course, happen to me down the line if I fall out of touch. But how you respond to criticism can often say more than the initial statement ever could. These are the kind of videos you end up with when you have a severe lack of self-awareness. Mauler keeps trying to one-up and prove himself to Hbomberguy, but Hbomberguy seems to effortlessly prove himself a better critic. This response is objective, the same way Mauler's response is objective. But it makes it harder to buy Mauler's counter-argument when someone else can use the same tactics to illustrate how Mauler doesn't really understand Dark Souls 2 as well as he claims to. And mind you, I'm not really much of a Dark Souls player, so I can't really say who's right and who's wrong from my perspective. I have no...
Wait, so then you're going purely off of the information of the other guy. You're essentially intelligence cucking to the guy who's criticizing Mauler because Mauler criticized you and because you're biased against Mauler.
But I can't I'm gonna
lore analysis, as well as the more
I have to go in a bit,
and
by a bit I mean now.
Make Mauler pause and maybe reflect his perspective. He just keeps doubling down what he's saying. He doesn't stop to absorb the feedback, but rather sees feedback as something to fight. And that's something objectively that I think is really bad about the objective critic standpoint. That rather than ever say, maybe I misunderstood the text.
Okay. Black, I know you give me shit for saying objective over and over again, but at least I have the excuse of not having a script in front of me right now. This fucker does.
Hell, I mentioned Mauler so briefly in my video, it barely even measured as a response. And yet Mauler and his crew and tons of other people in his general circle responded to my video, even though I didn't mention almost any of them, which I guess is in part my motivation with this whole video. If they're gonna
so then, what's it called? If Mauler and other people in his circle criticize you, then it's not just Mauler, but you're making it about Mauler, which is interesting. But Black, you're gonna say something?
Yeah, I need to go.
Okay.
I gotta go work tomorrow. I thank y'all for letting me shill myself here, just flex my intellectual muscles and mog on this guy. Less than that guy, this literal cockroach. Anyway,
glad to have you on.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here. You know, happy to tag along, and yeah.
Pleasure's all mine. Have a great one, bro.
Things.
I'll see you later. Zim, give him hell.
That's what I'm here for.
We already were. Let's do this.
All right. Yep. And then there are 4. So it looks like he's about to move into this point here. So let's try to wait till we get shifting opinions and learning from mistakes. So we'll go from here to here.
Talk about me anyway. I might as well criticize them right back. What are you going to do? Respond again?
Yes, there are mistakes in Dark Souls 2 and his video on it, but they are not flaws in overall game design, objectively. They are mistakes, but they are not flaws. Right.
But right here, Mauler hits something very interesting here. The conflation of mistakes and flaws. And this segment here, this right here, is the biggest reason objective criticism as an argument fails for me. Because sometimes mistakes are better than perfection. Allow me to explain this. I want to draw attention to one of my favorite mistakes in filmmaking that I think absolutely makes the scene the mistake happens in. It's in the movie It's Own Full Life. Now, George Bailey, he's leaving his brother's wedding. There's a whole lot of context to this, but that's not really important right now. And he talks to his uncle, who's at the time quite inebriated. And he wanders off singing to himself. Now, the scene as written, that should be it. But instead, the actor playing the uncle off camera tripped over some filming equipment left out in his way. I'm all right. Oh, sweetest. This is an error, a mistake, yet the actors play it off in character, and the scene is included in the final film. It's so seamless, you think it's intentional, but it's actually a complete error, a series of errors.
Okay, guys.
Uncle stumbled over a trash. You don't realize it's actually a series of mistakes because it's done so seamlessly in the narrative, and it's a mistake, but it's not a flaw because it turns a throwaway moment into a great character beat for both George and his uncle. It adds depth and richness to the film that would not be there if the film was perfect or consistent or flawless. Another example: Django Unchained.
So in that case, I was going to say that's not really a mistake in the traditional sense because they realized a error occurred on sets, the actors played it off,
and they improvised
in the film, and as a result, the scene was saved.
Here's the thing:
this isn't like something happening on screen visually being wrong, and the actors not playing it off, and it's still being bad.
Here's the thing: I didn't know.
Actors are just as important as everything else in part of media, and he just highlighted that. That's not a mistake. There was something that went wrong, and then they found an alternative that worked, and they went with it. Like, those actors in that moment intentionally did all that, and then the editor and all of them intentionally kept it in because it worked. They found an alternative.
Let me just add a couple things here. First of all, I didn't even know that whole thing with George Bailey's uncle, like, sort of like tripping over trash cans, by accident. I didn't know that was not intended to be in the film, but that's pretty, which is really neat. But the main thing I really want to get into is, like, there is a huge difference between that and what Hbomberguy was referring to as mistakes, where he says, like, these aren't flaws, these are just mistakes. And what Mauler is essentially, like, trying to say, like, is like, so these mistakes, so these things that do fundamentally affect, like the game or whatever the piece of media is in a negative way. They're mistakes, not flaws, according to Hbomberguy. It's a really interesting observation. Anthony, for whatever reason, is just saying, is pretty much like, then responds, is like, no, these are mistakes. Similarly to how, on the set of It's a Wonderful Life, Uncle Billy accidentally trips over trash cans when he's being drunk. It wasn't supposed to be in the script, but the actors played it off. They pretty much improvised or what have you, and they kept it in. It's like, these are not the same thing.
Yeah.
It's also, what's it called? Another thing, too, is that it's easy to play off a mistake when you don't see the error happen on screen.
Yeah, because
it's
again,
a mistake that Leonardo DiCaprio cut his hand on a shattered glass. It was not intended, and the actors are visibly uncomfortable as DiCaprio continues the scene without breaking character. But
again,
because it makes the scene so uncomfortable to watch. He uses the actual injury as a power move in scene, and it elevates the moment. It is a mistake, but it's not a flaw.
They are mistakes, but they are not flaws.
See, mistakes are just unintentional components.
It's almost like, again, he's taking what Mauler's saying out of context, and if you were to ask Mauler this question, he could then further make the arguments.
Whether or not Leonardo DiCaprio cuts his hand during his freakout scene in Django Unchained does not fundamentally affect the quality of Django Unchained. Does this Muppet not understand the difference? How the fuck do you write a script or even bother doing so and just miss this obvious detail?
When you're on ideology poisoned, of course not.
And again, while cutting his wrist was incidental, keeping the performance up and also acknowledging the weight that does in the story, that wasn't a mistake. That was improvising. That was keeping it into the work because they felt like it elevated their vision.
Yes!
It's like actual art spawned, intentional art spawned from the mistake.
Exactly.
Flaw detracts from the movie without giving any new experience. Objectively, both scenes I mentioned should be demerits by Mauler's metric. They are not intended by anyone. They're inconsistent with what happens before. They take you out of the moment in theory. They could take you out of the moment at least, but they add the film because they feel completely organic.
Ultimately, if you subscribe to these channels, their standards get very confusing. So I say let's throw them out the window in favor of something far more consistent.
If we were to apply Mauler's objective criticism to these instances, both would be seen as flaws that indicate the film was ineptly made. This is the problem with having rigid metrics to judge every.
Again, you would then not really know, because I know there are certain EFAPs where they've covered cases where there are mistakes behind the scenes that actually improve scenes, and they've acknowledged that. So, again, by what proof do you have that Mauler would say that mistakes like that would actually be objectively bad?
Every film by. Not every film can be measured by the same metric. And even sometimes a film that could otherwise be interpreted with this metric may contradict it. See, Mauler is treating this like the light and dark side, as though he paints critics that must be purely subjective or purely objective, which, no. Objective details can support subjective arguments. Mauler's problem is he conflates his objective evidence with his subjective conclusions. Like, saying the script is inconsistent, okay, but saying a script is inconsistent based on all the evidence provided, sure, that's an objective criticism, in theory. You are removing yourself from the emotional components. But subjectively, you might be looking at the script more critically because you don't like the movie. That influences your bias. Even if you claim you're objective, that subjective perspective going to the script will influence what you say. And even if all you're saying is objective, and it's very literal, and it's very to the point and focus, the conclusions you draw from it will be based on your subjective opinions of those errors. Do you like the errors or do you not like the errors? Most likely you won't, and therefore you'll say the film is terrible or awful. And one more thing, it also doesn't help that Mauler's standards only apply to traditionally structured storytelling. I await hearing him talk about the inconsistencies and plot holes in Tetsuo of the Iron Man or Derek Jarman's Blue.
In the pandemonium of image, I present you with the universal blue.
Films that don't really conform to that logical flow.
There was that one film, it was an Unbridled Praise. I forget the name of the movie, but I want to see if it's still on his main channel or if it's on the Mauler channel. There was only one guy. Yeah, thank you. That it does not have a traditional story structure, so I would say without a note.
No, it's
now be an example of Mauler actually.
And here's the thing. I love Tetsuo the Iron Man, and I hold a lot of what Mauler is saying. And Tetsuo the Iron Man doesn't have plot holes. It's supposed to be a very trippy, weird type of movie. So bring that up as an example. Again, I doubt Mauler would disagree. Because it doesn't have.
It depends on what the author what the storyteller intended, pretty much. Like with The Father, it's about an old man, played by Anthony Hopkins, whose mind is like deteriorating due to dementia.
Yeah, exactly. It's Mauler never made that criticism. Mauler never made the point of one shoe fits all, because no intelligent person would make that argument. That's why I hate the whole thing of a lot of quote unquote objective critics criticizing ambiguity, because some art is supposed to be objective to the point. Some art is supposed to be ambiguous to the point there's even whole genres about it, like psychological and cosmic horror.
Yeah.
Hey, if you conceal carry and you want to do so comfortably,
I want to conceal carry. Well, no. There we go.
Oh my god, did he actually just pull that example?
In the pandemonium of image, I present you with the universe of blue.
Films that don't really conform to that logical flow. As an aside, I do want to give credit where it's due. It looks like Mauler has reviewed some unusual films like The Father. But The Father is pretty normal in the hierarchy of strange films. Tell me when he...
Wait, so I love the fact that he brings him. He's like, well, but actually, no, it doesn't work.
Can he qualify this
and hey,
for once in his life?
They are contrived. They are inconsistent. They are artificial. That's also the point. You know, the authorial intent is very important to this discussion. As an aside, I will give my standards right now for examining media. What I typically do very informally when examining media and giving critical thought process to if it works or not. And it's very simple and very consistent. I ask 3 questions. Question 1, what is the intent of the creator? What are they trying to accomplish? What are they trying to show? What are they trying to tell us? Question 2, what helps the creator relay this message? If it's a comedy, do they tell good jokes? If it's a horror story, is there scares involved? If it's an action film, is the action intense? Do you feel vulnerable? Do you feel like you're breathless with the anticipation of what's going to happen next? And the third question, what impedes the author on their intent to communicate this idea? What flaws get in the way? What issues impede progress? With this metric, it's pretty easy to have a very flexible, very applicable set of standards for different films. By Mauler's own standards, this might be considered a form of objectivity, though probably not as objective as he prefer. And that's all right. It doesn't have to be his standards, because I feel like this actually works better when dealing with more experimental films, such as Tetsuo the Iron Man. But enough of me, I'm sure you're bored of that by now. Let's go back to Mauler.
So yes, objectivity and subjectivity. At this point, the concept has practically drawn a line between 2 types of critical analysis. The issue is that many content creators will blend the 2 ideas and then hide under the banner of subjectivity to avoid criticism. Rather than being happy to compare how they felt to the reality of the content, there is this stubborn assumption that the first thing you felt is now the only piece of information that's relevant to the deconstruction of the media. How you feel may remain with you, but that doesn't mean you should stop listening to other people, exploring the content with any depth, or allowing yourself to experience even more. Instead, there's this idea that you should hold on to that one narrow perspective, which is detrimental to communication, especially if it's based on false information.
Mauler, who does this? Like, who actually does this? Hell,
It's
one of the most
reviews.
popular punching bags, Chris Stuckman, outright talks about how his opinions shift over time.
I'm very curious to see what the legacy of these films will be over time, because as I said in my original review, and this is what I've always thought about Star Wars, we rarely ever decide in the present how people in the future are going to think about any movie. I mean, think about all of the films that critics trashed when they came out that over the years have become classics, like Fight Club, for instance, is a big one. This movie is, I'm obviously not comparing it to Fight Club, I'm just saying that, like, in 20 years, when our kids are watching this movie, I'll be very curious to hear what they think about it.
Who actually just stops at their first feelings of a film and ends it there?
Hey, when they let her out of the cage and they're heading into the city for their mission, she's like texting the Joker. Why does she have a cell phone?
Maybe she hid it in some crack.
Okay.
I really couldn't tell
She's
you.
had it in there for years.
Maybe she found one while they were walking around on the street. I really don't know. But yeah, she's listen to being transferred. I don't know where you're going. This is Mr. J. You gonna tell him I took care of you?
So screwed.
Red Letter Media created an assessment of Suicide Squad. This was a writing flaw they cited to assist in proving a conclusion about the film's poor quality without realizing they had missed a detail in one of the scenes. So they acknowledged the error, and despite that flaw in their assessment, their conclusion was still strong because of many other references that were accurate to the events in the film. And the conversation was once again completed after being amended, which is great. In fact, it's quite a positive experience for everybody involved. But not for these guys. To be wrong is to have your position weakened. So that is unacceptable, and therefore everyone is right. No one can be wrong, except people who use the term objective. They need to be burned at the stake.
This example right here of Red Letter Media getting a detail wrong is exactly what I'm talking about, Mauler. An objective detail being incorrect didn't impact the overall argument because it's just one part of a larger whole. In an objective analysis in science, for example, if some of the math doesn't add up, the equation can't hold, it falls apart. But in literary analysis, that doesn't really happen because literary analysis is not objective science, it's a perceived science. It's a matter of analysis through augmentation.
Well, objectively, technically, yes, because someone could make in math if part of the equation is wrong, but you still come to the right conclusion, the actual equation is still wrong, but what you were trying to get would technically be correct. You just have to find where the error is corrected so you could come to the conclusion that you're looking for originally.
Yeah, and not to mention,
the problem is Mauler failed.
Not to mention, like, the whole Red Letter Media sort of correction on Suicide Squad is the same thing that Mauler, like, when they addressed it and be like, yeah, okay, we messed up there, our bad. It's the same thing that Mauler did for his videos.
Yeah, literally.
Fails to understand is that subjective opinion is informed by objective details.
I thought this was a transition to another movie scene, but no.
Opinion is a safety net, but it's really not. It's an argument. Though I will give Mauler this. Saying this is my opinion to avoid getting criticized, that is a safety net.
But to label something you found to be factual as objective is not something these guys want to do. People don't want to use it because it places a target on their back. It means that there is no safety net to fall back on, no chance to say, it's just an opinion. Let me have my opinion. You're essentially saying that your content is correct. So if it turns out to be incorrect when information is fact-checked or new information arises, you have to admit that you've made objective mistakes. Many YouTube reviews still accept it, and it's a great tool in an analytical arsenal because you can grow from understanding the difference between facts and feeling.
And that is something I don't personally like when people do that. I think if you have a strong enough argument, you should stand up by it and say, hey, here's my interpretation. Here's my argument. Saying it's just an opinion, I'm with Mauler in this one. It can be a little greedy at times. Using Last Jedi as an example, arguing the film has no inconsistencies is different than arguing the film is bad because inconsistencies exist. And I'm going to make the argument here that the film is not consistent. There are issues with the film on script level, which I've discussed elsewhere. I don't think it's the best Star Wars film. I don't think it's the best Rian Johnson film. But to argue that consistency is the sole metric of quality, that's not really a good argument. Robert McKay, in his book Story, see, I incorporated the shelf in this case, argues character inconsistency actually enriches narrative. That character dimension can be examined through how characters behave in ways that appear contradictory to them.
Inconsistencies in the script and character inconsistencies are two different things. Don't conflate the two.
nature when pushed by conflict. Here's an example everyone knows of Spider-Man in Spider-Man No Way Home. He's driven to a murderous rage against the Green Goblin, when in prior films he fought to save his opponents, such as the Vulture, from the destruction of their own fight. I'm not saying Mauler would regard this as a flaw. Spider-Man's arc is kind of well-defined, but someone using Mauler's structure without looking at the whole piece of the story might. They might look at two events happen in separate movies with the same character and go, well, he didn't do this then, why is he doing this now? Removing it from the context of the arc leading up to that.
Why would they remove it from the context of the story if they're watching the movie? What?
Point. And I'm sure Mauler would say those people are being incorrect, but that's not the point. The point is that Mauler's structure inspired them to look at the film in that lens.
No. What? No, because Mauler looks at the entire film. They don't just look at it from like the little pieces. What?
Yeah. Perfect, rigid consistency. Films don't have that. And again, I'll be fair, it's not Mauler's fault someone would do that. I'm not holding it against the guy. But I am saying the objective structure can lead to some objective incorrect. He's also in a plot consistency. And, well, that's also something I want to talk about as well. Consider this. James Whale's The Bride of Frankenstein is in many ways inconsistent with his original film. The first film introduces the story with an actor coming to the stage. The second introduces it with Mary Shelley, telling her husband and Lord Byron the rest of the narrative. The first film ends with Henry Frankenstein, yes, Henry, not very like in the book, recovering in bed peacefully with his wife attending him. The second film completely changes that, having them first discover Henry in the rubble of the wrecked windmill before being discovered by Dr. Pretorius. These are several inconsistencies among many between the two films, but most people agree Bride of Frankenstein is one of the first sequels to surpass the original in quality, because these inconsistencies, though they exist, don't really matter, at least not to the audience. But what about
I haven't watched either in a while, so I would leave that to UC to give that example there.
I don't agree with the sentiment that Bride of Frankenstein is better than the original, because it is kind of because of some of the some inconsistencies with to the first movie, because when they made the first movie, the concept of doing a sequel wasn't even like so much of a factor really for them to think about. It was just like, hey, let's make some movies based on like some horror novels like Dracula and Frankenstein. Like the idea of a sequel didn't even come out until pretty much around when Bride of Frankenstein came out. That is like one of the most notable, probably the first most notable example of when they started doing it. So
also, Black had something interesting he wanted to say, even though he had to go. He said, films that do not conform to logical intentionality rely on the human understanding to distinguish between logic and its absence, and the chaos is still controlled enough for it to be understood as chaos, which would then imply a logic and therefore a telos.
Yeah, let me just put it this way, like the whole way, like how the first Frankenstein 31 and Bride of Frankenstein, like how they both start out like differently with like different intro bits, like that's not really a logical inconsistency with the films itself. That's actually just kind of more like the first movie, it was just like literally like one of the actors like coming out and saying like, hey audience, you ready for this big scary movie? And Bride of Frankenstein is essentially just does like the whole narration, like as if Mary Shelley was like telling this sort of her story of Frankenstein to her husband. So that's not really a logical inconsistency. That's just like a different sort of thing altogether. Neither here nor there. But as far as like sort of like some logical discrepancies, like as far as like how the first Frankenstein sort of takes place with Frankenstein in bed, like in daytime, and like his dad just being like, here's the son to the house of Frankenstein, and then Bride of Frankenstein picks up and it's like at nighttime and you got Dr. Pretorius. It could be inferred that morning bit at the end of the first movie happened after the whole meeting with Pretorius. Like you can infer that. And yes, there are some like inconsistencies with continuity, but they're like kind of just, they're not that major per se. It's just like they're just kind of like details that could have been, that it's like could have been a little more consistent, but the most you could ask is like where is Frankenstein's dad or Victor Moritz from the first movie when we get to Bride of Frankenstein? Like, wouldn't those guys potentially interfere with Pretorius's plans, in Bride of Frankenstein? Like that's really the big issue that I could certainly pull towards in terms of like the lack of those characters in Bride of Frankenstein. But I mean, here's the thing: the logical inconsistencies only get worse after Bride of Frankenstein, though.
Yeah, and something I'd like to say, and while consistency and all that is important, it's not the only thing that's important. Maybe there's some other qualities in Bride of Frankenstein that surpasses some of the qualities in the first film. Maybe the first film has its own issues that might drag it down in some people's viewpoint. I've seen both. I like both movies a lot. Which one would I say is better crafted? Been a bit. I'd have to rewatch them, but it's like, even if Bride of Frankenstein has more discrepancies than the first film, again, there's other things, there's other qualities about that film that elevates it, and some people might think that those qualities, the overall effect those qualities have and how they form as a whole, make it the superior film in terms of craftsmanship. Because again, if we're just talking about inconsistencies, it having more inconsistencies, then that implies nothing else is important when it comes to making art. When that's not true, art is a combination of things that make it work.
Yeah, I mean, as far as Bride goes, I rather that the discrepancies weren't there in Bride, so that it actually would definitively be better than the first film, than not. But it is just kind of I mean, there are definitely considering that the first movie doesn't have those discrepancies. That's why I would probably lean towards the first movie being better overall. But there are definitely some things that Bride does expanding upon on the first movie that make it that really do make it a very, very worthwhile sort of sequel to it. The expanding on the monster's further development as a character, which unfortunately when you get to later films that gets completely undone. Not much of a fan of that, but
yeah, and those things that it expands upon is probably why it's overall considered to be the better movie. Not everyone will agree with it. I don't know if I would agree with that in my evaluation, but what it does right and the things that it does expand upon in the lore is why it has the reputation it does.
Yeah, that's why I can definitely understand, how there can be a debate between which the two is overall or is better overall.
Yeah, it's debatable.
Yeah.
Also, apologies if I keep leaving and coming back. My internet is not great.
That's fine.
That's all right. Yeah.
Internal inconsistencies in the plot. Well, again, they are two major questions to ask. Are these inconsistencies really inconsistencies, or did you not just get it? And do these inconsistencies impact your experience with the media or the authorial intent of the media? One of
they
those
are
here's the thing. Is subjective.
There is this rising obsession with the idea that logic is a faulty metric for both character assessments and storytelling, and when assessing a critic and their inconsistencies. This all makes sense because humans are inherently emotional, and they're not logical whatsoever.
You know what human beings are not? Logical. People are impulsive. They make choices based on emotion. Not everyone thinks exactly the same. So if everyone acted totally logically all the time, only making the most logical decision in a situation, no one would be acting human.
The issue here is the word logical is being used in two different ways at the same time. If a character behaves illogically because of a previously established character trait, then the progression is logical in terms of writing. What happened made sense with who they are. In this case, Patrick is referring to the film A Quiet Place, the story of a world in which you make a single sound and it can get you killed in a moment's notice. Patrick makes the argument that we should not expect the characters to behave logically because they are human. However, the reason that the entire video is often referenced as a straw man is because the complaint is not that they behave illogically, it's that their character writing is illogical. The characters are shown to take care with sound dampening throughout the film, making very creative decisions to account for this dire situation that shows intelligence and care, yet they blatantly ignore several options provided to them by the environment that are proven by the film to be far more beneficial to their goals. These logical contradictions in their characters are made to generate drama in the storyline, which is inherently incompetent writing and very lazy.
I wonder if Mauler even totally understands what inconsistencies are.
What's on your mind, Dion?
What's on my mind is that this video is awful.
Yeah. Yes, I don't like it.
Could have just lived next to a waterfall their whole lives, but did you really think that through all the way? How do you expect them to create an environment they can control next to a waterfall? Have you ever lived near water? You have your basement flooded because it rained too hard and the water overflowed? The argument that the fact that characters who are shown to be meticulously in control of their environment should just move next to an area to mask their sounds, but could be very hard to control, that's not logical, it's ridiculous. Especially because none of this has any meaningful impact on the film's true core. The family, the relationships, the bonds. The plot could have happened next to a waterfall, could have happened next to a farm, but it's very clear the farm and that entire grass area has fewer environmental variables that could damage and hamper the family's efforts. After all, what's more dangerous? Having to meticulously plan out a quieter environment, or living next to an environment that could mask your sounds, but also drown you, or potentially force you out of that habitat. You see, the problem is you don't think of these details. Think, oh, well, waterfall mask sound, therefore better than open field, but
They don't have to be at the bottom of the waterfall. They could just hang out at the top.
Yeah, or understand where the sound would actually be strongest to avoid the death angels, but not affect their dwellings.
Exactly.
Did you really think of how the environments? I don't think these people ever lived next to a river. I think is my best bet. Stuff like this.
I don't think you've ever left your house a day in your life.
Fuck about crap no one cares about. By doing this, you lose track of the stuff that matters in a story: character, emotion, themes, ideas, the feeling, the adrenaline rush. That's not to say it has no impact, but you gotta ask yourself: does it matter? No one was in the room with Kane when he said his final words to Citizen Kane. It's a huge plot hole, one of those famous plot holes, but it also doesn't factor into Kane's past, the real story and meat of the film. It's just an event that happens that gets you to the flashbacks, to the recollection. The mystery of what Kane meant by Rosebud is just an element that gets the plot moving. But what Mauler would call that lazy writing, or something, you know?
Again, you'd have to prove that,
That's fair.
which you really
And it's a lot,
haven't.
but does it matter? Film fans love giving a damn about small details, but it gets annoying
Film
when someone thinks the small
fans.
details supersede the big details of a story. And yeah, a bunch of small cracks can make a whole film fall apart. I get that. That makes sense to me. I believe that. But we ignore the elements of film that matter in favor of details that really you don't notice unless you're really looking for them. Is that terrible writing or is it flawed writing? I maybe would say flawed. But when I say a whole film is bad because of it, I don't think so.
Hopefully I can explain this with a reverse example. Do you believe that Thanos' plan in Infinity War makes sense? Well, that's irrelevant compared to what comes first in consistent character writing, which is, do you believe that Thanos believes his plan makes sense? The film makes efforts to show his history and explore his values to explain his actions as a logical progression, despite the plan being inherently illogical when considering the realistic effects of his snap versus what his intentions are. That is logically consistent writing for an emotionally irrational or illogical character, and that is the nuance that you will rarely find in assessments nowadays because everything has to be 10 minutes long or it's wrong.
This bit right here about Thanos, though, I do agree with Mauler in this one. It kind of goes to the idea that what sounds right versus what is right based on character behavior. Mauler's approach can work, as is the case with Thanos' moment, but I just don't think it works elsewhere.
So let's try another example. Star Wars The Last Jedi has no inconsistencies in either its characters or its plot, in my opinion. This opinion is inherently objective, and saying in my opinion at the end would be redundant because of course it's your opinion, but that doesn't make it subjective. The opinion lacks any emotive language. It is a statement of fact. To be inconsistent is qualifiable outside of emotion. That means the statement the person made lacked experience or information. It is impossible to come to the conclusion that there are no inconsistencies unless you are ignoring the meaning of words in the English language. It is simple. You present the objective criteria, then you satisfy the objective criteria and reach a conclusion. Your emotional experience didn't enter into the equation whatsoever. This should highlight the issue of in my opinion being used arbitrarily to stave off criticism when criteria isn't clear or when it's downright contradictive. It's as if they believe an opinion can never be refuted. Aside from that issue, when you make these statements and you don't bother to back them up with any evidence or argumentation, instead opting for the safety net,
in my subjective opinion,
you are not only creating content with the amount of substance that is on par with a thumbs up or down for each subject, you have also admitted that you have so little faith in your own perspective that you had to put a preemptive scrutiny shield in front of it.
Mauler saying critic is a coward for saying in my opinion. Okay, I don't really disagree with that. I think it is a little cowardly to rely on the opinion card to get away from getting feedback for your perspective. But that said, I also think that you saying your criticism is objective is also cowardly. And with all of the things Mauler is saying, it's very important to remember.
No, because
Fuck
actually,
you.
no. Considering the amount of people who will criticize someone for saying an opinion is objective, if anything, it's painting a target on their back.
Yeah.
And the only time it's considered cowardly is if that person continues to back away and say that I'm the only one who's right, which, again,
Mauler doesn't
hasn't
say. Mauler never says it. He
All of this
even
started
makes
with him saying that The Last Jedi is a bad film. This may shock you, but Star Wars The Last Jedi is objectively bad content. It is provable. This is factual. You may enjoy the film, and even love the film, that's absolutely fine, but it is a poorly written film that stands as an objective insult to intelligence. It's not simply that it's inconsistent, but that inconsistency leads to it being a bad film.
Yeah, because the
Yes!
character writing effects and
Yes!
everything lead to it. being
Fucking
poor.
hell! It's so it's so weird that he pretty much spells it out for his video. You know, like he's saying the words, but he doesn't even realize it. He's saying the words, hearing them come out of his mouth, and yet he cannot process the fact, like why he would be contradicting himself here. It's like, these inconsistencies really make it a bad film? It depends on the magnitude, just like what Blackarooni says, and the frequency of them. So, and if there's a lot of them, and if they're such great magnitude, like what we see in The Last Jedi, or perhaps just about the sequel trilogy in general, then yes, you muppet.
Or like another thing too, Black brought it up to me, where he says, plot informs the audience of what the themes are and why we should feel the way we do. The themes don't exist in a vacuum. So therefore, if character writing, effects, etc. are impacted negatively, then they will negatively impact the themes. That's why you can have characters, or like a good example is Starship Troopers. Even though the film was supposed to say a certain thing, all of the character actions, the writing, the world building do not support the conclusion the director is trying to make, which is why there's always discourse around that film. Like, even though there's an intent that the author has, sometimes the author's intent can be muddled by his own project. That is just as logical as the author's intent being fulfilled.
As was the case with Hbomberguy, it is an objective observation leading to a subjective conclusion. Good or bad is not the same as the metric of consistency that Mauler set up. Good is good, bad is bad. Those are opinions. Regardless of how much he glosses over it, these are still opinions, and he's still giving a thumbs up and thumbs down with a lot more work to get to the same answer those reviewers in 10 minutes got to. Despite all of his protests, despite all of his talking, he always comes back to the same thing that the people he's criticizing also come back to. Is it good or is it bad?
Well, no, they're saying is it good or is it bad without actually substantively explaining why something is good or bad. And with Mauler, he'll say something is good or bad and is willing to hear someone else otherwise.
Yeah, here's the thing.
Blurring of fact.
Because here's the thing: terms like good and bad, I think putting them in a vacuum of subjective and objective, I think is really shitty because it's a bitch to be consistent with. Because here's the thing: by that point, you can't say something is morally bad. You can't say someone's actions was a bad thing to do. You can't say someone did a bad thing by bullying somebody because that's a subjective conclusion. Here's the thing. Good and bad are terms that can be used in many different ways. Like they're complex statements. Like when you say something is good, it'll differ from person to person. But here's the thing. It's more objective than saying I like this or I don't, because it can be substantiated by evidence within the work, and it can be used to talk about something outside of your personal feelings, such as the quality, how it's made, how consistent it is, how it gets across that narrative. It's not as simple as objective and subjective. It's a lot more complicated than that.
I wonder if he's going to keep in or completely ignore the bit where Mauler says that two people with objective perspectives can still argue with each other, because not everyone's going to who view things with an objective lens is going to have the same information as another person.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I wonder if he ignores it. It's like, I mean, at this point, that's just going to be the final nail in the coffin as far as like how much of a disingenuous cunt he's being right now.
Yeah, exactly. Because this video, honestly, this is a segment of Mauler's Last Jedi critique. That video actually hits the nail on the head. Huh?
No. This is a whole video essay and analysis video from Mauler. That's actually from the first part of his Force Awakens critique.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, the one earlier, at least, when he was talking about Patrick Williams and video essayists and critics and all that. That video, that video hit the nail on the head when it comes to how you do all this, and so does the video he's looking at right now.
That's the same one.
Mm-hmm.
I swear that was Last Jedi.
No. Last Jedi is the one where he says, like, you can like it, the film is objectively bad. Now, you can like the film, that's perfectly fine, but it is still objectively bad. That the reason why it's not so obvious is because, like, Literature Devil kind of uses like the clips from Mauler's Last Jedi critique, to substantiate his points.
Okay, it's been a while since I watched those videos, so I couldn't remember which one is which, because it's been I think it's definitely been over a year since I've watched them. But either way, rather it was a segment of Last Jedi or Force Awakens. He hit the nail on the head with this topic.
Yes, that's the basic gist.
And we're also almost 5 minutes away from being 20 minutes away, which means we're almost done with the video. So close.
Oh, thank God. Like, I would actually be a lot harsher on this if I wasn't dying.
Making us question whether they actually understand what the word objective means. See, again, I firmly believe that objective details are important in media analysis, but they are elements that support your stance. Because if you have to argue, my opinion is objective, you immediately sound like a pompous jackass, I don't care if you have all the evidence in the world to prove it. I'm not going to listen to you because you sound like an asshole. But if you say...
So then you actually don't even really care about discussion. You care purely about the optics. So therefore, that's just pure moral relativism. And Black had mentioned something to me as well. We appreciate the fact that even though he can't be here, he's still providing, he's still helping out.
That's cool.
It's the fact that, like, essentially it is an appeal. He is making appeals to authority, but then trying to say that there really is no authority when he can't come up with really good definitions for good or bad. It's pure relativistic slop.
And what he's saying, like, yes, it's fine that that's fine to like view things in an objective lens. Well, what's he saying here? Like, he's saying that it is okay to view things in an objective lens, or not? Like, what is he trying to do here?
If my argument is based on details and I cite evidence for my claim, I think it sounds more reasonable. It's the same basic statement. You're saying the same core thing, but it's how you present your arguments that affects how people perceive it. And I'm pretty sure Mauler realizes that because he seems acutely aware of how phrasing can impact the perception of a critic in a video essay, as is the case right here.
The vague label of opinion is being slapped on every element of a video essay, as if the word means that everything you said, whether feeling or fact, was subjective, and thus cannot be disputed. Conversely, if a video presents strong arguments on a subject, many will wave it off as it's just an opinion, as if the word means there was nothing objective about the content whatsoever. That is not how it works. An opinion can apply to the sharing of a view constructed of feelings, of thoughts, or of objective information. It depends on what is said. It is the difference between objective and subjective. This applies to every facet of communication, including discussion on art. Though that doesn't mean you should then spam it in every sentence of your essay like many have started doing as an excuse for poor research.
My problem with Mauler is they keep...
I think another thing too is that Anthony's conflating optics with like how to properly explain and use words, because Mauler is essentially, his point is that regardless of what is being said for the most part, as long as you're just providing information, you're not being hostile or anything like that, you are going to have discussions and people are going to listen. With Anthony, you need to believe the right things, say the right things in the specific way that they like, and therefore you're not an asshole in their minds, and therefore what they do is good.
Yeah, that's
smug prick.
Yeah, and like I said, when it comes to the whole thing of looking like an asshole and all that, here's the thing: just talk how just take in consideration who you're talking to. If you're talking to someone who just likes to watch stuff and not think deeper about it, okay, respect their boundaries. Don't try to change their mind. Don't try to do any of that. But the thing is, I'm doing what Black said again. But when you're doing that, when you're having a conversation with another person that tries to be critical, yeah, that's just acknowledging reality.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Making a video, I mean, that's the point. Don't do that.
Your work won't wait for the parts.
The work won't wait, but my patience.
Questionable quality? Yeah, this video definitely has questionable quality.
Yeah.
Cited as if the absolute truth, then gets pissy at other critics who do the exact same thing he does, but not being
Where?
objective enough. Even if, in some cases, they're even more objective than he is. See, Mauler, as much as he
Where?
has to admit it, is not much
Where?
different from Hbomberguy or Patrick Willems in terms of how they examine media. Mauler just turns the deep dive research phases Hbomberguy and Willems do before writing their scripts, and adds it to the runtime of his videos to prove he did his homework to the audience to make it more compelling, rather than cite the specific evidence as relevant in specific instances of his argument. And by doing so, he includes a ton of...
Or that you have to take what Willems or Hbomberguy say at their word instead of explaining it, which I have more respect for Mauler than the other guys, or even people like you.
Details. Yeah. The audience, frankly, does not need to see for him to prove his point. A review of Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness can be an hour long. It could be 2 hours long. Why does it need to be over 5 hours long? You basically play the whole film in front of us and then give us the summary details after the fact. Disseminate what's important for us, the audience.
Why
does
a movie need to? Why does
he went over? He went over everything that's wrong with the movie. Doing play-by-plays, just going over like the things, and then he goes even more into detail with the summation, and then he does the summations, for the remainder, as well as like the wasted potential there, and so on and so on. That, yes, of course, yeah. With a movie like Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness that pretty much has more holes in it than SpongeBob's ass.
Anyone saying that why does a film?
Yeah, of course it's gonna take longer than the movie.
No, anytime someone says something to the effect of why does X video need to be longer than X piece of product, I can assure you that X product took longer to make than the X product's runtime. So that it is literally just Longman Bad.
Yeah, Longman Bad.
You have to say. There are many points in his Doctor Strange view, for example, that Mauler probably could have trimmed for time. Not that it's necessarily unfunny or bad, but you have to ask yourself, do you really need this segment right here? Is this really necessary?
Wait, why would it go that way intuitively, though? That doesn't seem to be as expected a change compared to Defender Strange having a different power set, or Wanda having had kids in other universes. Switching red and green sounds like the kind of idea you have when you have no ideas.
It is not a live stream, it's an edited review. Does all of this really add to your point? You might say yes, I say no. I say it distracts from your point.
Why?
I say, make a long video, that's great, but fill it with detail that's directly relevant, the instance is relevant to the audience. And then you're probably saying, well, if it's so easy, do it yourself. I did. In fact, I did it last week when I made this video. I responded to Jester Bell's Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy response video. And I went through the video, take notes, analyzing it, I scripted as I went. And then what I did was, I did something remarkable. I cut the notes that weren't relevant or repetitive. Any redundancies I cut out. I didn't need it because I made my point already. So I had to rewrite. I had to do all this stuff off screen so I could present a meaningful, concise video to you. And guess what? It's still really long. You made a long video that's more concise.
You want to?
I could just take that at face value and assume that you didn't do any of that.
Oh, let me just say something. You know what? If this guy's doing a Longman Bad, guess what? Guess what, Anthony Gramuguila? Your response to Mauler's video essay and analysis video is longer than that video itself. So you're doing the Longman Bad, motherfucker.
Yeah, exactly. And here's the thing.
Yeah, he's criticizing that thing for being longer than it when. Yeah.
And like I established earlier, yeah, that was a nitpick, but here's the thing. There's nothing wrong with wanting to highlight all the good and bad details, even from their smallest in your video, as long as the main thing you're focused on is the big stuff that have significant effects. And that's what Mauler does. He just mentions stuff like that to bring in as much information as possible, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's not for everybody, but again, it's perfectly fine to have to cover even the tiniest details if you're just wanting to be as informative as possible. It can be helpful. It can have you be like, oh, I didn't notice that before, even though it won't shift your opinion like the bigger details will. It's still information at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The only time nitpicks become a problem is when they're your smoking gun.
To support my subjective perspectives. But here's Mauler's issue. He has to insist every component of his review is objective. He has to repeat over and over and over again that his argument about The Last Jedi is objective. Further, he does something that doesn't happen in science. Theories are meant to be tested. When tested, it can do one of two things. You can either prove the theory is wrong or prove it's incomplete. Or you prove the theory is right, but that's a third option that is obvious. People argued for years, for example, that atoms were the smallest particles of matter, until we tested that theory and found that atoms themselves were made up of even smaller particles, and even smaller particles. The theory of atoms wasn't wrong, it was just incomplete. While Mauler admits he might make errors, there is the implication in his words his arguments will hold regardless, because he applied the right method. And maybe they will. In some cases, they definitely will.
No, he's saying that he made a pretty solid argument, and therefore he's welcome to critique. And if there's things that need to be changed, he will do so. And that's why.
Yeah, and just because you can't grasp it, can't grasp it yourself. That doesn't mean that that's not a failing on his part. That's more of a skill issue for you, my buddy.
Or
yeah, exactly.
If theories are theories are ways to prove a truth, then ultimately there is a truth to be found. You just need to find more information to therefore prove it.
Yeah, and that's why stuff like this can be debated on, because it is complex. Haven't you noticed stuff like fun cannot be debated on in a complex way, because that's entirely subjective.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you'll never see this deep, complex philosophical argument about what fun is, because it can't be done. If it's something that can be argued in a deep philosophical lens, that means there must be some truth out there to find. And stuff like this, as proven, has been debated for so long, nobody has the answer because it is very complicated. Human perception is limited.
Yeah, and I just realized, like, even saying that this is a skill, that him not understanding this is a skill issue, that might be maybe being nice, because that would imply that having a skill issue means that there is, like, him not understanding it would imply that he would have some capability of understanding if someone did explain it to him. No,
like,
I think he's no. If you ask me, as far as I'm concerned, he's willfully just like ignoring like any sort of like solid argumentation, or he's like putting them in such bad faith that it's he's putting Mauler in the worst possible light here, and it's downright fucking frustrating.
Dude, oh yeah, because here's the thing. The term stupid exists because stupid people, they inherently can't grasp factual details. That's why I always make it a point to say, I don't know everything. Maybe the people that we're calling stupid, maybe they're actually the ones outside of my perception. That's being mature, being an adult. Because here's the thing. Just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it's just subjective. It means you're an idiot, at least in that regard. That's the definition of the term stupid. Stupid people can't learn.
Okay. Yeah.
I just want to say this entire video comes across as Gramuguila trying too hard.
Yes.
Like,
it's him coping and seething. That's really what it is.
Actually,
coping and seething. You're coping and molding, and hopefully be balding real soon.
Why is
We're
that so
20. We just got 20 more minutes. 20 more minutes. Actually, technically, we have 10 more minutes.
Oh yeah.
His words, his arguments will hold regardless because he applied the right method, and maybe they will. In some cases,
I'm going to be like Fred fucking Flintstone when this is over.
But the question is, when do these inconsistencies matter to authorial intent and audience entertainment? The answer will vary from person to person, but it will be based on objective details that composite subjective arguments and subjective perspectives. Mauler comes across in this video as someone who needs to fight people who disagree with him, who don't take him seriously, who don't take his perspective seriously, to prop up his own arguments. And I get that to an extent, but what if he didn't target everyone who disagreed with him for sharing their own opinions on the internet, especially smaller creators than him? What if he just presented his argument and left it at that? What if he didn't confront everyone about disagreeing with him and make multiple videos in response to everyone arguing against him? What if he just let his video stand? Disagree when necessary, but not every critic ever. But again, all these objective arguments break down. You stop talking about Star Wars and start talking about tough media, like Derek Jarman.
In 28 years later,
he's also never responded to every single criticism of him. So
no.
Oh, and the Cyber has a message. Zim needs singing lessons.
Yes. I've never claimed to be a singer. Yeah.
Film deliberately incorporates inconsistency in order to make the audience feel consistently uncomfortable. You can't do the same.
Hey, it's your movie, Minecraft.
That film because the authorial intent is to make the film uncomfortable to the viewer. The same metric does not apply to every film. And here's the wild part. Mauler actually knows all this. While doing research for this video, I found Jack Saint's original response.
Of course!
Then EFAP, and then Jack Saint and Patricia Taxon responded by school. As it turns out, Mauler had a private conversation with Patricia Taxon where they discussed this objective reasoning. Before, of course, Mauler just EFAPing them publicly anyway, just to humiliate them. But what I found very interesting is that according to Patricia Taxon, in this conversation, Mauler admits that his objective lens doesn't always work on other films.
We had a little text chat. It was very civil as promised. We didn't really get anywhere. I basically learned that Mauler is really fundamental about his scale for critiquing movies. He recognizes that a scale was invented by humans, but it's like the definition for like a planet. It's immutable except for like societal change in
in like the definitions of words. So yeah, like I tried to tell him in the chat we had. Like, his critique is mostly consistent.
Mauler's main point of criticism is like logical inconsistency, and it's really not difficult to find films that have logical inconsistencies that don't bother you that much. Like, think about most comedies or like a lot of kids' movies that will have these like weird logical, I think
we talked about that too. He said that it is possible for like a comedy to subvert a logical rule like for comedic effect. He said like it would be very silly to judge Spaceballs objectively.
Right.
So, but that's he's just admitted that.
Mauler is always someone's boogeyman. He is, because here's the thing, he makes people think.
These people.
Yeah, it encourages thought, and thought is scary.
Yeah, I know, right?
Okay, 1 second. Now I can hear people again. It's weird. It's like right after my AC went out, I couldn't hear people. Okay. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
That like there are some films that are not equipped to be judged with the scale, therefore
Mauler is aware what he's saying is not true. This whole time,
No, that's also different to what he's saying. Mauler is saying that there are certain cases where judging a film in a certain light makes more sense, but in most films they're trying to be logically consistent, so therefore it is proper to use objectivity.
Yeah, there's a reason why Star Wars and Spaceballs are judged differently in terms of execution. Like, Star Wars is trying to be logically consistent, while Spaceballs it's clearly like an absurdist parody.
Yeah, like that's just an acknowledgement.
Do a whole lot of comedies.
That's just an acknowledgement that every artist has something they're trying to strive for and have their own criteria. It's like, yeah, that's not Mauler taking an L. That's just factual. Like, if you're trying to be objective, you're gonna have to consider the goal of the artist. What was the purpose? What it was aiming for? That's why Mauler was talking about mistakes being flaws earlier. It's like,
and even then, there is still some level of overlap, such as how well shot is the movie, how good is the sound design, how good is the acting, how good is this, that, everything else.
Yeah, the goal is to understand what the goal is. Yeah, I said goal twice, but whatever, you get my point. And to find whether anything contradicts that goal and how well its individual elements complement each other and convey what it's aiming to do. That's what it is.
Also, I want to highlight Kasaibu's comment. Yeah, but you can use objectivity wrongly. Yes, and it is a fickle slope, but when you yes, and it is a fickle slope, but that's usually because people conflate subjectivity and objectivity, and vice versa.
I think you have people think critically of someone's criticisms, but Anthony has not proven that to be the case, though. Yeah,
and the problem again, Minecraft is people people do what Anthony's accusing Mauler of, and that's using a one-size-fits-all shoe to judge a work, which is a problem because when you're doing that, you're doing it wrong because you're making a fallacy. You're criticizing it for a criteria the work/artist wasn't aiming to meet. So it's like, yeah, those people aren't being objective. They're using they're judging off their taste without even knowing it.
Mm-hmm. Film to be labeled by the same objective standard. He knows it doesn't apply to certain films. And genuinely, I'm skipping over a lot of Mauler's video because frankly I find it more boring than not. But listen, I don't care if you don't like Quentin reviews. You just sound angry someone didn't praise you. And it comes across as very immature, very insecure, I might add. Hell, again, I disagree with you on some of these points. I left out a lot because in some cases, I don't disagree. I think you're right about a few things. But the problem isn't what you're saying, it's how you're saying it. You sound so full of yourself. It makes you want to dismiss everything you say.
Oh wow. How he's saying it.
The irony.
Can you also think critically of someone's criticism? I think you can. I mean, yeah, that's what we do here. We're thinking critically of his criticisms. We're thinking critically.
That's what we're doing right now.
Yeah, it's like you think critically of their criticisms of how they're wrong.
Because again, the big issue is presentation.
The irony
ideas makes you more compelling to an audience. It doesn't matter if you're objective or not. Mauler has to insist his opinion matters. And look, if you have to insist that you're the best at something and that your perspective matters, maybe.
Oh, like what you're doing right now?
It doesn't matter all that much. If you have to yell at someone to tell them that you're right, maybe you're not right. Let's take a step back with me. I make long videos. That's not a secret. Mauler did criticize my review. He took a lot of time to do it, but hey, feedback is useful. A lot of what he said was helpful. If you look at my videos with that one and then next couple after that, you can see an immediate change in style and structure to the videos. I took the criticism seriously. I might have dismissed it on social media, but I took the parts I thought were useful seriously. I've met with Celtic Phoenix, another channel that had very similar views that Mauler did, and discussed the criticism there and discussed how I could improve and how I have improved since then. I take criticism as useful very seriously. Unfortunately, a lot of what Mauler said was obnoxious. I just didn't take most of it seriously because most of it was nonsense.
Oh wow!
I incorporated.
So you're a biased source.
Because there was nothing to respond to outside of just based on feedback. The best response you can give to criticism is better work. I believe I've done that. Will they like it? I don't really care, but I think it's better, and that's what matters to me. But there is something interesting here. By and large, my video was well liked. At the time of this writing, my YouTube Critics Are Lying to You video has an 88.9% like
Oh my
ratio.
god, he's like kissing his own ass right now.
This really does. This feels so much like.
This is like a self jerk off session
Yeah, it
right
feels
now.
like he's just pulling out his analytics.
Like, oh yeah, check out my content. Oh,
you know what's funny? You know what's funny? He says Mauler is being insecure by saying objective. Why are you pulling out your analytics right now to prove all the haters wrong by going, oh, I don't care, look at my analytics. Look at my non-soy boy ass muscles.
He's like XQC right now. He's all like, look at this, I'm making all my money, bitch ass.
Yeah.
Gramuguila, you're gonna rip off your penis.
This whole thing is insecure.
15 more minutes. Let's do this.
Likes to 2,830 dislikes. By comparison, Mauler's long stream only has 3.8 thousand likes. Dislikes are hidden, and most like dislike ratio calculators are inaccurate, so I won't be using that data here.
Okay, can I just say,
That was
dude,
this right here. That was a little detox. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, you know what? Rise of Skywalker made $1 billion, so that means it's better than A New Hope, I guess. Now, like by your logic, you dumb motherfucker.
I think it's a deeply flawed work in hindsight, but that does mean my video reached more people who engaged positively with it. At least more than Mauler did. Hell, 5.3 thousand people subscribed to my channel after watching it, which means more people saw my video and subscribed to me than people liked Mauler's original stream response, which was then re-uploaded as a video to similar effects. Now, in order to avoid sounding too subjective, I'll just leave the numbers standing without offering perspectives on them. Just take them as you will. Also, I'd like to point out one other objective fact. One of the reasons a video is pushed harder in the algorithm is watch time. The more of a video you watch, the harder it is pushed in the algorithm. Which is strange, because you think Mauler's 7-hour vid, or even his hour-long highlight vid, would be pushed harder in the timeline than my 48-minute original. Now, I'm not saying that the average viewer watched more than mine significantly shorter video than Mauler's, but I'm also not saying that's not the case. Now, of course, inconsistencies can happen in a video essay. I mean, listen, I'm pretty good at hiding any inconsistencies and avoid them myself. I mean, you probably won't find a single inconsistency in this video. I am quite good at hiding it.
Kind of videos I
originally filmed a conclusion that would branch off into a bigger discussion. You know, I would go into other people inspired by Mauler and go into a whole thing about the influence he had, but I found very quickly that would be very boring to watch for you. It would involve watching Rags or Literature Devil, which is boring. I've done it before, it's not fun. But
boring
honestly,
is subjective.
It was mostly looking at Cinemasins' tier responses and trying to sort through what they were saying. And I find it so strange how Mauler criticized Cinemasins before when his reviews are so often the same level of intellectual critique that Cinemasins employs. Hell, they even do the same thing. Run through a movie chronologically, bit by bit by bit, pointing out any superficial criticism along the way. I mean, I could just do it real quickly. I mean, I can re-edit Mauler's Black Panther video into a simple Cinemasins parody, but that's a trite joke, and honestly, we're too far along in this video to make trite jokes anymore. Let's get right down to the point, the concluding thoughts. You know, looking at Mauler's video about this whole topic, I can see why he spends so much time criticizing Patrick Williams' Plothole vid. I mean, it is a very commonly criticized vid, but I think many of Mauler's criticisms in film can be countered by the level of observation Williams employs. Not because it's a particularly great video, but because it runs counter to it. It argues that inconsistency is less important than how it makes you feel. Look, listen, Mauler always argues that you have to watch every second of a video for responding. And, you know, no, I don't want to do that. Because the truth is, most people don't even care what Mauler has to say. I even think his audience doesn't even care what he has to say. I went through some of his
wrong with you, dude?
the level of engagement in the video, like likes and comments and all that, and there's actually a lot less than I would expect. Even his more recent streams with EFAP have gotten some pretty low viewership numbers, all things considered. I could go over all of Mauler's individual critiques over film, but, you know, look how he interacts with the medium and all that, but I don't really think I need to. Because I get him already. He makes sense to me, and I find him boring. I find him so uninteresting. And the thing that stinks about Mauler, in my opinion, is that he's stagnant. He hasn't really changed since that video came out that we're looking at right now. He's the same critic. He surrounds himself by people who embrace his style of reviewing. They tell him that he's great, and they pump him up and all that. And because of that, he's not around people who are really critical.
Oh, by your own logic, bro, they should keep doing it. That's subjective. Like, isn't that subjective? Isn't it subjective that they like his style, therefore it's good? So why is it a problem that he keeps them around? See, this logic falls on itself.
Oh my god, the irony!
I can't even really say that there's anything here that Gramuguila has changed or improved on. Most of his like basic opinions and like on fundamental things are exactly the same.
At this point, he's mainly just described like what Mauler is doing, but he's like trying to be like as bad faith and better as possible.
Well, as Joshmo said, him and Quentin should kiss, and then he does a follow up to it. They should do the Dragon Ball fusion and become the most obnoxious person in existence.
Or the fact that, yes, what's it called? Shorter videos do get better engagement, or the fact that generally, considering the fact that most people have demonized Mauler, it makes sense that there are going to be people who will not want to engage with him because of the poisoning of the well, which you do not state at all. So there's also that, not to mention the fact that, one, not everyone has time to watch all the content that Mauler has. And also Mauler's going to be critical about things that people like. And yes, not everyone is going to take that criticism well. So there are going to be people who will jettison from his audience. And I think I have more respect for Mauler in that case because he's still just kind of doing what he's been doing versus Gramuguila, which he's essentially criticized Mauler for all these things, done exactly all of those things with essentially no self-awareness.
Yeah. And what's worse is Gramuguila is fucking wrong a lot of the time.
Like I would say, like even though like a Gramuguila video is going to be different for the most part than an EFAP, I even though like this topic interests me, it's just it literally is like you've said, Anthony. It is boring. You're boring.
You are boring.
Dude, I want
like the only reason why I engage with him is because of his kaiju stuff.
Yeah,
I want to walk up to this man and slap him in the face. The irony, fucking irony is killing me tonight.
This might actually be like more painful than even like the worst content I've covered on Sea Monster Live, and that is saying something.
Oh,
like
I
have never seen such a pretentious, self-masturbatory, bad faith having cunt fuckery, in the form of a video like this before. Like this is like the amount of fart huffing, smelling that was like that is on display throughout this absolute abortion. It's astounding to me.
Just remember, we have 10 minutes left. Let's go, guys.
Oh god,
he hasn't changed since that Patricia Taxon video. He has the same approach to media, and he takes real criticism, like with Hbomberguy, trying to politely explain to him why he disagrees with Mauler's methods. He takes it like an act of war. Like, you know who it reminds me of? Lily Orchard. Yeah, both Mauler and Lily Orchard have not changed since 2018 or 2019.
Oh my
god!
You are
not pulling
that particular piece of
you
media.
Cannot be
And
serious.
an audience of loyal devotees who never forced them to
fucking pulling that.
criticism. They treated their critics like the enemy. They were never really engaging with them.
Like, I'm sorry, but no.
You did not fucking pull that.
It's kind of clear that like Ants has never played a Pokemon game in his life. I mean, his watch stream had 2 other people basically making all of his complaints for him.
At this juncture, however, thanks to months of discussion, most points have been brought to the logical baseline, with some who apparently haven't heard a single counter-argument still trailing to join the discussion.
That's what it always does. He usually needs, like, if he doesn't have someone else to say things for him, he tends to waffle off on weird tangents that mean nothing and go nowhere.
His first video was very confusing in structure, conflicting his feelings with facts while presenting that an entire genre is fundamentally broken.
Somebody actually I think like one group of people actually pointed out, like in his video, of like how YouTube critics are lying to you, in that when talking about me, he goes on for like 5 minutes saying, check out this other video or this live stream about Lily, and says nothing tangible.
They are fully aware of the difference between objectivity and subjectivity, and they know when content is poorly made, it simply doesn't apply when it's their sacred cow. Thus, they end up taking criticism as a personal insult, but good lord, that is not the case.
But now, because bad trans woman Nino likes said the same things everyone's been saying for years, now suddenly it needs its honor defended? What a fucking punch, what a load. Here's hoping Ant gets plowed on the highway by a truck.
Mauler, given this, he'll debate his opponents, but it's like on his terms. It's like, also, faint praise, I don't think Mauler has ever DMCA struck down criticisms of him, though. I don't think anyway. We'll find out.
People try to bring that up when I DMCA those fucking reaction streams, but I'm like, well, first of all, there's a difference between showing an image for 2 seconds and watching a video in its entirety. And second of all, I mostly keep doing that just to be annoying, really.
Just being a little pest.
Yeah, just being a pest, poisoning them in the algorithm.
Yeah, it's almost like you just proved that Lily Orchard and Mauler aren't the same.
That's the thing, when you get DMCA claims, you get poisoned.
I will send you to Jesus, Gramuguila!
They aren't getting anywhere near the attention. Look, if these people were like sitting beside me in real life, I'd be fucking dumping their head in the goddamn toilet.
That's not really engaging with criticism fairly. If you really want to engage with criticism fairly, you don't respond to individual works of criticism. You just take it, say thank you, and you grow. Or you don't. And it's that simple. Mauler, I feel, hasn't grown. And I think that's what depresses me about this topic so much. He hasn't changed, and he won't change. This video won't change him. If Hbomberguy can't change him,
you won't change.
I'm not gonna bother trying to. Everyone around him has improved dramatically. Look at Chris Stuckman. Again, someone that Mauler repeatedly attacked and criticized. He's made a movie with Mike Flanagan producing it. Mike Flanagan, the same guy who did Dr. Sleep and
what difference does that
movies
make?
Really great. I don't think Mauler's ever even talked about in his channel. I mean, maybe yes. I haven't looked at every 350 episodes of EFAP, but whatever. Look at Hbomberguy. Look at Jack Saint. Look at Patrick Willems. All of them have improved and changed and grown in the last 6 years.
Patrick, I just want to see what
here's a protein in your face right here. Here we go.
Oh, that's
there
beautiful.
Yes.
Also,
I'm going to screenshot that when the stream went into playback.
Blackarooni said Jesus will say, I never knew you, and we'll send him straight to hell.
Yes, actually, even better.
Comment. I want to highlight Joe Smow's comment. It's on site, Anthony. Yes. Yes, it fucking is.
Alex Gomez said, and I bet he hasn't read a single book on his wall. It's just there for a flex. Yeah, he is the type of pretentious retard to do that.
Yeah, he's got a tiny enough dick to where he feels like he has to do that.
That's why he flexed his fucking views.
Earlier, if you're gonna make fun of us for tweaking over him comparing Mauler to Lily Orchard, just know Mauler is at least not a terrible person.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Mauler is not an objectively morally reprehensible asshole. asshole.
Yep.
I also just want to see something. So there we go. Okay. Yeah, no, like it's super weird, but okay, one sec. I wish Mauler, you could see like the original upload, like the analytics for EFAP, but you can't. But even like looking at like the latest stuff, it's, I don't know, like Willem's stuff, it feels super generic and boring, and that's why I just don't care about it. And same thing for Stuckman too. It's like, okay.
Yeah, just because Stuckman made a movie, it's like the movie's not even out yet, and we don't, and it would probably be shit. So,
I'm curious.
Like I don't watch Stuckman enough to really be like, oh, this is gonna be amazing, this is gonna be bad.
All of their styles have been perfected and evolved thanks to engaging with feedback, thanks to their own process of growth. And I think it's really sad to me that he hasn't grown at all. He's the same person he was all those years ago. On stream a few weeks ago, responding to one of Rags' videos.
Oh, like you.
Most prominent members. And the biggest comment I got on stream was, wow, Rags is saying the exact same things he used to say 6 years ago. He hasn't changed.
Maybe
None of them
because
have
they're
changed.
not
None of them have
wrong.
grown. They're still
Only
like-
learn
you would think
when
after
what
watching so
you
many
said
videos,
was
so much
incorrect.
under their belts, they might grow, but they haven't. And it's really depressing to watch. I find it more sad. Mauler sees criticism as an attack. I'm sure he's responded to this video too, but as I'm alluding to all this time, I'm not to be worried about that because A, he's already criticized me, so I know what to expect. Big deal. But also, everything he's criticized has gotten a boost thanks to Mauler. Jay Nicholson, with her Joker review, got a massive influx of positive viewers.
Yeah, well, actually, there's a big reason why she got a bunch of positive followers. It's because of the fact that people kept saying that it was 11 hours of them harassing someone. So yeah, no.
Yeah, and they were wrong.
I wouldn't be like the fact that he has not said at least once that because of the mischaracterizations people have had about Mauler, that could also be a reason why there's an impact on his channel. But you
And get this, there's like
get this to do so.
Like Blackarooni said, truth doesn't change, you piece of shit. Exactly. It's like only grow your perspective when your perspective is inaccurate.
Oh, and keep in mind, the EFAP highlights thing actually has the clip of like when they're not talking about Jenny Nicholson in that stream, and it's like over 7 hours. So it's like over half of the content of the stream.
More than half. Like the stream is primarily not about Jenny Nicholson or Jeb Nichols, as we like to say.
Exactly. Well, it's the main topic. Well, it's kind of the main topic point, really. But for the most part, but more so than not, they don't really talk. I mean, they kind of talk about, they meme and other things and all that. So.
Call me Scooby because I can't do this anymore.
Or consider the fact that yes, Jenny has 1.3 million subscribers, but hasn't done a video in over a year, and then before that, hadn't done a video in 2 years. So, like, okay, I guess. And like at a certain point, when you're that big in the YouTube algorithm, you just it essentially through like osmosis, probably isn't the right word, but at a certain point, you're just going to keep on getting views because you're pushed already so far into the algorithm.
11-hour, 12-hour stream about her. And yeah, I know the whole stream wasn't about the Jay Nicholson review, but the optics were pretty clear, and no one actually finished the stream,
So what's it called? So then, yeah, maybe is there a reason why? So like the fact is like you have to say that because that's true. Because if you didn't, people would be like, "No, that's not true." But you really want to. I can tell that he wants to.
He wants to say it. It's true so badly.
As much as I criticize the guy, there were many points, as I alluded to, in this video that I watched, in the various things I saw of him, where I'm like, yeah, that's a decent argument. That's a decent
Such
point.
as?
Mauler really could have been a really great reviewer.
You haven't named any part that you agreed with.
Just not been in his own way. But the trends are changing. Guys like Hbomberguy, Patrick Willems, everyone, they're all improving, and they're all gaining momentum. But not Mauler.
Hey, mention their improvements, buddy. Mention how they learn from the stuff Mauler called out.
How they are growing from their previous assessments.
Yeah, like what exactly?
It's like you made over an hour-long video, and you're just making a bunch of fucking claims and fallacies.
Mauler's gotten bigger, actually. Because I think maybe like in 2024 they gotten like really huge, especially when they were covering the Boogie stuff. Or
the fact that like Hbomberguy hasn't made a video in over a year.
Yeah.
Last video he made.
His last video was that plagiarism video.
Joe Schmo said, where it's more of a hit piece disguised as an essay. Yeah, that's exactly what this is.
That's what did I tell you? What did I say? What did I say?
That's the second part piece. That's the second part of his first video on Wendigoon and conservative horror.
Projected to lose subscribers on both his Mauler channel, the Everything Pause main channel, and on his main Mauler account. Hell, on his main Mauler account, he's only made 5 videos in the last 2 years. He's made EFAP every week, but that's what he's become known for. He's become the guy who makes fun of people online. He's no longer a film critic. He's no longer a media critic. He gets views to make fun of the big blockbusters, sure, but you don't see the risks he took with, say, watching The Father. I find that the saddest thing, because The Father review that he did is actually decent. It's not a bad review. It's of the same style, it's in the same method, but it's actually a decent review that reflects decent critical instincts. But, and there's the big but, he will never go back to that because it was one of his weakest performing videos. He chases the trends. That's why of the last 5 videos he did, 2 are on Marvel, 1's on Star Wars, and the other's on Fallout. His community, especially on Reddit, is full of people they post videos from other users saying, "Ooh, I can't wait for EFAP to cover this one and make fun of them." And there's fewer and fewer people on all those Reddit threads because the audience is shrinking. People grow out of it. They want something deeper. They want something different. And there are other people on the platform willing and able to provide something more substantial. It's very unfortunate because
like who? Definitely not Hbomberguy. Definitely not Patrick Willems.
No.
Definitely not
Absolutely not you.
You can see the potential. You can see elements of it that could have spurned on to something better in these old videos. But it's not going to happen because he won't let it happen.
He is
the whole experience is really more sad for Mauler than anything. Even if he responds and makes fun of me, I still feel a degree of pity for him. He's a victim of his own success, at least his own early success. He became popular enough to wall himself off from further.
You're a victim of your own envy, dude.
Grow from it. He saw the entire critical landscape on YouTube as his enemy and thus became an enemy to the rest of YouTube's critical sphere. And as the enemy, he helped them grow. He helped them get better.
Well, he helped them grow, but they also poisoned the well against him. I think Mauler honestly would have been a bigger channel had there not been as many people like targeted harassment of his channel and the people that he was with, or just outright lying about things that were said or done on his channel. Not to mention like the people who criticize Mauler or things like that, like what Organized Chaos, Actual Fandom. Those guys are not that much different, except just from a different sphere, and those guys aren't growing much either.
Yeah, if anything, they're so much worse in every
Or like,
way.
if anything, like what are the big trends in terms of film criticism at the moment? Because it's not the people that he's talking about. Like even as much as we've been defending Mauler, I'm going to be honest, I just haven't had as much time to watch Mauler videos. I'll watch them here and there from doing other things, but I just know I don't have the time, and I'm more focused on like other things, like my own channel, my own prospects, because like Mauler isn't my main inspiration, but something that did inspire me to actually move more towards my content.
Yeah, like here's the thing. I haven't watched Mauler in a while. I do watch him occasionally, but when I do watch him, I watch like one bit of the video, turn it off, go back to what I haven't seen yet, and then I go on until I finish it. Now, and that's when I'm in the mood for his content. I'm subscribed to a lot of different content creators, so it really depends. But yeah, it's been a bit since I've watched him.
I haven't seen that much of his content, and frankly, the stuff that I have mainly seen, I haven't been the most impressed by. But like, honestly, that's not to say there isn't merit for what I've said for what C and I and others have said about both the EFAP Cottom and Alien Romulus, as those two are two of the most prominent that come to mind.
I mean, and I definitely do recommend you check out some of his other stuff.
I want to be his best faith as I can and say maybe those are some outliers in his work. Maybe
they're outliers. I can definitely tell you that much. They're certainly. I mean, an argument can be made that in terms of quality, maybe there's like a bit of a dip, but in terms of viewership, I just don't see it.
Yeah, and here's the thing about Mauler and all that, Mauler and EFAP. I'm a fan of them, but nobody's perfect. Everyone has stupid takes occasionally, myself included. Everybody's wrong occasionally. And also, there's some of his method that he doesn't realize that I do think is flawed. Like, again, he's great, but an issue I do have with an issue I think that needs to be addressed with Mauler and the rest of EFAP is, writing's important, but I do think they sometimes downplay the importance of other works. Like, acting can sometimes say just as much to sometimes even more than a script. Same goes for music, same goes for cinematography, all of that. And they are wrong about how you judge special effects, because they say they don't judge special effects that much because they feel like it isn't fair due to budget and time. But that's not how it works. You judge special effects based on the limitations they had and how they use their skill for those limitations. But again, they might have their flaws, but we all do. I have my flaws. They might have their wrong takes occasionally. I also have my wrong takes occasionally. Nobody's fucking perfect. Some of these flaws we will grow to understand and become better later. Some of them we'll never gain awareness to and just keep doing what we're doing.
Also, I would like to highlight Rooney's recent comment. He has gone on record to love. He has gone on record to love Marvel, Alien, Predator, Star Wars. He loves those stories, so he talks about them ad nauseum out of love. From the bottom of my heart, fuck you. Yes.
We have less than a minute
All
left.
of them got better, except for Mauler. He remained stagnant. I don't think he realizes that his best days are behind him. He's peaked as a creator on this platform. And I don't think he can ever recover. Nope, I don't think so.
You won't recover.
But there's a lesson to learn from that. Never isolate yourself from feedback. Never make the rest of a community your enemy. Always embrace and grow.
Like, actually really think about that.
Which is the most ironic thing ever, because...
Yeah, his most popular videos are either like a year old, several months old, so... It's not even like his most recent stuff in like the last couple of months is the biggest, most popular stuff on his channel.
Okay, so general thoughts, final thoughts that I want to give. Okay, in terms of the videos we covered, the first guy we covered, not bad. I think he just has a bit to learn, and when he does learn more about what objectivity and subjectivity is, don't try to boil it down into like 5-minute videos. That's not going to be helpful, but no issue with him. This guy, Anthony Gramuguila, he's either fucking stupid or a malicious piece of shit. I think both, and yeah, overall, horrible video. One of the worst spends of my I'm not even speaking English again. One of the worst uses of my time that I've ever experienced. It was awful.
I knew I was in for a wild ride with this one. I had no idea like how much worse it could have it was worse than I could have possibly expected it to be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm fucking drained. That was awful.
Yeah. I have work tomorrow. I'm heading to bed.
I work tomorrow too.
Awesome.
So.
I don't, but...
Have a good one, Gojin. Huh? I have to bounce. I'm sorry.
We're getting ready to all bounce, but bottom line, just because something can be debated does not mean that it doesn't have any objective merit. And even then, objectivity doesn't mean absolute truth. Remember that. And if it can be debated, there's a balance of objectivity and subjectivity.
Yeah.
Also, I'd like to end my part on this stream by saying two things. One, I feel like I need to owe an apology to Mauler and EFAP because I may have misjudged them. But granted,
perhaps I treated you too harshly, daughter.
Yeah, that's fine.
And two, Rooney, Joe, me, it's on site, Gramuguila. I know exactly.
Yeah.
And Rooney's final thing. Gojin, I will forever hate you for making me participate in this stream. You're welcome, buddy.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking at this entire video. Just what a vapid nothing burger that feels more like an attack than anything.
That was a waste of time.
A nothing burger would have at least like just went in one ear and out the other. This one's gonna stick me.
Some nothing burgers are painful.
I'm still mad.
It's not a nothing burger. This is the poisoned burger that they fed to the health inspector.
Yes. The nasty patty.
The nasty patty. That.
No, that's the appetizer, that Mr. Krabs made. It's like this horrifying monster that just came out of the kitchen and tried to kill everybody.
Honestly, I think the nasty patty is even worse because it's more subtle.
I love how we unapologetically can reference SpongeBob over and over again, and everyone will get the joke.
Hey, it's a timeless show. So
damn right it is. That's why I added some of the emojis in my server, including that. Huh?
After the first movie, it was timeless.
Yeah. Okay, but anyway, unless you guys have any more to say, that was it for this episode. Thank you all for watching. I forgot the rest of my fucking outro goes because my brain is fucking fried after this.
Wait. Give it a few more seconds because The only reason I'm saying wait is because if you hold on for a few more seconds, your stream will finally reach 5 hours and 50 minutes. You're welcome.
Done! We reached it! Congrats!
Hey!
Yay!
I still
Let's
made a longer stream though.
But this is definitely the longest on my channel.
Yeah.
But I overall, while I did suffer, I think we all suffered to some degree. This was fun to make overall, and we're gonna look back at this and be like, you know what? That was a good podcast.
Yeah.
As well as whoever hasn't subscribed to Gojin here, he's at 698 subs. See if we can get the 2 more to get him all the way to 700, guys.
Thank you. It's much appreciated. Soon.
Also,
Minecraft?
subscribe to Sea Monster. We're doing Little Platoon at 300, maybe. Probably. I don't know. I think you said you were going to do that at some point.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably do it regardless if we
Go
hit
to
300 or
him,
not.
too.
But if we can hit 300 before then, then that will be great.
Yeah, get C to 300. Both of these guys just need 2 more to reach a good milestone.
Yeah, exactly.
I need 300 Spartans.
We're growing together, and you know what? That's the spirit of the game.
Exactly.
This is Gojin the Makai Phantom, leaving the building.
Despite making up